correlates exactly.
Well, it doesn't.
No, it does. It does.
No, it don't.
Yes, it does.
No,
fact,
we don't imagine reality. We see it directly.
Yeah. So that's what I was
I'm
going to say.
talking. Hold on. I'm talking
Enrique,
about.
no, you can't hold on, bro. Now it's our turn. No, we're not going to imagine.
I'm asking you a question.
No, bro, we're not going to sit here imagining with you all day long.
Answer my question. Why does it correlate to what we see in the stars? Exactly.
It doesn't.
No, it does.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. No, it don't.
Does it not? How does it not correlate?
Because it's not a ball. That's how.
that you're presupposing your own premise. That you're answering with
No, you're presupposing it's a ball.
Yeah, you.
The problem is, Enrique.
No,
we go and measure for curvature. We don't find any.
Hold on.
Your basketball has curvature.
Listen. Hold on.
You started with it looks flat.
Listen.
That's how you started. It looks flat.
I'm making an observation about how geometry behaves in motion. Or with a.
Well, we're making a statement about how geometry is not measured with curvature.
Yeah. So the geometry that you're imagining is only something that's outside, not the Earth. Like it's a construct that you're thinking about. It's not the Earth itself. That's the problem with you.
Okay, and the way that it moves correlates to the geometry of the Earth.
No, it's not proven.
Yes,
that's not proven.
What do you mean it's not proven?
Listen, because I could see your hypothetical when you were proposing it. I agreed with that. Because when you use like a basketball, I can see that. But when it comes to the Earth, you can't. There's no way that you can tell me that that's an actual globe, an actual.
So tell me why the geometry and the apparent motion, or not the geometry, but tell me.
I don't need to tell you.
Hold on, no, you do.
I don't need to tell you. No, I don't.
My question: why does the apparent motion correlate exactly to the geometry of a sphere?
I don't need to listen. I don't need to imagine with you.
No. Hold on. The motion correlates exactly to the geometry. You keep saying
the same thing over again, dude. It's not going to help your point.
Because you're not.
It's not going to help your point. No, I am getting it. It's not going to help your point, though.
So why is it?
No, you can't ask a question. You can't ask a question because you're right now you're begging the question.
Why is that the case? I'm not.
Why is what the case? Yeah, you are.
Why is it the case that the motion, the apparent motion, correlates exactly with the geometry of a sphere?
It doesn't. It doesn't.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
It does, and you.
So how have you validated this correlation?
Have you proven it?
What do you mean proven?
Have you proven your example and outside, nature? Have you proven what you're saying is true?
I have demonstrated that.
No, you haven't.
Geometry behaves as you agreed to my hypothetical.
Only in the hypothetical, not in reality. When you go outside,
only the hypotheticals.
Yeah. So when you were saying if I have a basketball and I'm on this specific position, then I agreed with you. But if you're going to go outside,
hold on, and you agree that is something that happens in reality when you hold a basketball, or if you were to do right. Okay, so there's an apparent motion that we can observe on both basketball and environment.
Now go outside. Outside and validate it. So where are you going to validate that example?
Go see the stars. Take a round trip around the Earth.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You need to make it make sense to me. Make it make sense to me.
It is the only thing that matters, actually.
Make it make sense to me. What do we observe that it's like the example you were saying? What do we observe?
Antipodal star rotation. That's what is observed.
So how? Do you see the exact example you're telling me like the basketball? Do you see it?
Yes, exactly. There is a counterclockwise rotation in the North Pole, and there's a clockwise rotation of the stars in the South Pole.
But you only listen, bro. Listen, you only have
east to west movement.
Okay, I'm gonna have to hold you down.
The equator.
It doesn't matter if you dip. I'm just gonna keep talking after you leave, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, that's fine. But you're clearly not getting a very simple hypothetical, and it's very.
That's it. It's just a hypothetical. So tell me something, Enrique. Where you live now, if you walk outside, face the north, which way are the stars going?
It's gone.
Oh, you're a coward.
It's gone. No, you're not going to get it. You're not going to get unmuted. Everybody's going to get to say what they need to say, and then you can come in and say what you want to say, Enrique. That's how this works, bro. You're just not going to barrel through people. All right. So what you were saying about your hypothetical, I agreed with. Now you have to demonstrate that when you go outside. You can't just say it is the way it is. You have to show us a method of what you're saying is exactly like the example you're speaking of. And when you go outside, it's not the same. You don't see it because you're on an Earth that appears as a horizontal plane, or it looks flat. According to you, it looks flat. And you're not measuring the surface for it to be a globe. That's a big problem. So we're not going to imagine here with you. That's the only thing we're not going to do. So with the hypothetical, in accordance to that, I agreed with. That's totally fine. But you can't prove that that's what outside is like. Can't do it. That's what I'm asking for.
So did I
back.
Prove,
what I meant.
Hold on. Did I prove in that hypothetical that the basketball was a sphere? No, listen. Wait.
Yeah, we've covered that, and I agreed with you. There's nothing wrong with that. But now you need to go outside and validate that the example that you're trying to make an analogy of is like outside. That the same, like 1 for 1. Give me the 1 for 1. Okay. So start with anything that your example, the basketball, because you have a curving surface with the basketball. Now go outside and tell me how that surface is curving like the basketball, and then tell me how you're making your observations of the night sky. That's what I was saying. It's not analogous, because on the one hand you're saying that we're too small to see the curve, so it looks flat. So your starting point is that it looks flat. It's not like the basketball. So if you're going to make it like the basketball, then we're going to have to be able to measure a curved surface. And then you could say, okay, I'm standing on a curved surface and I'm looking at this example of the sky doing whatever it's doing. And not only that, you're going to have to prove in nature that nature's doing something, like it's in motion. You have to prove to me that the thing you're standing on is in motion and not the stars. So there's a couple of things you have to do that's not like the basketball example. Go ahead.
No, I don't actually have to do either of those things.
Okay, then your refusal of having to provide evidence for your claim is basically all you got.
Yeah, this means that what you're claiming is analogous is not substantiated by anything in the real world. So,
yeah. Oh, he left. Oh, shit.
Yeah, I mean, just because you declare something is an analogy and you can imagine it to be the case doesn't mean it is analogous. What makes analogies so amazing is when they can be shown to be true over and over and over again.
Yeah. And then, like, he proposed what he was saying. I agreed with. I mean, yeah, you have a basketball. Things are, the different points that you're going to show. I agree. The example would be that if it was like this thing, it would operate this way. I was like, okay, but now show me that the Earth is like that thing you're telling me. And then exactly the observation would be not only that you see the stars moving in the way that they do, but that you're proving that in nature, you can detail that the thing you're on is moving. So there's a lot of assumptions baked into what you think is happening in nature that you have to prove. I mean, that's just what you'd have to do, right? Because if I'm spinning a basketball on a string, I know the basketball is moving because I made it move. How do we know the Earth is moving? And how do we know the Earth is curving? I don't know. Yeah, you can't just tell me the Earth looks flat and therefore it's a curved surface. That's not going to work.
Hey guys, Machen pointed out that the Honeywell video that I shared is unlisted. So if you have a way to locally download it, do it, and please upload it somewhere, because it's not that it shouldn't be published. It is published, it's just unlisted. You're allowed to go grab it if you want. I don't know how long it's going to remain unlisted versus removed completely. Especially now that we're talking about it on multiple YouTube streams. This information is really hard to come by, guys. It really is. It's an absolute gem that we have. Someone's hot micing. Mods, can you please fix the hot mic? Hello, room full of mods. Can we get someone to fix the hot mic? Thanks.
Yep. Brian, I'm going to put you on mute, mate.
So Roots, I'm glad you're here. You and we've been in discussions together about this whole Adiru and the Schuler tuning and the transport rate and everything else. I mean, we've made some significant strides in the past couple of weeks on trying to crack that nut. And the strides we've taken have shown us just how tough that nut is, in fact, to crack. There's stuff in the mod back chat that I posted under the Gyro Compass heading, not 24/7, in our mod back chat, which is just utterly amazing to me. Like, we've got now in our hands regulatory agency documentation that's public describing why they don't release the raw, unfiltered, unprocessed inertial navigation system Gyro Compass data. Because it's proprietary, plus there may be national security concerns. Interesting. The thing that should prove devastatingly that Earth is a globe must not be released unless under exigent circumstances requiring it. And this does not include crash investigations that are investigated by the government itself. So NTSB is not going to show us this information. And if you want access to it, you need to submit a FOIA request and demonstrate a compelling need.
So for the record, who are NTSB?
Okay, yes, good question for the foreigners out there. America's National Transportation Safety Board. They've been charged with investigating transportation issues, malfunctions, crashes, claims, whether it's airplanes, trains, or buses, I guess even, I don't know. Anything involving national infrastructure like this that our country's relying on for transportation, and anything goes wrong, their investigators are hot on the scene. As well as the insurance adjusters. You better believe it. And they work closely together. And companies themselves like Honeywell and Boeing that produce these devices also have their own teams of investigators that they send out. And this Adiru is part of the flight data recorder system. It's a component of it. It's a very significant component of it. And the raw upstream data inside is not subject to being sent in its unprocessed form to the flight recorder data, the black box itself that does get recovered and is publicly shared. So in other words, there are firewalls of information within the flight data that you don't have access to, that requires a compelling need to gain access to.
I've backed up your little video. I'll add it to all my.
It's kind of too bad. I mean, sorry, what, Matrix?
I just said I've backed up your little video.
The whole thing? Not the clip?
Is there a longer version, or the clip only goes for like 4 minutes?
Yeah. Oh, okay. So no, so my clip is about 1 minute. The YouTube is about 4 minutes. If you've got that whole thing locally saved, awesome. It'd be great if you could also DM it and post it also.
You're breaking up, but I heard the word.
That's a little.
I know what that means.
DM it and post it on the mod server, please. And that thing is a gold nugget.
Yeah, it goes for about 4.5 minutes, something like that.
Yeah, nice one. I'll check it out. What do you think they could possibly, from their perspective, give as an excuse as to how this would be a national security issue? I mean, we're just talking about commercial flights and...
That's what I was asking Yoder earlier, Roots. That's what I was telling him. What would be the reason why?
Yeah, we can get into that again real quick. It doesn't involve a lengthy discussion, but from my perspective, maps in the ancient Rome particularly were like the currency of emperors and kings. They're much more valuable than gold because they can tell you where all the gold is. Star where natural is and is not. Knowing perhaps the true layout and distance and orientation of select regions is a privilege that the emperor, the king, whose land he believes he's entitled to own and is responsible for, would belong only to him. and he would be able to choose who he gets to share that with. And these devices are fully capable of providing that true reckoning, distance, orientation, things like that, if they are as technologically advanced as they claim to be. And it would seem to me, rather obviously so, that not only would the technology be extremely valuable to the companies that designed it and made it as a trade secret, but also to the state who would be using it in order to obtain true distances and orientation and locations of things. So it's not just proprietary from a corporate level, although that is itself, I think, pretty sufficient for companies to not want this information published, because you could back engineer how things work and then your trade secrets are gone. But there's a much, much deeper reason at play that goes back to antiquity. That's maps.
So you think that if they give us something that works, good enough, then we don't need to peek behind the curtain to see what's making the sausage? You're telling us that that's probably what it is. It's just we have something that works that you can get you from point A to point B without knowing, like, their accuracy. Because that's what we always get with like things like GPS and everything. It's not accurate. It gets within a certain tolerance.
And maybe there's a shell game here. Maybe these things really aren't as fully functional as they are claimed to be, and there's a big keeping up of appearance that they are for the sake of projecting capabilities that may not exist, which we know is in basically it's the founding operating principle of the space agencies, particularly by NASA in 1958.
Well, that would be my primary guess, that there is no Schuler tuning as such in an internal navigation system, and that there is no need for the technology, and that's the only reason why I can see that behind it. But you make a very good point, and I about the access to, a real map would change, would be for another government to get that. It just makes me realize, well, maybe most governments themselves don't actually have access to, a real map in that sense.
Right. If I were to make one tweak to what you said earlier, great. It's true. I mean, Schuler tuning and transport rate calculations and Coriolis corrections that take place as the three principal subcomponents of the ADIRU. Those things may not be working insofar as the real world, but they would absolutely be used to generate spherical coordinates that don't exist. Which is what you need for the interoperability of all of our navigation systems. So yeah, this is a case where pilot sees spherical coordinates on a screen while traversing a flat planar world. And there has to be some mathematical transformation that goes on between the physical measurements that this device allegedly picks up, which would be flat Earth measurements.
Yep.
And the portrayal of a spherical world on a screen for the pilot's reckoning.
Not to mention that bleeds over to like satellite technology as well, which is what Josh Ingersoll, who's over the Kuiper program, he sees information that's detailed to him on a screen and given to him by the satellites that are up there, and he's projecting that that's what it is. It has to be, because that's the information he's got on his readout. So, like, he's telling us basically what he sees. Like, he's not lying about that. But how does he
trust
know?
the black box.
Yeah, exactly that. Exactly.
So multifunctional then. So not only to hide the lie that there is no that there is no globe, but also supporting evidence to help build that spherical coordinate system.
Yeah. I think that's fair. So the Globey, right? Here's the thing: the Globey could come through and say, "No, I've got proof that these things do use Schuler tuning," and then shows it to you. And then what do you do with it? I mean, your job is to then say, "Okay, thank you for that. Now, can you show me the feedback loop where it's recycled into the physical manipulation, the torquing, the twisting of gears and devices so that the airplane actually does negotiate this curvature in reality? Or is it only existing within the software? Show me the feedback loop back into the physical mechanisms of the aircraft. Or shut up, because all you got is a software correction to reify your globe fantasy onto a computer screen. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's all Josh has.
What does Josh say? That's what I'm interested in. What's Josh saying to this?
Yeah, he says the data that he reads off of his screen is all detailing that the satellites are going around a spherical globe, and the manner in which that he's receiving these distances from the satellites.
Yeah. All right, so picture this, right? Yeah, I know. So you got like a gyro, okay? The gyro has a job to maintain rigidity in space. It does this on the principle of inertia with this flywheel that's spun up and spinning super fast. And if you ever tried to like take a wheel and spin it and then try to move it around and rotate it, especially against its axis of rotation, it's difficult. It's really tough. I mean, gyrophysics is really freaking weird and awesome at the same time. These things are hard to move. You use them to like stabilize optics. You know, anytime if you got like a physical mechanism in a camera that holds your camera steady while you take a video, suddenly your camera feels like it weighs a lot more when the gyro spins up inside. They do it all digitally now, so you don't really have that effect at all. But anyway, gyros are cool, right? So what there needs to be, as if Earth is a globe, is that plane of reference established by the inertial plane of the gyro spinning flywheel. That thing has to be rotating around a ball. There has to be some gears, potentially, some pulley system with respect to down. There'd be evidence in some sensor somewhere, because how else would you know how much you need to tilt the gyro in order to maintain a downward facing nadir, the belly of this thing facing the globe Earth curvature all the time? There'd have to be some physical measurements and physical adjustments. There has to be energy transferred. You're going to have to discharge a battery a little bit more to provide juice to the servo motors to rotate that inertial plane a little bit more, such that it maintains down with respect to a globe as it travels. Where is all of that? Where's the extra power that's being consumed in order to generate the required energy and force needed at the gears to twist this thing? Show me that evidence. And even then, we would need a demonstration that we can verify ourselves. We'd need a way to independently validate it. So we're still many, many steps away from seeing that proof of the globe from this stuff. That's kind of my point.
Well, you're never going to see it.
It's just rather convenient that it's locked up behind a FOIA protection.
Exactly. Yeah. I agree with you there. And it's only one, the whole information.
I don't think you're paying attention, bro. Come on. Be real with this. You're not really paying attention, right? You're just.
I'm being real with this. Why wouldn't I be real with this? I've been listening here when you've been talking, and you're right. And that's what happens. I don't understand how people can just buy all of this shit from NASA, right? And some of the shit just looks so fake. Like, if you look at the moon landing, for example, which didn't happen, same shit there. Like, it looks so fake, and people still buy it and still defend it. Till this day, they still defend it. Just like 9/11.
Do you think the fake moon landing proves the flat Earth?
I mean, they never went to the moon, or they never went anywhere.
Yeah, but do you think that proves a flat Earth?
Yeah.
Why?
All right.
Well, I just told you they never went anywhere.
But just because they didn't go to the moon doesn't mean the Earth's flat, does it?
Well, I'm not sure about the space either, where they do the spacewalks or all that, or about the space station that they call it. Who knows?
Still doesn't prove that the Earth's flat. What does prove that the Earth? Then what does prove?
there's no space.
Dude, did they set up an internet cafe inside an opium den? What are we listening to?
That's exactly what they did.
Yeah, we're having a good conversation, and this dude came in. I don't know.
Me? Why? Okay, I'll just shut up then.
No, it just seems like. I mean, maybe it's a slight to you, man, but. I mean, maybe we just set the standard so high. I don't know. I don't know what it is. It's just.
I know, it's funny.
It sucks.
The standard
I'm sorry.
was set in like
I apologize.
post-collegiate.
It's alright.
So we were specifically talking about technology that they claim proves within an internal navigation system that they claim proves that we live on a sphere that's rotating.
Right.
So we were talking about how this technology can't be verified and how it's kept under wraps. And we were talking about what the technology could actually be used for.
Right.
Right. And now we've also got on record inconsistencies with the portrayal of how this technology even works. So it's supposedly seeking north, right? It'll tell you which direction is north based off of the Coriolis reference frame mismatch. But at the same time, you have to plug in latitude and longitude, which it should be able to do based off of the rotation and the local time relative to Greenwich Mean Time. So there's like there's embedded circularity already into that. And then we have now on record this Honeywell engineer saying that, well, yeah, this thing is not only subject to a bunch of errors that have to be corrected, but we encourage our pilots to punch in their latitude and longitude so that this thing knows where you are, and then it will find north based off of just letting the Earth rotate beneath the plane that the plane is also fixed to on the runway. And at the same time, if you were to let it go on too long, then the inertial guidance system will tell the pilot that the plane is upside down because of the rotating reference frame, and we wouldn't want that to happen. So he should punch in the location and get the reckoning pretty quickly. And none of that makes a damn lick of sense. And I understand why he would say that. It's like how Globers screw up the Coriolis reference frame argument. And what he said makes really great sense on the surface to people who don't really understand the interplay between these two reference frames producing the Coriolis claim in the first place. And maybe this is why the video is unlisted, because they're evaluating whether or not they want to keep it up. I don't know. But holy shit, man, it's make that make sense.
Come on, man.
Well, they can't. I think that's the issue, because people with the globe knowledge in their mind, they're just saying, well, of course. I mean, so the discrepancies that they're correcting for is the reason why they're making this video.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Don't worry about it. It's all corrected. We got it. We got smart engineers on the case doing really good engineering.
Yep.
Just let us take care of it. We'll do all the corrections.
I have to say also, it's no wonder why the Globers castrate themselves when they come in here, when it comes to trying to research anything or finding anything out. Well, I'm not as smart as a scientist is. All this other stuff.
Yeah, and neither are you, so nah.
Yeah, they castrate themselves. It's like, on the altar of what? Like, who are you? Why? Why wouldn't you look into it? Like, it's what goes in my head anyways, when somebody's like, I'm too dumb. I'm not I'm not smart. And
I think
they
that's
always
why
ruin their reference frames, dude. Go ahead,
yeah, I think that's why they begun and always begin with Aristophanes, the angle measurements to stars, so they can really embed that the celestial sphere as proof of the curved Earth, right? Because once you're in that paradigm, then everything they produce needs to fall, or everything they do produce falls in line with that. Well, we know this is true. We know this, so we can just base everything on, on the stars and on the angle measurements, and that's your ultimate proof. So it kind of stays within that paradigm, and for the average glober, it's like, oh yeah, this is settled. You know what I mean?
Right. The whole Eratosthenes claim is another evolution of the same reference frame screw up that they commit over and over again. Because they assume a geometry based off of their frame of reference that doesn't exist in reality for their assumptions to work, for Eratosthenes to be correct. Parallel rays, curving surface, infinitely far light, flat surface from the light. And then you can invert it and say, no, flat surface on the ground, converging rays to a point source, and the geometry works the same. You just change the reference frame. Same with same thing with how they screw up Coriolis all the time. Same thing even with satellites. Like GPS systems debunk special relativity theory by Einstein, because Einstein wrote that the speed of light remains invariant across reference frames. It's got one speed and it retains this one speed only, no matter how fast, no matter how two different observers are moving relative to each other, or an observer and a light source moving differently relative to each other, that the speed of light remains the fixed constant speed for everybody at all times. Well, if that works, then how does the pseudo ranging work? If it's based off of the clock speed and based off of the time of flight of one signal to an observer, whether that signal is closer or further away, or moving faster, or moving slower, how come the very notion of GPS requires not an invariance of the speed of light, but a variance of the speed of light with respect to two different reference frames, in violation of the very special theory of relativity that Einstein created, that they say the GPS is based off of? Well, they've got an answer for that. They say that if you look at the other side of Einstein's relativity, the general relativity, that the general relativity effects of Earth's mass actually negate the special relativity that would be different due to the satellite's acceleration.
Whoa, say that again. Sorry, say that again.
Yeah, they say that the general relativity, which is bendy warpy spacetime due to mass, perfectly offsets the special relativity that would be required, that would be present within the satellite's accelerative frame relative to Earth. So therefore, we don't need to take into account these relativistic effects whatsoever, because all the relativity cancels itself out. It's as if it's not even there. That's what Ron Hatch developed, the guy who basically holds all the patents for GPS systems in the first place.
Do you know, when you're referencing special and general relativity, though, what are you trying to say is off?
So what they're saying from a general relativity standpoint is that the Earth's bulge of 14 miles around the equator has more mass than the Earth's over at the poles. And that increased mass of creates a general relativity effect of a stronger gravitational field that offsets the counter effect of special relativity with the moving satellite frame of reference overhead, also above the equator, because they both exist within the same field and the two fields cancel each other out.
Right, but relative to especially special relativity, the effects are minor to near non-existent for speeds not approaching the speed of light.
Yeah, I know, but the claim is that the GPS works because you have a variance of a speed of light across reference frames. And furthermore, that the satellites are fixed to an absolute frame of reference called ECI, Earth-centered inertial. In which case, this is like the space frame where the Earth is seen to be rotating beneath the satellites if they were fixed.
That actually flies in the face of what Cosmic was actually standing up for yesterday when he was in here talking to Brenda, that the one-way speed of light is something that's already taken as a given. So he was proposing that yesterday. Which is, I'm interested to know if he can propose how he knows that's true. If you stand by it, Cosmic, can you prove that to anyone?
What proves the speed of light?
Yeah, the one-way speed of light.
What do you mean one way? Like what?
So if the speed of light is proposed to be going at a specific fixed rate, how was it discovered that that's the case for anybody to use it in any applied mathematics?
Because it's consistent with every observation, the speed doesn't appear to deviate.
I know,
How does
know that,
GPS
but you're
work?
using it. No, I mean, if you can answer the question, that'd be great. I'd like to hear it. What do you?
I don't even get the specific question. Like, all our instruments work off a basis of the speed of light. I'm hearing you right now on the basis of the speed of light. You're hearing me. Like, that's a one-way stream, is it not?
How is it an established value? Or how was it established?
I don't know why it's a certain value. I don't think anybody can answer why. Well, there are methods you can use at long distance to determine its value to the 6th or 8th significant figure. Like, we've gotten pretty good at doing it, especially with modern technology.
But it's still based off of a two-way, a round trip speed. Like, all verified measurements of the speed of light ever been taken is based off of a round trip, where light's sent from a source and reflected off of something at a known distance, and then timed when it returns back to the clock from which it was sent. And this avoids the synchronization problem, because if you're going to try to measure the one-way speed, those clocks have to be precisely synchronized, and nobody's been able to do it.
Yeah. So you have a control instrument that you can use to measure against. Like,
what's the method, Cosmic? Can you tell us about it?
What was the guy's name? It was like a French scientist back in the 19th century. He essentially it was like a distant light source. You're talking like 8 kilometers away. And he had a wheel, which he could vary the spin of it with spokes. It had like 100 or more spokes. And he had a mirror. It was like 2 mirrors behind that. And it was essentially flashing the initial light source. It would go through a mirror, through the wheel, bounce off a distant light source, back through the wheel, and then bounce off. It was like a partially reflective mirror to an observer. And it was just checking when is the observer at the final destination point not able to see light anymore, based on how fast does this wheel spin. And that essentially told them the speed.
No, that's not cool.
Right, so you still have the synchronization problem of doing the one-way speed, which is why they do the round trip and divide by 2. It's not saying that this doesn't match all observations to date, but the point is that the one-way speed has never been and may never be able to be like directly measured due to if relativity is true.
I don't know. I don't know why that would necessarily be the case.
How do you synchronize clocks when they run at different speeds due to relativity?
No, they wouldn't be running at different speeds. Like, I imagine if you had a super long fiber optic cable, I don't know. It seems reasonable to me that you could have some sort of experiment where you have 2 people measuring time at different parts of the Earth.
But the problem is there's no absolute reference frame in relativity.
No,
also, the problem is that
the 2 people experiencing the same conditions of like gravity and you talk about like velocity at that point. Their relative reference frames should be practically the same. It's not like It's not like I go up a mountain and I'm experiencing 2 seconds for every 1 second you're experiencing.
No, but every time you go up, time you go up 5
especially if you're just along the same latitude, same ground conditions or whatever, we're experiencing the same time.
Yeah, he's not listening to Feynman.
Yep,
I think
Cosmic
Feynman's been in there before. Go ahead, Yoder.
I was going to say, Cosmic Non-Problemist, you got it. Like, I just heard 3 words out of you. If you climb up a mountain, like you just go 5 feet, it's going to be different. Absolutely correct.
So there's no there's no absolute reference frame, isn't there?
Do you understand what the difference would be? And you could even incorporate that in the calculations. You're talking like 0.00000. I could carry on going 1%. Like, okay. And you could incorporate
as if it doesn't even matter. Is that what you're telling me, that we don't even need to consider relativity at all? Because it's
what so it sounds like it's saying.
It may not exist, huh? That's a great argument for it.
It's inconsequential.
Not on Earth. That's why they talk about relativistic speeds, because then it matters. I'm not. It doesn't matter on Earth for people walking or people driving, or people flying,
or satellites.
Even then, the effect is so small. You can use the equations and just work it out. It's tiny.
I know. Do you hear the logical failure? It's like the curvature argument. It's like Earth's so big we can't see curve. That's how we know how much curve there is.
Exactly.
The equations exist. Why is it just me making this statement?
So guess what? I got equations describing Superman's powered flight through Manhattan.
Okay, if you can demonstrate
they exist.
That's good.
No, it's just showing that
exactly. Can you demonstrate it? That's where you're at.
You got it.
All right, guys, I gotta step back. Looks like the Breakfast Club is on rotation. Good day to you, NDO, AV, and everyone else.
I don't even know what y'all are talking about.
By talking to you.
All right, I'm gonna have to hold.
Hearing me almost instantaneously.
Cosmic, just wait a second. So I'm gonna bring context to whoever's joining us. We're talking about. We were actually talking about the black box data, like how we don't have all sufficient data, like the raw data information. And Yoder was going through a bit of a scenario of how it could be the case that information is withheld for whatever reasons that government agencies would hold it for. We're going over that, a little bit of speculation. But on the other hand, when Cosmic came in, we started getting into the conversation he was having with Brenda yesterday, and how he took the one-way speed of light as a foregone conclusion in a rebuttal to Brenda. So, with the idea that you could measure the distance to the sun with using radar. So that was something that go ahead, Feynman.
AV, can you ask Cosmic to unmute me? Because obviously he has me unmuted.
I know Feynman's been in here a couple of times. I mean, he doesn't agree with that the Earth is flat, but you need to unmute him, Cosmic. Because everybody that's in here, if you don't hear him, it's going to cause audio chaos. You have to unmute Feynman if we're going to continue. If you have him locally muted, then we can't have you. We can't have you talking. Feynman, the guy has got a Pikachu avatar.
Yeah, retard you now.
Pikachu.
Anyway, Feynman, because you were trying to come in here, what were you going to say about earlier?
Oh, I wanted to involve myself in the conversation earlier, but the point has moved on. So, I just wanted to be able to participate. I appreciate that.
All right. Well,
I have no point now, but thank you.
Okay. Anyway, I think we're going back and forth with Cosmic on the one-way speed of light. Oh, it's not something that's been proven, and he says that it has with the methodology that he said back in the early 1900s? Is that what you're saying, Cosmic?
The 19th century.
19th century. I get that wrong all the time. All right.
Yeah, but what's in that reflected?
Yeah. According to him, the way he was describing the method, yeah.
Fuso, it was Fuso. Fuso is the first person to measure the speed of light, and it was a reflected light through a spinning wheel or something. If I remember right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it is in our opinion. I mean, this is known, it's talked about in regular scientific circles that there's no measure of the one-way speed of light. It's not like something flat Earth is made up.
I don't know if that's necessarily the case, but
Then look around. Go on Google. Look around.
That's really well known, dude. You can see that on Vsauce.
Jesus fucking Christ! Yeah, exactly, dude. It's like
I don't know.
science communicator videos, man.
I don't know why you think about one way instead of two ways.
Isn't there a Veritasium video that debunked it as well? Or like it's not possible to measure it?
Yeah, exactly. The main, I think the most popular one is the Veritasium one.
What do you guys mean? Can we define terms? What do you mean by one-way speed of light? Because I don't quite understand.
It doesn't make sense.
I'll explain to you. You got a source, you hit the button, okay, then you got a detector, and then you measure the time that it takes to get from the source to the detector. The thing is, the source and the detector's clocks have to be synchronized. And under special relativity, that's impossible, because there's no absolute reference frame from which to synchronize the clocks in.
Okay.
There is.
There is. Okay. I think there is too, but general relativity and special relativity say no, there isn't. So I think there is.
So if the difference is 0.12 zeros and then 1%, you're saying, oh, we have to exclude that from an absolute reference frame.
It's not what I'm saying.
Then you just
why do you think it's what I'm saying? That's what I don't get, you guys. See, we tell you the modern scientific rhetoric, and you think we're making it up. This is what they say. It's not what I say. Just telling you what they say. Just because you haven't been in the weeds on it and you don't know about it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Okay.
You said
it makes up 0.01% of a difference. I'm saying if you make that more significant, it would be more significant. I'm agreeing with you. I don't know how I'm disagreeing with you.
You just even account for it in calculations. It wouldn't make a difference. You could have a 10% difference and account for it in calculations.
Great, dude. Calculate whatever you want. No one cares.
I mean, you don't care, but you don't do this for a living.
Neither do you.
No, I don't. But I trust the people that do it for a living because they're
I'm telling you what the people you trust say.
I'm not taking you as a source on what the scientific community says. Sorry.
Okay, then get off this Discord and go look.
Why don't you provide source material so we can agree with you?
It's so well known. Like, is it even necessary?
If it was so well known, it would be adopted by the scientific community. What are you talking about?
It is, dude.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Bro, literally, you got YouTube content creators making videos about it. Okay.
It's not the scientific community.
Veritasium is like a PhD in physics. Is he the scientific community? Who's the other guy?
No. Are there scientific papers about it? No.
What did he actually say in this video?
Probably, yeah. I wouldn't doubt it.
I don't like people just looking at the thumbnail of a video.
Hey, bro, there's a YouTuber that believes what I believe, therefore it's part of the science.
No, that's not what I said at all. Why are you strong
That's what you just said.
Out of here.
Literally what you just said.
Not even remotely what I just said. I didn't say there's a YouTuber that believes what I believe.
That is what you just said.
I actually said I don't believe. I actually think there's an absolute reference frame.
You cited
hold on, bro. Yeah. Hold on. You're out of hold on. You're out of pocket because there's professors that are on YouTube. Are they just YouTubers as well? There's academias all over YouTube. What are you, an idiot?
MIT OpenCourseWare has recorded all their collegiate courses. So there's 3 different years physics courses on there. Just shut up, dude.
Yeah, that whole thing, that whole argument died a long time ago. Oh, you just listen to YouTubers? Yeah, fucking academia is on YouTube, dumbass. Where do you think we're getting our information from? Just internet bubbleheads?
But bro, like, hey, where are the live images of the Earth? They're like, just go on YouTube, man. It's live streamed 24 hours a day from the ISS.
Yeah, that's ironic. But also that they're saying that academia cannot be on YouTube. Like he's like, oh, you heard it from a YouTube video? Yeah, no shit. Academia is on YouTube, dumbass.
So the last thing I did last night, okay, was I watched a video by a guy named Yakir Anoff, who discovered the Anoff-Bohm effect and invented the entire field of quantum weak measurement. Okay, he's on YouTube. He's been in quantum physics for 60 years, going back to Heisenberg. Okay, so shut up, dude. You guys don't know what you're talking about. You're embarrassing.
I mean, the Large Hadron Collider relies on relativistic physics to even make sense.
Does it? To even make sense? Doesn't make sense even now.
Okay, what did they build that entire structure for? Considering I've
make money.
Been and seen it.
To make money, that was easy.
How do you make money wasting all that money on a project that doesn't do anything?
Whose money are they wasting?
A giant pile of metal scrap.
Whose money are they wasting?
Sorry?
Whose money are they wasting?
The
yeah, exactly. Not theirs. Yeah, the taxpayer. What the fuck do they care?
Why would you build a giant piece of metal scrap just
Cosmic? Who gives a fuck?
Money.
Dude? Who gives a fuck?
But this thing works.
Yeah, it works. How, dude? Are you there? You've never been to CERN. How the fuck do you have this first-hand knowledge of?
Yeah,
you have?
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
What are the inner workings of CERN? What the fuck is the inner workings of CERN? And go ahead and tell us.
It's to collide hadrons together.
Hadrons. You just make, dude. Stop. Just stop. They collide accelerated protons. Okay, not hadrons. Hadrons are what comes off of it after they smash the proton.
Right? No, Indio.
Are you saying a proton's a hadron?
Yeah, a proton. Oh my god. No, sorry. I'll remain calm. A proton is a hadron. It's in the hadron family.
It's a waste of tax. It's a waste of taxpayers' money. That's what it is. And it takes up a lot of precious land as well.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Hang on. It's an abomination on the earth. That's what it is. No human being is benefiting from that. We're losing money. We're losing money. That's what we're losing. Shut up. We're losing money.
As well, just for context, I've put the video from Veritasm in the side chat, which basically confirms everything that you've just been told by Indio, that there is no way to measure the one-way speed of light.
Yeah, one way. I never claimed, right, you can absolutely do this. I don't care if they can't do it, if there's no reliable method to do it.
Yeah, keep backpedaling your tricycle.
Your whole applied mathematics is based on it, dumbass.
A proton and a hadron were different things, and tried to.
No. That's a different topic. That's a different subject. That's a different.
No, they're
subject.
not the same thing.
Yeah, the previous topic was that you couldn't prove that, and you were on about that you could. So you gave some instance of the 19th century, which Indio correctly defined who it was, and it wasn't defining how they understand the one-way speed of light. And Veritasium it's got a video. You can probably look at it. It's going to tell you the same thing. So now you're saying it doesn't matter. Well, your fucking whole applied mathematics is attached to it. It should fucking matter.
You're not educated on this to even have a rational discussion about it.
Yeah, really.
Ironic.
So you are.
Yeah, I've read up on.
Dude, you just finished saying that it's not even like it's. You don't even have to worry about it. Doesn't matter.
Why
talk about neutrinos? Let's bring up neutrinos. You want to go there?
Okay, if you want to mention neutrinos, whatever.
Yeah. How are neutrinos created? Why? How did they quote unquote discover neutrinos? No fucking idea, dude. Yeah, of course you don't. Just shut up, dude. You're not in any intersectional high ground. You're really not.
I'm not.
Never have been.
I've actually, unlike you, I've talked to people that work at CERN. Unlike you. So you can go on X. There's a guy named Franco. He's a CERN physicist. He talks to us all the time. He's kind of a douche. He said he would fail somebody in his physics class just for being a flat earther. So he's kind of a douche, but
yeah,
you're like a science groupie. You're what I call a science groupie, bro. You're like hanging around the band, thinking you're in the band, but you're not.
That was a good analogy.
Well, not only that, but he thumbs his nose up to anybody that's trying to be inquisitive about it and saying that you're not too intellectual to have a conversation, instead of saying, hey, this is the correct version, this is how the methodology works, and informing the people. What a fucking dumbass, dude. Like, you have the opportunity to tell people what your knowledge is, and you refuse that. Instead of, you're going to show somebody, you're going to punch down on somebody else to say that they're not equipped to have a conversation. That's the problem with society today, man. The reason why people aren't informed, because fucking individuals like you.
Yeah, you should just.
It's a misinformed gatekeeper. That's what you are, dude. Misinformed gatekeeper.
Intellectual elitism from a midwit.
The special relationship between Britain and America has been put under test, ladies and gentlemen. Bear with it. Bear with it.
Are you guys going to invade again and burn down the White House? Please do it.
Talking about the White House, Indio, Donald Trump is going to have a reform of part of the White House. He's building some kind of room. I don't know what it is. I've forgotten just for a second, but I just heard it. Okay, they're going to reform. Yeah, what a waste of taxpayers' money. He's not. How long is he going to be in? Silly people, honestly. But yeah, the Hadron Kaleidoscope, ladies and gentlemen, is a waste of taxpayers' money. It's an abomination.
Bullshit, that is.
Takes up precious space of land. It's ridiculous thing, and that stupid circle. And what are they trying to do? They're trying to allude to making a Big Bang. Trying to work it out how it worked. The Big Bang never happened.
Hey, Jen, ask him what the contribution to mankind that thing's bringing us. What are we furthering? That's
exactly what I'm getting to. Yeah, exactly.
What are we furthering?
What are we furthering? Yeah, how are we benefiting from this? How are we advancing? We're regressing. They're stealing our money whilst you people are being dumbed down, believing that nonsense. Get out of here.
Well, he bought their sales pitch. I mean,
yeah.
Jen, in what ways are you intellectual?
I think you should continue.
Yeah, see how he attacks the person? Dude, why don't you go ahead and tell us how you have knowledge on a subject instead of being a dumbass and try to punch down on people? Why don't you try that for a change? Make a difference, yeah? You're the reason why people don't know anything, because fucking idiots like you are gatekeeping for I don't know what fucking reason.
I literally
fucking piss me off, dude. Your kind of people fucking piss me off, dude. Because you don't allow others to get informed and do research. Oh, you're just not smart enough to know this. Well, fucking tell us something about it then, and make some sense. God damn it! What the fuck do you know other than you visited CERN like a dumb fucking tourist? Fucking dude. Oh man.
I think you should send your whole paycheck to them. Your whole paycheck.
Oh yeah,
You're doing great things there, man.
I donate all of it.
You know, as a matter of fact, you're far from being an intellectual from what I've heard of your conversations in here. You can't even articulate to the extent of a conclusion when it comes to a point. Fucking idiot.
Einstein said if you can't explain it to a 5-year-old, you don't. Einstein said if you can't explain it to a 5-year-old, you don't understand it yourself.
Okay, do you want a book as a source of information?
No, I want you to articulate.
A book you didn't read?
Listen, dude, articulate your points like you have knowledge on the subject matter instead of being a fucking dumbass saying that nobody knows shit. How about that? You tried that shit?
Right, so the Large Hadron Collider confines protons, right, in a magnetic loop and fires them at high speeds using magnetic confinement into each other and observes the resulting kind of impact and interactions and particles produced. That's how they found the Higgs boson.
Oh my God, dude! You think it's that straightforward?
It's more complex than that, obviously, but you're asking for a primer, aren't you?
Okay. Well, I mean, you're leaving out a crucial detail when you say find the Higgs boson. That was a statistical evaluation.
Yeah.
And when I was growing, it matched. What does that mean?
It matched the electron volt energy predicted by quantum physics. So
okay, they detect a lot of particles that match it. Well, not they get readings that would match it. Let's call it that. Okay.
Yeah, the reading.
And then they apply statistical analysis to determine whether that was noise or signal, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a possibility that it was just noise.
No, because
no.
See, it's not an exact science, ladies and gentlemen. Can you see this? It's not an exact science. We are not being moved forward.
You're not involved.
Waste of money, and it's really, really. We need to stop this nonsense. That's what it is. And people
Indio, does he have first-hand knowledge of him saying no? How does he know that?
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
No empirical measurement rises to the standards you're talking about. Everything has a probability.
You're going to get muted. You're not even involved in this.
Nah, there was no probability you saying that. That's 100% certainty you're going to say something dumb.
When you get
at the moment, we're scrutinizing what he knows about the thing that he's talking about, and it sounds like he's reaching a point where he's just agreeing that something he believes to be true is the case.
Yeah, it's almost like I've been given evidence by actually going there and seeing the data.
They showed you their data when you went there?
Yeah.
Really?
It's a very open institution.
Oh, so they showed you their data. Is that what you're saying? You're going to stick with that one?
Yeah.
Okay. Who'd you talk to?
It was a professor. I forget her name.
And he showed you their data set?
She. Yes.
She. So she showed you the gigabytes of data?
It was readings. It was like signal readings.
Yeah, of a Higgs boson?
I forget what particles they were. I forget what particles they were looking for.
Did she pull it right out of their database, bro?
They had a print. She was working on a report. Like, what do you want me to say?
Are you saying you looked at a piece of paper?
Yeah, I looked at a piece of paper.
Right, so there you have it, folks. This looked at a piece of paper, and that proved the Higgs boson to him. What, they should have drawn
exactly
like
are you expecting to interact with data?
Dude, I don't expect him. I'm calling him out on his bullshit that he knows if Higgs boson exists because some freaking chick in a building showed him a piece of paper.
I don't even think she was showing like the Higgs boson. She was showing like it was like fucking muons or something that were created. And they have like this data spectrum that shows the spikes where like certain particles match the amount of like mega electron volts you expect from theory of those particles.
Do you ever look at any physicists that think the Higgs boson doesn't exist?
If they have an adequate challenge to it to say like here's why it can't exist, then like I take that on board. But
the globe doesn't exist, ladies and gentlemen. I ask you, look up the Higgs boson, and you'll end up yawning and falling asleep, ladies and gentlemen. For the most, for all of its importance,
it bores me, so it doesn't exist.
For all of its importance, ladies and gentlemen, you'll end up yawning, falling asleep.
It's boring, so it doesn't exist. Yeah, what a fantastic counter argument.
Well, look, the globe itself doesn't exist, ladies and gentlemen. So they're building upon a false premise from the beginning. And in a court of law, when whatever you build upon a false premise has to be seen and deemed as null and void. You haven't established the globe, so there is no this idea of a Big Bang and your kaleidoscope.
I don't know if I don't know
what
if the
a
Big Bang
waste of
happened.
money! Get out of here! Come on. You know what I mean, ladies and gentlemen? You're just going to end up yawning and yawning, and then
why are we even on this topic, dude?
You're looking for You're looking for a
it was just a
He doesn't
challenge.
know anything to even talk to about.
Yeah.
Like it's like why are we
What it
talking to
was?
him?
Yeah, what it was a challenge to his knowledge on a claim that he provided earlier with Brenda, the claim, but he wasn't able to substantiate it like he's not doing now. And he wants to snub his nose up and say that nobody else is intellectual to have a conversation like this when he doesn't have primary knowledge of a Higgs boson. That's fucking fantastic.
That was
suggesting that humans can have that. What does that even mean?
A photon is light. A Higgs boson is a specific particle with a specific mass.
No, these are labels. These are just labels that you guys buy into because they gave it a fancy name. In reality, there's plenty of professors and scientists who
over the internet
disagreed with the fact that there's any kind of description going on here. Explanation going on here. All you've got is a description of something. That's all you've got, and then you run with it like it's science.
Yeah,
barely even a
description gives us useful predictions. Useful predictions is the way in which we evaluate scientific theories. That's the entire point.
Or anything. Like,
useful? What if they're not useful, but they're accurate?
No. In philosophy, we term useful in terms of it has some
I'm not
real
taking any philosophical advice from you, bro. Okay? You think your brain in a jar.
Useful. I don't know where the hell that came from, but whatever. Useful
you all do.
Has some sort of real application. So as in, it is accurate. Because if it wasn't,
what am I going to do with a Higgs boson?
Some sort of real application.
What am I going to do with a Higgs boson?
Confirm the standard model. Well, no, the reason is to confirm the standard model that we predicted this and it's right, and there we go.
Confirmation bias.
The reason to think this model holds for these additional things because it held here.
Okay, you think that's how it worked? The way you just described is how it happened.
What do you mean by how it happened? This is implied by it.
No, Jesus Christ. Okay, how it happened. They just made a prediction and then they did a bunch of experiments and it matched the prediction. You think that's how it happened?
There's a lot more theory and counter theory and whatnot going on.
Answering the question, though,
again, rhetoric.
You asked the question. I can answer the question.
If you could answer it directly.
So there were other contender models, other ways the Higgs boson could exist. It could be a composite particle. There could be paired particles that we were detecting. Like, there's tons of other theories. There was an open question there. That's why they wanted to see, does it match the standard model? Does it match one of the extensions of the standard model? Does it match any of the different theories proposed?
When you say match, what does that mean?
Match the predicted behavior.
Yeah, and what is that? What is that? They run the experiment. What's the prediction?
Basically that there is a breakdown, or sorry, not a breakdown, that the decay results match something with the amount of
saying that word, match.
Electron volts.
Yeah.
What is?
I don't know why you're
What is
interrupting
a match, bro? Explain to me what a match is.
All it does is help their equations work. It doesn't explain what mass is or anything like that.
Say what a match is, but you keep chanting.
It just fucking helps the math work.
No. You're mistaking here. Mass is a part of the description, right? So you're saying, how come this description doesn't explain this description? What? It's a description in the first place. There's nothing more.
Mass just means it has some reference frame that it interacts with reality in. So it's dragged by reality. That's what mass is.
Jesus Christ.
No, you don't even need a reference to have that.
It's just
light is also drag.
Artifact, mate.
Like, came in here, dude. Like, what the fuck?
But welcome to physics. Physics, it's all math. Yeah, that's the point. None of it's like real. It's a model for reality. It allows us to describe reality without having to actually go out and manipulate a bunch of particles.
Yeah, and you run with it like it's real. That's your problem.
It's theoretical physics.
I run with it like it properly describes reality because we keep seeing it properly describe reality.
Our technology works off it.
Look, bro. Just on sheer volume, the amount of papers that are wrong far exceed the amount of papers that are right. Right.
Yeah, but the ways that they're wrong aren't like relevant.
What does it properly describe humanity? What is it properly describing in physical reality outside? What is it properly describing?
Most everything. I mean,
like
Newtonian
what?
mechanics.
Give me one example.
I'm in the middle
give me
of a
one
sentence.
example.
So
give me one example.
I'm in the middle of doing that.
No, you're going to be cut off until you give one example.
Newtonian mechanics allows us to make predictions about, say,
I want to see a physical, real-world example. Not you talking about another construct, another convention. I want a real-world example where that's being applied to something we see outside. Physical.
You click your TV remote, it sends photons, it excites like a sensor with electrons and transmits the signal to the TV to make it do something, right? Relies on quantum physics. There you go.
Yeah, is that what he was saying?
That's a fine example. I was going to say that.
Oh, really? Okay, let's go with that. So you're saying that what you're telling me with what this whole idea that he's bringing up Higgs boson is equating to a universal remote control for your TV. Same thing?
No.
It all relies on the standard model.
No, Cosmic said no. And you're saying it all relies on the standard model.
You make a remote control using the standard model.
That doesn't involve the Higgs boson.
I wanted you guys to do this to show the whole audience that you guys don't know what you're talking about. That's exactly why. You both are confused. That. Cosmic is actually in conflict with what you're saying, humanity, because he disagreed. He overtalked you, actually. Disagreed with you.
No, we're agreeing here.
No, he didn't agree with you.
Yes, he did.
Okay.
He said this doesn't involve the Higgs boson. I also said that when I said this both relies on the standard model.
So the Higgs boson helps us understand how universal TV remotes work?
The Higgs boson confirms that the standard model is applicable, and the standard model is the basis on which the remote functions.
Yeah, and so the standard model is what?
A collection of predictions and theories about what particles can exist.
Yeah, and what is a particle?
Construct in physics for ways energy can be bundled.
So a construct. And how do we verify the construct is anything that's manifest in our physical world?
By seeing if the predictions of the model match what the actual...
No. I'm not talking about predictions anymore. I want a confirmation of that construct being manifest in our physical world. How do we know that's actually something?
I just told you.
And not just a convention.
You can see it.
Okay, I don't think you understand this.
Whoa. We can see it. No, I'm going to let you both shellac each other. We can see it. How do we see it, Cosmic?
We can see atoms now with electron microscopes.
Oh, we see atoms, do we? Yeah, can you show me what an atom looks like, please? Post a picture of an atom, please.
I can't post in the chat, but I can DM you.
Yeah, that's fine. And then I'm going to post it for everybody so they can see what an atom actually looks like.
Okay.
When you say actually looks like, you're kind of like missing the point. There's no actually.
Sorry, you're on mute. I'm going to see this atom and then show everybody else. Because you guys are agreeing on the same thing. I'll take both of you down at the same time. How about that?
Well, now he's disagreeing again.
Yeah.
Lost in the sauce, man. 100% both lost in. Like they're physics groupies, bro. That's all these two are. Physics groupies. They watch some Discovery Channel, and now they're freaking all in on their cosmological illusions.
TV remote controls and Higgs boson particles. And now he's going to show me how a particle is actually an atom. An atom is something we can see with an electron microscope. Now we're going to see a picture of what an atom looks like, guys. Let's see it.
They're a pair of Higgs bosons, is what they are.
I still haven't got that DM, so I'm waiting on it. Meanwhile, back at the ranch.
Give me a sec. I can either find it from a legitimate source on YouTube or a legitimate picture from like a reputable website.
Why are you qualifying it with legitimate? How do you know it's legitimate? Leave the qualifier out. You have no way
an
to
official institution that's not just a blog site.
Hold on, wait. Didn't he say
who made it official?
Didn't he say he didn't accept YouTube? Remember, he scoffed at you earlier, Indio, for bringing up YouTube. Now he's going to pull up YouTube.
No, that was somebody else.
Mixing people up.
All right. So if you're going to present something right now, that you're going to send me in a DM of a picture of an atom.
I mean, I feel like you're just going to be like, look at that. I don't care about that. That's fake. That doesn't tell me anything. But, like, here you go.
Hard to find it, huh?
No, I just sent him it. Those are...
Give me a second.
You know, you should really Google how many articles there are of people saying they imaged a single atom for the first time, and how long they've been saying that. That should be quite interesting.
I'm posting it in the text.
I'm trying to find what atoms they specifically are.
There you go. That's what an atom really looks like. One mystery solved, anyway. We can thank Epicurus for this.
Now, is that the electron shell or the nucleus that we're looking at?
The electron shell, it will be.
Can you describe the technique on which they image the atom to us?
So an electron microscope, it basically has to have a tip that is in
I know how that works, but it doesn't seem like they use that technique. It says, I don't even know what that is. I've never even seen that word. Photography or PT, whatever the hell that is. PTYCHOGRAPHY. What is that? That's why I'm asking you. I'm not just asking you to be dickish. Because I've never seen that before.
Where are you looking?
In your own post.
That's what that's a link
technique called. No, the image that AB sent, right? Photograph. The screenshot he took says they use a technique called tychography, or there's a P silent. I don't know. I've never heard of that technique. I'm curious. Oh, there we go.
Praseodymium orthoscandate crystal.
I don't care what it's made out of.
I put the link in the chat if anybody wants to look at it.
$21. All right. The key breakthrough we had this year was we figured a way to unscramble this multiple scattering. I'll wait for the replication.
I mean, quite a few institutions have done this. I mean, a lot of people have
using this technique.
Yep, probably.
Now, what am I going to do when I look on Google Scholar and look for the citation? Look for the people citing this and replicating this, and I find nothing. What am I going to do then for making that up?
If you type in the technique, I'm sure you'll find lots of sources.
No, using that technique for this.
I'm sure you'll find sources.
You sure? Why are you sure?
Yeah. Because if it's a common technique used with electron microscopes, I don't get why you wouldn't.
The scattering, they just said they've been trying to untangle making images with this technique for 80 years. So it can't be that common.
Right, but the
Did you
field.
actually read the article, dude? Did you read and comprehend what they're saying?
You asked for a
For
picture.
80 years, we have not had a general solution, and now some very clever algorithms developed by our colleagues who work with X-rays, probably using X-ray crystallography, I would imagine, and then modified for electron scattering. We're able to untangle this multiple scattering. Okay, this is in 2021. I wouldn't say this is a common technique. That was only 4 years ago.
I mean, the field advances rapidly as soon as a method is developed.
Oh my god, you sound like a fucking PR nutball, bro.
Okay.
Science is always advancing. We're human progress. Blah blah blah. Come on, bro. You're a science groupie. This is sad.
I mean, we live our lives on the basis of it.
Really?
How are you communicating to me right now? Do you not think there's some
engineering? Engineering is not
what
science.
What does engineering have to use?
Trial and error.
Physics. It has to incorporate the principles of physics. In terms of microelectronics, we have to incorporate the principles of quantum physics.
That's nonsense, dude. That's nonsense. In engineering, they use all sorts of techniques that have nothing to do with physics. They use whatever model works. Okay?
What?
Okay, I'm going to post you a paper.
Engineering is the application of physical principles to design something.
But what they actually use aren't the laws of physics. For example, in electrical engineering, they don't use Maxwell's equations. Do they?
What do you mean?
Oh my goodness gracious, really? You think they use, if they want to design an electrical system, they're using Maxwell's equations? That's what you think?
I don't know. I'm not an electrical engineer.
Then why are you speaking on what they use?
But I'm not. You are.
Oh, Jesus Christ. So, because you're stupid, you get to make shit up. And then you're just going to say, I don't know, because I'm not an electrical engineer.
Yeah, I can't comment.
Let me give you a little information. I have a degree in computer science. I know basic electrical engineering and circuit design. Okay? So you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Right, and you have to deal with signals and waves and things like that.
Yeah, but nobody uses Maxwell's equations.
Yeah,
there's
but
other techniques, simplified models, how the devices we make actually work.
You don't
how
deal,
they would work.
You don't deal with microelectronics manufacture, so it's irrelevant to you.
Oh no! What? What are you talking about?
Well, you don't, do you?
No. So?
So why are you commenting on it?
Because I know how it works. I know how the design works. I know how they design microchips. I know the devices they use. I know everything in the process of making, designing, manufacturing a microchip.
Okay, do you know how a modern microchip is made? What the technique is?
Depends on what they're using. There's no standard thing. It depends on what the gate is.
Say the highest.
Depends on what they're using for a gate, dude. Depends on what they're using for a gate.
Say the highest grade of microchip now that's out on the market. What do they use?
Well, I think it's 4 nanometer process. Is that what they're using now? I think they're using field effect transistors.
Yeah. What's the method?
Well, I mean, it's a customized machine, so they probably use. I think they use that the machine from Denmark.
Ultraviolet.
They use. Yeah. I was getting there.
Right. but neither of us know.
One company makes the machine. So typically, the way they do it, technique pretty much hasn't changed. They make a lithographic mask with a design that they usually design in something called Verilog, right? First, they'll make it's called a gated FPGA, which they simulate the design on a machine with what do you call it? Where you can make variable gates. So that's part of the process, right? They verify the design, and then they go to the actual manufacturing. Then they go to the actual manufacturing. They make a mask, and then they flash the mask. Usually on I don't know the material they're using now. Let's say it's strontium titanium oxide or something. Right. A coated silicon chip with that using usually using low pressure gas. They'll turn the metal into a gaseous state and use some substrate. What? You really want the whole process, dude?
It's so they zap. It's like droplets of tin with it. It's like the UV or X-rays or something.
Yeah, right? But
like 50,000 hertz. That relies on the electric effect, which is from
only one step, bro. That's only for flashing the mask.
But already you're having to delve deep into particle physics, right? And then you can only make these transistors so small, literally because of the effects of quantum mechanics to do with quantum tunneling.
Yeah, I saw that in the Discovery Channel too, dude. Okay, dude,
I don't
you don't know what you're talking
Discovery
about.
Channel. I'm not American.
Well, whatever. Okay, Brian's Cox. Okay.
Look, I barely watch Brian Cox.
You barely watch him? That's irrelevant. Okay.
Yeah, he's like he's like a hippie pop scientist.
Look, they are not using quantum mechanics on macroscopic design of field effect transistors. I'm sorry, they're not.
They're going to have to, because you can't just keep making these transistors smaller.
Oh, my.
There's a limit.
There's no way to actually use quantum mechanics macroscopically, dude.
Microscopically.
Macroscopically. A chip is a macroscopic device, right?
On a macroscopic level, but I'm not talking like, quantum physics becomes less relevant then. Okay.
Okay, I rest my case. Thanks for playing.
Right.
Now the image that was just posted, that as a layman, I look at that and I think that image looks like the James Webb Telescope or the Hubble could have taken that image. Do you get what I mean? Do you understand what I'm saying? I mean, what is this thing?
It's a lot of sci-fi, Jim. A lot of sci-fi.
Sorry?
It's a lot of sci-fi.
Yeah.
Well, it's the same sort of thing, really. They're taking data and just turning it into images, right?
Thank you, yeah. And that's what it looks like.
It's not a photograph.
No, it's not a photograph at all, is it? This is CGI. This is the buffoonery that fools everybody. That's what that is.
I mean, it's your camera CGI because it converts.
Yeah. Well, excuse me, I was in the middle of what I was saying. Ladies and gentlemen, it has come to my knowledge many, many years ago that the Hubble telescope is not there, and we have that from a good source. Mike Mitzlinski, the deputy projects manager, who hadn't set eyes on it for 25 years. It's not up there. There's no Hubble, there's no Kepler, there is no James Webb. So any images coming from said places, it's null and void. So when I see this image, I see more of the same buffoonery. And this young man, Mr. Cosmic Non-Problemist, with all his problems of believing, he has confirmed nothing. But yet he's trying to sell it to us here. That's what's annoying about it all. Come on, man. You haven't even proven the Earth's a globe, man. Going on about all this stuff. Anyway, you're lucky because it was me. You would have gone long time. Gone. Nonsense.
Right.
No, we're letting them twist in the wind, but, you know. I think the crows are back alive.
Thank goodness we have the Higgs boson, man. Otherwise, we wouldn't have a universal remote control. Huh?
I didn't even relate those two together. You did.
I didn't say that. You guys did. Oh, it's
No,
useful for a remote control.
No. I was specifically referring to the electric effect.
For all the money that's being wasted for this remote control, I'd rather just get up and push the button myself. It's much cheaper. Fucking hell, you know what I mean, ladies? And you get less bamboozling going on. There's more integrity in that.
Should they have not bothered with particle physics so that we couldn't speak to each other right now? Should they have just not bothered?
Oh, God.
Nonsense, dude.
Yeah, nonsense.
All the technology we use nowadays was invented in the late 1800s, dude. You don't know what you're talking about.
That's right.
The only thing they did different is they miniaturized it. That's the only difference.
Yeah, exactly. They're just making it smaller, ladies and gentlemen. That's the other thing as well. More they like to wow you with the words and the shiny new product, but when you open it up, it's a reduced system that was much larger back in the day. Same thing, and it was bigger. Now they're able to reduce it in size. That's all.
Right.
Nothing so fantastic. I'm a professional expert specialist, actually. So please, don't be pushing your luck. All right?
What are you calling yourself an expert on the basis of?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm what's known as a professional expert specialist. Now, if he doesn't know what that means, clearly he's out of his league.
Right, okay. So do we give ourselves titles then?
I am my own boss.
Well, I'm Lord of the Universe, so obey me.
Yeah, the universe that doesn't exist. There you are, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. King of Fantasy. The Emperor's got no clothes on, and he stinks, ladies and gentlemen.
So let me ask you this, dude. Because eventually they're going to do this. They're going to take shitloads of data. They're going to feed it into the neural network, and that neural network is going to be able to make predictions. Now, inside that neural network, there's going to be no physics model. So how are you going to explain that?
What, a neural network?
Yeah, like say I shot a cannonball from a cannon over and over and over again. So I got a freaking million trials of a cannonball. How much powder was in it, what the mass of the ball was, or what the weight of the ball was, how long to carry. All the details, right? All the parameters for the cannon firing and where it landed, right? And I feed all this data into a neural network. That neural network's going to be able to predict where the cannonball lands, right?
Yeah.
At some future time. Okay. It doesn't have Newtonian physics inside of it.
No.
Yeah. Don't you see that's a problem with your worldview? Because your worldview makes predictions that were useful. Okay, your worldview was stop. Your worldview was make predictions that are useful. This good old machine learning algorithms making predictions that are useful, but they have nothing to do, right, with physics, physical reality. Doesn't have equations. It just makes predictions that are useful.
Right.
So we're going to call the machine the laws of physics?
I don't even understand these questions.
Of course you don't. Okay, inside the machine is just a bunch of vector math, just like Newton's frickin' so-called laws of motion, right? It's mathematics. Inside the machine is mathematics. Both of them you can use to make predictions of where a cannonball fucking land. Okay, right? So now you have two things. One is just gobbledygook, black box inside, and the other one is something you actually can understand. Which one is the laws of physics? The machine learning model or Newton's three laws?
They all incorporate the laws of physics. we live in reality. Everything.
You have no way of knowing if the machine learning model or what it's using, whether it's using laws of physics or not. It's just making the right prediction.
Yeah, you could make some set of stochastic equations to model something, right? You can do that. That's valid if you get accurate results without necessarily referring to some set equation. Okay, right? I can guess if I throw a ball where it's going to land, without thinking about an equation.
Yeah, we do it all the time.
Yeah, so I don't even get your point.
Because I don't know why you don't get it, first of all. Really simple. We have two things which are equivalent. There's mathematical equations that make a, quote, useful prediction, which was your standard. But one you claim is the laws of physics, and the other you're saying is not.
It's just an iterative algorithm. It's like, what are you trying to say? Like, is maths
But your
physics?
standard for determining whether
maths.
something was physics is whether it makes a useful prediction. Why are you running away from that?
Everything complies with the laws of physics. What is difficult to understand?
Oh my goodness gracious! Are Newton's laws of motion laws of physics?
Yeah.
Okay. Now we have something else that makes the same predictions. We can take the Men in Black brain eraser and brain erase everyone. Newton's laws never existed. We have this other thing now that does the exact same thing. Is that the laws of physics?
Yeah, it complies with it. Yeah, it
complies with it. No, you said the equations are the laws of physics. How come these equations inside the machine learning model isn't the laws of physics?
Because they're just incorporating observations. It's an iterative, like, stochastic model. So it just relies on multiple data sets to draw like an average of what it expects to happen. It's a predictive algorithm. You're right in that saying it's not specifically referring to some set physics equation. I understand that. We both understand that. But again, we can use mathematical predictive modeling, or you can just do the calcs on paper without referring to some like complex iterative function that a computer does. They're both valid if you get accurate results. It's just that while our minds can understand F equals ma in fairly simple terms and run with that, we can't. You couldn't just write on paper like a complex series of stochastic equations and take in 1 million data sets. Our minds just aren't equipped for that. It's why we design computers for that.
Oh, okay. So what you're saying is this. If we understand it in a simplistic equation, it's the laws of physics. And if we don't understand the math, it's not the laws of physics.
No.
So all you're telling me is about human preference.
The laws of physics are what determine how the real world behaves. That's all I'm saying.
Like the machine learning algorithm.
It's going to be built on physics, but it can do pure mathematical algorithms if it wants.
What does that mean? Built on physics? What physics?
Because it has to comply with physical laws to work.
Dude, you're in a loop, dude. You're in a circular logic loop. What you said was the physics laws are Newton's equations, right? You said that those are physical laws.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, the machine learning model is spitting out the same result using a different, ostensibly, technique.
Several
How do we know it's not the machine that isn't the physical laws, and that the frickin' Newton's equations aren't the bullshit?
Because several ways.
This is an arbitrary philosophical. This is an arbitrary philosophical choice based upon human preference. It says nothing about the world.
Well, Newton's laws don't say anything about the world.
Oh Jesus! Machine learning algorithms don't say anything about the world. I can say the same thing, dude. You're like, is this beyond you? Are you like a dope or something? Are you not following?
I mean, if you want to think I'm a dope, like, you're entitled to do that.
Look, if you have two models that are that make the same predictions, dude, how do you know which one is the law?
Because one's just described in a simple linear equation and it matches reality. The other one's a basis from data inputs. So feed it junk and it will produce junk. But in order to get an accurate result...
Well, how was Newton's laws derived? Weren't they derived from data?
Yeah, from observation.
Yeah, so they were derived the same way.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the equations were created to match the observation, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the machine learning algorithm did the exact same thing.
Yeah, but you could feed it any old junk, so it kind of depends on like the knowledge of the developer.
No. Just the knowledge of development has nothing to do with anything. We just feed it data. We're not training it on the knowledge of the developer. We're training it on data. And from that data, it creates an internal neural network. It creates a network. It creates a vector space, right? Depending on how many parameters, in an n-dimensional vector space to make predictions about where some cannonball will land.
Okay? Hello, niggas.
Just because you don't understand it doesn't mean it's not a law of physics, because it does the equivalent job that Newton does, right?
Yeah,
I'm not. It's completely flat.
Dude, you're like in. I'm sorry, man, but you're like in you're a full blown cultist, bro. This shit is well known that if you have a model that makes some prediction about reality, that model is not physically real, because there is an infinite number of possible models for any arbitrary data set. And choosing one versus the other is philosophical.
Yeah, he didn't give you a reason for the choice. He just says that his preferences, he chooses one because he likes it.
I know what his preference is. I know why it's his preference, because he read it in a textbook.
Yeah.
I would choose, say, Newton's 3 laws, because they're easy to do on paper.
Yeah, your personal preference, right?
Yeah, because
reality or personal. It's a natural world.
Computer algorithm.
Know that. Is the natural world have to conform to your personal preference?
No.
Yeah, exactly. No.
Game over, dude.
Okay.
Yeah, game over. You just walk right into that. Game. Yeah. He's got that deer in the headlights look now he's just like, oh shit.
Wow, you destroyed
Game
me.
over. Yeah, you bet your ass you did.
You have that you're not making statements about objective reality that you think you are.
Okay.
We're pointing out that Newton's laws is not objectively true, that they're the laws of physics.
You just chose those. That's all.
Can you guys explain the final experiment, please?
No, don't even touch them with that.
Why?
Just because you get destroyed doesn't mean we can't destroy this guy. Just relax.
No, yeah, man. We're trying to
have a seat, Cosmic. Yeah, have a seat. We've already destroyed you. You can have a seat now.
Okay, go ahead. Explain the final experiment. What's wrong with it? How come this guy proved that the Earth is flat?
Oh, really? Can you tell us how the final experiment did that?
Of course I can explain it to you. So this
how it did it.
Listen. So yes, listen. 1 second. I'm about to explain it to you. So this guy, right? This flat earther went to the.
No. Just go to. We know that part. Just go to the observation part. I'm going to mute you.
Okay, I'll go.
They saw a 24-hour sun. How does that prove? No, listen.
Okay.
Listen, shut up, dude, or I'm going to mute you, dude. Stop. Okay? Really simple. They observed the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Now what? How does that disprove a flat Earth? Go.
Because in your model, there isn't supposed to be...
In my model. What model is that?
24 hours.
Flat Earth model. Wrong. Can you post my flat Earth model?
I'll post it. Oh, actually, I'm banned from this chat. I can't.
So are you gonna straw man the position of flat Earth with using a model that we don't claim? Is that what you're gonna attempt to do right now?
What is your model then?
Yeah, we don't claim one. So therefore, what you're trying
to don't claim one?
We don't claim one. No, we don't. I'm telling you what we don't do.
Why should we believe you if you don't even have a model? You don't even know how the Earth looks.
Hold on.
You don't even know what the Earth looks like.
Bro, calm down. That wouldn't be a model of the flat Earth. That would be a model of the sun. Okay.
What? Why did you need a model of the sun?
Because you're observing the sun, stupid. Because you're observing the sun, stupid.
So what? How does that prove anything?
So if you're observing the sun, the model would be of the sun.
The model of the sun, in regards to what exactly?
dude. We're making an observation of the sun. Okay. So wouldn't the prediction of what the sun does be a model of the sun?
No.
No?
If you're relating it to the final experiment, then no.
So the final experiment doesn't look at the sun. It looks at the Earth?
Yes, pretty much.
How?
It uses the standpoint of the Earth. These guys went to the South Pole to prove that the Earth is not flat.
They didn't even go to the South Pole. Get your facts straight.
That there is a 24 hours.
Get your facts straight. Yeah, we don't care. That's fine. No, yeah, but well, get
there
your
is a
facts straight.
24 hours.
They didn't go to the. Yeah, no one denies that. So what?
Okay, then how does the flat Earth look like?
Why are you asking from where?
Is there a 24? Wait, is there a 24-hour sun in your flat Earth model?
Yeah. There again, you keep saying model.
Not a model. There's a 24-hour sun on a flat Earth. You know how we know it's a flat Earth? Because it measures flat. So whatever the sun's doing, it's doing it over.
Can you post a picture
flat
of
Earth. From where? A picture from where?
Of the flat Earth.
From where? Where's the camera, dude?
I don't know. You tell me. You should know where it is.
You asked for a picture. Okay, I'll give you one. Right? I'll give you one from the beach. Picture of the Earth from the beach.
Hey, Indio, I just posted Getty images.
Don't you have like any pictures from space?
Lewandowski, hold on, bro. Hold on. I just posted 2,400 images of flat horizons.
Okay,
using Getty images.
There is look, bro. There are no pictures from space from anybody.
Wait. So just because you see a flat surface, you think the Earth is flat now? Is that
what do you think it is? What do you think it is?
Bro, what should we think it is? What should we think it is?
What do you think it is? If you're seeing a flat horizon, what is it? Curved?
It could be curved, yeah.
Yeah, prove it. Prove it.
Depending on the situation and how high.
Oh yeah. Okay, number one, you asked for a picture of flat Earth. We showed you the picture of flat Earth.
No, that's a picture of the flat of a flat surface.
Yeah. Oh, that's
not
great.
A picture of the flat Earth.
That's great. Yeah. Well, the surface is on the Earth, dumbass. What are you, stupid?
No, duh. But you just showing me a picture of a flat surface doesn't mean the Earth is flat. Are you? Like
that's the Earth, bro. What the?
Hold on, maybe.
You're so low IQ. Just take an IQ test right now.
Bro, listen. Okay, you said, hey, just because it looks flat means it's curved. How does looking at the sun prove that flat horizon's actually curving?
What did you say?
How does looking at the sun prove that flat horizon's curving, dude?
Because in their own model, there are flat
no models, dude. No, in your own model, dude. No.
Are these guys flat earthers? Yes or no?
Look, I want to know how the sun. I looked at the sun. I saw it up for 24 hours. Then I looked at the horizon. How does that tell me that horizon's curving? Yeah, don't, dude. You're an idiot.
How do I know? Because if you're high enough, you'll see a curvature. Trust me.
How do you know that?
What do you mean? How do I know that? Because there's thousands of
how do you know
videos.
That? Have you been high enough?
There's thousands of videos of professionals being in space. Astronauts who did studies longer than yours, who earn more than you, who are more successful than you, and not spending their lives on this.
Oh God! Now a whole bunch of freaking freaking sociological.
It says the low IQ more on Discord.
What about you? Just got cooked.
No, I didn't.
Okay, tell me how
because you can't provide me any image of the Earth being flat from space. None. Zero.
What the hell?
Because there is no outer space. I can't give you an image.
I want to see a reputable agency take a picture of the Earth proving me that it's flat. Until then.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So, how do we determine what a reputable agency is? Let's go. Let's start with that.
Full of smart people who have degrees in
full of smart people. So what do? We give.
Do you have a degree in engineering, in aerospace?
So what
are you working at NASA? Are you working at SpaceX or any of that?
So are you saying that everyone that works at NASA and SpaceX is smart?
Yes, obviously.
What's your bait? How's that obvious?
What do you mean? How's that obvious?
Because how did you evaluate
years of studies?
How do you evaluate that? How do you know?
Yeah, I told you they had to do years of studies.
Yeah. How do you know that?
And get accepted. And get accepted
to that position. Smart? No.
They had to go through interviews, through multiple interviews. They had to prove themselves. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're smart.
How does that mean they're smart? Maybe they suck Elon Musk's dick under the desk.
They suck.
How does that make them smart?
You think they? Think you can suck dicks to get a position at NASA?
Look,
yeah, good
bro,
luck
you're
with that.
floundering. You're floundering. Okay, you said there's a bunch of smart people. We want to know how you evaluated their intelligence.
I told you already.
How you imagine they got their job?
They did years of studies that you.
Yeah,
you know that.
You don't know that.
What?
Yeah, what? You don't know that.
I proved to you that they're smart. What do you mean I don't know that? I do. I can look up the names of major, like the major people at NASA. I can assure you that.
And if they have the right name, they're smart.
Very reputable university.
Reputable? It's reputable.
Yeah.
Okay. And secondly, how do you know what makes them reputable? Oh, because there's very smart people there. You're in a fucking circular loop again. That's all you guys do is go in circular logic loops. We want to know, okay? Your standard was what? What was your standard?
What do you mean my standard?
For your standard for whether you believe space. Your standard for whether. Why are you interrupting me? Why are you interrupting me after you asked me a question? Why are you interrupting me after you asked me a question? You said what standard? And I'm going to tell you the standard you set forth on whether you believe the claims of people that say they took pictures of space. What was your standard?
My standard?
Yeah, your standard of evaluation.
My standard is that they've been up there.
Okay, Jesus fucking Christ.
He's lost. He got lost.
I'm not lost at all. Most of them were fucking astronauts. So what are you on about?
Yeah, believe really hard. If you believe really, really hard, it becomes true. You heard that, right?
Do you want me to find the names of the astronauts that went up there?
What is their name? Tell me.
Why? Why don't you want their names?
We can see
testimonies
with a telescope.
So their testimony. So when Chris Hadfield said the Earth looks flat and beautiful from the ISS, do we rely on that one?
Who says that?
Chris Hadfield. He said on ABC News during the interview that the Earth looks flat and beautiful from the International Space Station. Should we rely on that one?
Sure, we can.
Okay, then the Earth's flat from that perspective.
It says it looks like. He didn't say the Earth is flat.
Well, it looks like. So how do you know it's not?
That doesn't mean he didn't see a curvature.
All right. So now you're gonna detail to us how you know it's a curved surface because he said it looks that way. Well, if it looks flat, even on the surface,
of course.
I'm gonna do.
Do you know there's a
just pause. So if the people on the surface are saying it looks flat, and Chris Hadfield, who was up in the International Space Station, said it looks flat, what are we gonna do with that when somebody says the Earth's a globe? How do we know now that we can test and verify and know for sure that it's a globe? What are we gonna do for that?
If you want to verify that the Earth is a globe, simple.
Yeah, go ahead.
Look at the sun, apparently.
Get a degree in aerospace engineering or something like that. Become an astronaut, and you'll see it for yourself.
Is that it?
Or just listen. Or there's a better alternative. Wait 1 second. You pay a.
Actually, no. You might leave anyway, but it doesn't matter. You're out of pocket, bro. There's no way that you're just going to say that and just continue to move forward. No, the standard should be either measuring the surface to be curving like you think it is, or produce some empirical information that the Earth is an actual globe. It is not having a degree in something. It's the truth of the matter. The obvious truth that the Earth is a globe should be apparent to somebody that would be able to test it. Because you're putting a standard on yourself that makes you just a believer. Because if you're saying you have to get this type of education, you don't have that, which means that you're a believer. That's what you made yourself into one by putting a standard about only people that can be in NASA can only know that the Earth is a globe, and you don't. You're just a believer in it.
I have that education and have worked for NASA.
Yeah, and look how far that's got you in this conversation, Josh. All right, so let's see. I'm gonna actually. I don't know, Indy, if you want to continue with that guy or not. He's a hot mess.
Oh, he's a hot mess.
I find it funny that
go ahead.
he waits until he got wrecked to tell us that he's worked for NASA. Emphasis on half.
That was Josh. That was Josh.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I thought that was that other cat. Sorry, Josh.
No.
I clean toilets in NASA.
Sorry.
That was Josh, who had absolutely zero rebuttal to the long-distance observations when presented, and still said he was going to go look into it and learn more about optics, but never, ever did.
Actually, I heard different. I heard that he is not interested in looking further into it. I heard that he just likes jumping into these conversations because they're fun on his way to work and from work and sometimes at work. But he doesn't like to investigate more because he feels like he doesn't have a need for it because it's just a fun conversation that he likes to get into. Therefore, he doesn't want to look into anything, according to what he's told me. I'm just saying.
So then why do we keep entertaining him?
Good point.
Is this the Josh that works with satellites? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, the Kuiper program.
I mean, take it easy on him. Let's all take it easy. He admitted he was a villager yesterday and not a wolf, so he said he had no specialized knowledge that everybody else don't have. So, I mean, that's pretty much it. I mean, it's a wrap at that point. We're looking for the people that know, not the people that believe.
That's right. So,
where's the other guy?
Lewandowski, or whatever the hell his name is one who claims that we do know that the Earth is a globe. That's why I wanted to let him up off of mute. But I just wanted some time for him to reflect on what standard he was actually applying. Was that if the only way that you can know that the Earth is a globe, if you have an education and you go to this NASA, and all this, then you would know. That's what he was saying.
Yeah, you have 10 interviews, you pass those interviews, and then you're in.
Yeah, but then that's the only way you'd know. And then that would make him just a believer, wouldn't it? If those guys know and he doesn't know, that makes him a believer, yeah?
It certainly does.
Okay, so I don't know how
shout out Mr. Xavier. We have a guest of honor, Mr. Xavier. He's my ex-bro. You don't have to talk, you want. He's
Oh, yeah. I've seen Mr. Xavier.
Mr. Dude.
Xavier.
Even USC's freaking laughing his ass off at these guys.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see the other characters, Sheepdog, perhaps. Anyways,
they're always invited. I'm constantly saying, "Hey, come check it out."
Yeah, there's an olive branch there, so I don't know. Anyway, I'll let this guy up. I don't know if we want to still engage.
Yeah, I got a question to ask him. Actually,
see if he's raised his standards.
Is he unmuted?
Yeah, go ahead.
Who is it?
I've unmuted him. Lewandowski.
Hey, bro, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so let's imagine that we took somebody that never had any contact with civilization. We snatch them out of the Amazon rainforest. What are you going to tell them to convince them the Earth is a globe?
I'll take them to space.
You'll take them to space.
Yeah, if I had the money, I would take them to space. If I was Elon Musk, I would take them to space.
We can't wait for you to, prostitute yourself for that long. So you're just gonna have to come up with the evidence now.
You want the evidence?
What would you tell them? The guy from the Amazon rainforest. What would you show them? What would you tell them?
Easy. I would pull out a phone and show him the live stream from the ISS showing the Earth.
That's what you would do.
Yes.
And you think the dude from the Amazon rainforest would go, yeah, now the Earth's a ball?
Yeah, most likely, yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Is that all it took for you?
Yes.
The TV?
Yep.
They asked the question why they would lie, and you see the outcome of individuals.
Who's
this guy? That seems to be a question why you guys ask us. Well, why would they lie? Yeah, you guys asked that. When
we asked you.
Yes.
When did I accuse you of lying?
Okay, I'm gonna put you on mute. So the general, he's got a real comprehension problem. So usually when we speak to a group of people that believe that the Earth is a globe, when we start giving them all the facts that the Earth isn't a globe, they start to ask us why would they lie? Like the people that they're getting the information that the Earth is a globe from, and including anybody in academia, their parents, it doesn't matter who it is, right? So they're starting to ask questions to us why people would lie about it. And I'm trying to show people that the end result of that is individuals such as yourself. You're caught in this cultist mindset that you can't get out of. So you believe with all your heart and mind and soul that there is an Earth that's a globe, yet you cannot prove it empirically. You can't do that in any way, shape, or form.
So you've set a standard that you can't even apply to yourself as if you know the Earth is a globe. You're just showing people what you think it is based on a video, like a live stream, and images and such. And therefore, the Earth is a globe by way of that. So if we were to tell you how can you test for sure that the Earth that you're standing on is a globe, you wouldn't be able to produce information to substantiate that claim. Only that you believe it to be so because of these images and videos. So why they would lie is to make more people like you believe a narrative. And because of the narrative, you can, I guess, put anything else in between there. Killer asteroids from space. You got limited resources on Earth, overpopulation, climate change, anything that people, whatever narrative controls you on this Earth is going to be used as a foundation that you think that the cosmos are in a specific way that you've been told based on these images and such. So yeah, it all comes back to this. You're in a belief system and you don't know how to get out of it because you've just been born into it. That's it.
Wait, let me answer that real quickly.
Sure.
So, do you consider videographic observations as evidence or no?
Yeah, you can submit that as evidence.
How do you know they're videographic observations, bro? They're just look.
Can you prove to me that they're fake?
Look, bro. Do I have to prove to you that Bigfoot pictures are fake?
No, prove to me that the videos from NASA are fake. Go.
Yeah, okay, real easy. This is super simple. Those videos show curving oceans, and we've measured the ocean, and it's not curving.
Oh, the videos specifically.
Yeah, that's what they're showing.
But we can measure the things
that's you applying your own beliefs to the videos.
Bro, listen carefully. No, don't try to overtalk me. You asked me, and I answered. Address my answer.
What did I say to you? Adjust it if it's irrelevant. I'm asking you to prove that the videos are fake.
The thing that's depicted in the picture can't possibly be real, dude.
Can't possibly, according to your own thinking, but you're not proving.
No, according
that the
to
video
measurements.
Itself,
according to measurements, dude. According to measurements.
What is the proof for you that the videos are fake? Go.
I just gave it to you.
But that's not proof. That's not proof at all.
Okay, so if the images depict something, that doesn't exist, when we go to the Earth, the things that are in the image,
according to your own beliefs, yeah, they don't exist.
It's not a belief, dude.
No, it is a belief.
So if I take a device and measure the surface of water and show that it's not curving, and that water is in those pictures, and it is curving in the picture, that picture can't be real.
Listen, I don't know anything about this geometry, mathematical stuff. Okay, I don't know.
I know. Just stick with your coloring books, bro. Books with lots of pictures, you'll be all right. It's really simple. If someone shows you a picture, and what's depicted in that picture doesn't exist, then the picture is fake. I don't have to prove how they faked it.
Yeah, what's important is that the last comment that he made is that he doesn't understand any of this measurements or mathematics. He's already threw his own claim under the bus by saying he doesn't understand how this could be the case, that what you're telling him could be true. So that makes it difficult for him to even comprehend that he could be wrong. So he's stuck in a loop, in a cultist mindset that you're wrong and he's right.
Well, I mean, it's real simple, man. Is he still here? Did he bolt?
No, he's here.
Hey, can I ask him a quick question?
No,
I'll try to be quick about it.
One second, Chief. I want to ask him one thing. If NASA showed you a picture of Jesus walking on water, would you believe that?
Yeah.
And there we go. Even though you know it's physically impossible to walk on water, you'd still believe the picture.
Well, on the basis that NASA is giving him information, he's gonna take that in. So if you were to say anything else, you could say, well, what if a whole bunch of people, just random people, took a video of it? So he's putting NASA above all else. Yeah.
So it doesn't matter. You insert whatever you wanted to say in there, Indio. It doesn't matter what it is. Some other spectacular claim. NASA saw Santa Claus flying over, Chicago or whatever. He'd be like, yeah, of course. Like anything that has to do with NASA and is attached to it, he's just going to say yes to.
But that was Sphere before NASA.
Well, now I got a second question.
They have a time camera.
Huh?
Oh, it's established.
No, I was just trying to Sasha. Sasha brought up that Jesus was before NASA, and I said they have a time camera. You still would believe it. NASA said, we have a camera that can take pictures of the past. You're like, yes, NASA said it. It's possible.
That one, okay.
Strange.
Well, let's ask him the inverse then. Let's do the Matthew Learns thing. If NASA came out today and said, oh, we've been lying to the public, it's flat, here's all the documents that prove it, we've been scamming the whole earth for decades, would he believe it?
Would you believe it, bro? Is he still here?
Would you believe it, Lewandowski?
Yeah, I wasn't listening. Can you repeat your question?
Yeah, if NASA came out, showed you all the documents, said, hey, we're lying about the shape of the earth, it's really flat.
Then I would believe it, yes.
For decades.
Yes, I would believe it.
You would believe it. Okay.
Told you.
If NASA said we're liars, would you believe that?
What? What did he say?
If NASA said that they were liars, would you believe that?
Depends.
No.
If they told me specifically what lies they made, then yeah. And they would show me the evidence of why they lied, then yes, absolutely, I would believe.
Yeah, you're gonna believe self-admitted liars.
You present me evidence, I will believe you. Yes. Concrete evidence, I will believe you.
Go to the ocean.
He's got a shrine to NASA. Everything that they do cannot be wrong. It's whatever they do, just follow.
Never said that. I never said that.
You will follow them.
You're putting words in my mouth.
Dude, NASA is it's like a god to you. Like whatever it says, like that's what you'll do. No, this is evident. Every question that we ask you, it's evident of your answer that it doesn't matter what it is, NASA says you'll believe it. 100%.
Wait, wouldn't you believe people that have done years of studies that have dedicated their lives to it?
Now you're reasoning with us why you believe. We get it. You're a cultist. That's fine.
Lewandowski.
What kind of degrees did you get though?
How do you know what NASA did? How do you know about anything that NASA does?
Because it's been documented, and even the Russians admitted it. So
what documents did you read?
What documents?
Yeah, you said it's been documented. What documents did you read?
Do you want proof of the documents?
Yeah, I want the documents
Russians,
you read when you
Russians proving that the United States landed on the moon.
No. I want what you read when you evaluated it's been documented.
What do you mean?
You never did any of that, dude.
Hold on.
You're just
the documentation of the landing on the moon by the Russians is not enough for you, for example?
The Russians said America's
rivals?
The Russians said America never went to the moon.
No, they never said that. Even they admitted that.
You want to bet money?
No.
Want to bet money?
Yeah.
Want to bet money?
Yep.
Okay. 1 second. Okay, how much money you got? It's a sucker's bet, bro.
Let's see.
Hey, Lewandowski, while you're figuring out your money, look at this image that I posted at...
Yeah, there you go. Russian space chiefs finally admit U.S. landed on the moon. There you go. However, Boris said that the test performed on the samples by the Russian Academy of Scientists confirmed their authenticity. There you go.
But you said they never said that.
So the Russians admitted.
Look at the image that I posted at 51 minutes past the hour. You see that image of SpaceX?
Which one?
51 minutes past the hour. Just scroll up.
Yeah. What about it?
Yeah. What do you think about that image that Elon Musk retweeted out?
I don't know. It's a normal image.
Really? Who took the picture?
I have no idea. Why are you asking me these questions?
Well, I'm just curious who went out and floated away into space to go take that picture.
I don't fucking know.
That's fake.
Yeah,
Maybe
he's more. He's
from
more.
another spaceship. Who knows?
He's more on the tip of like whatever NASA says, not whatever images are being just shown by whatever corporation. He's more like, if NASA's doing something and they're saying something, I'll believe that. Whatever it is, doesn't matter. And then he gives a reason for why he believes it.
Yo, AV, what are your credentials? I'm curious.
You
sound so opinionated on this.
I'm about to tell you. I'm a professional globe ass kicker. Okay.
Oh, okay. So basically nothing. You probably didn't even go to college. Makes sense.
Look, appeals and credentials are logical fallacies. Nothing about the person.
No, they're not. They clearly aren't.
Yeah, they clearly are.
Hope.
Okay. So
AV, you want to become a geologist or something like that? You want to become a space engineer? You think they're going to accept you?
Who cares? You're making statements about human beings. Yeah, you're making statements about what human beings would or wouldn't do. We're talking about the truth of a claim. The truth of a claim is not decided by the fucking credentials of the person that said it.
No, it is.
They're decided by the evidence.
It actually is. If these people spend years studying something, which they made that thing a passion,
the logical fallacy.
Yeah, they will know more than you. Trust me. That's why you don't fuck with LeBron James in basketball.
Oh my god, you're a retard, dude.
No, I'm not a retard. I'm just a same.
Yeah, you're worse than a retard. You're low IQ, below 73.
Oh yeah, sure.
So check this out. So when in the past they believed in phlogiston, all the scientists in the world believed that phlogiston was inside of things, and that's why they lit on fire. Because they had credentials, that makes it true, right? According to your standard, it's the credentials that decide.
What is it you said? Repeat yourself, please.
Just go on mute, dude. Don't talk anymore.
He can't.
You're not going to listen.
I wasn't listening to, bro. I was responding.
I know you weren't. Just go on mute, dude.
Can't you just repeat?
Nope.
There was a substance. People used to think that fire was caused by a substance called phlogiston. All the scientists in the world at the end of the 18th century believed this. All the top people knew, everyone. This was the mainstream theory of how fire was created for hundreds of years. Okay? So really simply, according to your method of evaluation, fire must be caused by phlogiston and not oxidation. Because all the people with credentials said it was true. You see how stupid that is? Appeal to credentials is a logical fallacy. The only thing that matters is the evidence. Fucking, how dumb do you have to be to try to argue that a logical fallacy is correct? The hell's wrong with you, boy?
Don't they say that the majority of scientists agree with those who fund them?
Yeah, and you want to know who disproved that? Other scientists, other people with big credentials.
Lewandowski, what is flat earther? Why they are flat earthers?
I don't know. Ask them.
I know, but you don't know.
Of course, I don't know because they're.
That means it must be a reason for that. You are saying there is NASA telling that you said I believe NASA, but there must be a reason why flat earthers don't believe NASA and why they think that Earth is flat.
You can't be this far into cogdiss, man.
You're going to make them humanize us. You don't want to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe we got somebody else in there we can speak to. How about Alloy? Yeah, that guy's an extreme cultist. I mean, you could probably think he's probably like Cosmic on a different scale, though.
I think the difference is that kid got brainwashed. Cosmic is brainwashing himself.
Yeah, that's a pretty good distinction between the two. Yeah. Yeah, Cosmic believes the shit he's saying coming out of his own mouth, and this guy just believes whatever organization like NASA's saying. What a sad world to live in when you can't even question the narrative based on like you just believing that people that hold some sort of status in life are like gods of intellect, and you can't reach that level of like scrutiny to be able to scrutinize what they're saying. Sad situation.
This kid, does he actually believe the fairy tales he's spouting, or is he just trying to assuage his loneliness by coming in here and just saying whatever that seems opposite to what we're saying?
No, it sounds like he's really defending a position of like saying that people who are in those positions, like whatever organization, that whatever they say is just gold.
They're gods.
It's the truth. It's the truth. They could say nothing that could be corrected later in the future, and that's what the point that India was making earlier. But the like academia was thinking something in the 18th century, and then it turns around that it's not exactly what they were saying. So, but if he was living back then, he would agree that he would be having the same argument. No, but they said it was, so that's how it is.
Now, what was the stuff that fire was supposedly made of? I've not heard of that before.
Fire?
Is that what he said earlier? That something, some substance that fire was made of that got fire to start, that they believed up until the end of the, or like to the end of the 1700s or something?
Yeah, phlogiston.
How do you spell that? I never heard of that.
I don't know. I'm sure if you misspelled it, they'd probably correct it.
Starts with a PH.
PHLOGISTON.
He was just driving the point home about it. It wasn't so much about that.
No, I know. I get it. Oh, here we go. Phlogiston theory. Yeah, I never heard of that before, so that's cool.
But he's committing the same fallacy as people would back then do. So.
Oh no, I got the entire. No, I got the entire grader lesson. I just didn't catch what the.
Dude, this place existed back then. He'd be on here. We'd be like, "There's no such thing as phlogiston," and he'd be like, "Yeah, there is. The scientists, the trustable, verifiable academics, they prove phlogiston."
You're stupid that you don't believe in this.
How about we do a more recent one where lobotomies cured mental illness?
Yeah, it doesn't matter which one. It like in these examples, it's not really about the example itself. It's about the idea that somebody will believe an academic resource or whatever they say. That's all it is. Any example that gets put forward is just you have to look at why people just accept these things. It's more peer into like the mind of a human that thinks certain things. Their worldview is constructed of things that they think is true based on people they consider to be, higher in intellect. And without any scrutiny of what the information's coming at them about. They're not going to even look into it. They're just going to accept it wholeheartedly and say, yep, this is the truth. I mean, I don't know if you guys want to live in that kind of world. I sure as hell don't. But the young people of today are growing up in a world just like that. And I would assume that this person is a young person So he's growing up in a world where information's coming at him like in all kinds of ways, right? You got, his phone's doing it, his little watch is doing it, like computers doing it. So, and it's so much information. In order for him to process it, he's got to like outsource that to like, well, okay, NASA must be speaking truth. I don't got time to look into all that stuff because I got all these other things going on, and and I can't just dissect each and every one thing that's coming at me. So some things I'm just gonna have to take it for granted. Like that's just the way it is.
Yeah, he's too busy with LeBron James statistics.
Yeah. He sounds like, those kind of guys that you listen to, that they're more interested in worldly things versus like actually being involved with like the more intellectual side of the way people could think. So yeah, he's more involved with like worldly things. So it's like akin to like when you really want to have a deep discussion with someone and they're just wanting to talk about like NASCAR or the latest football game, and you're just like, you're not interested. You're like, they're just
bro, did you see that outfit that LeBron James wore when he entered the arena?
Yeah, exactly that. He's like, dude, I gotta get me one of those. And like, you're just so not interested in that type of convo, man. You're like, maybe it's just us that we've over time we want more than just that kind of a typical, blasé conversation, bro. Do you find yourself yearning for that? I do. Shit, I don't want to be surrounded by people that are just talking about stupid nonsense all day.
So I had one of my economics professors in college said that the best way for him to be at a family gathering or a church cookout or something was for him to be grabbing his food, and then for somebody to turn around and say something like, "Hey, I know you're a professor of economics. What do you think about," and then mention some thin little slice of something that was in the news recently. He said the worst thing about that is because that person doesn't actually want to hear what you have to say. They want to hear you say what they want you to say. And I have yet to come across a better example than this topic here of people, they'll ask you some slither of something that they've heard from McToons or saw on a Facebook meme or something, but they don't really want the answer. They just want what they want.
A confirmation bias.
Yeah, they want you to capitulate what they're saying is true and be like, yeah, you agree, right? Right? And you're like, fuck no, man. I don't believe what that shit you're talking about. And when the moment you do that, it's like instant cog dis. What do you mean, bro? And they just can't. Their brain starts going in like fucking a million directions.
And they're just listening. They're breaking your conversation down one word at a time because they want to argue the word. They don't even want to argue the point anymore.
Yeah, exactly. You know who does that a lot? Fucking what's his name that comes in here? Mez. Fucking does it all the time, dude. He repeats the whole fucking sentence.
Mez.
He says it the whole fucking. Oh, he's in here. He says the whole fucking sentence, dude. Fucking. So you're saying the Earth cannot be a globe because the Earth is like he does this shit all the time, bro. It's fucking funny.
That's arguing a word. I think that's arguing the definition of a word.
You do it because you when you go slow through it, you try to see if there's anything in the sentence you could pick apart. Fucking, I hear you all the time.
What's an example of that? What's an example?
You mean like an argument? Yeah, I think he tries to do that.
Yeah, see, everybody knows that. we always.
What's an example?
Let's just be real. Let's just be real, dude. Let's just be real. Every time
let's be real. Give me an example.
See, you're doing it now. Fucking hell, bro.
Why do you try and
you must have heard him
say
so
that are
hard.
wrong and try and pick it apart? Why do you do that?
ABC
What are you talking about?
You must have heard him.
So when you say let's be real, and I say okay, let's be real. That's there's a problem.
Was that an argument, Cavendish? That wasn't an argument.
Hey,
that was just him restating what I'm saying, just so you can find out what I'm saying.
That's not an argument. That's asking a question.
No, you're just repeating what I'm saying because you're trying to, like Sheepdog was saying.
I'm asking you a question. Give me an example of this that you don't like.
And you like to fundy mute people too. So you jump in the middle of what they're saying. It's a concept. Look,
fundy mute.
Instant cognitive dissonance. Yeah, you're a globalist fundamentalist. Yeah.
Somebody's been watching too much QE lately.
All right.
No, so when you think about like an argument, you don't just you don't contemplate it. You have to repeat everything somebody says all the time.
Wait, are you trying to say he's repeating other people's arguments, or he's just repeating what the person who's arguing is saying?
Yes, exactly that. So if like I say an argument, he'll say the exact same thing slowly, as if he's trying to understand what I'm saying every fucking time.
Oh, so he's trying
to understand what someone is saying. Oh my god!
Yeah,
so he's trying not to strawman you. He's trying to argue in good faith.
No, that's not it. That's not it.
I hate when people do that.
Is that alien to you, Alpha?
No, you're missing it.
Anyway, this isn't even an example of like what the other person was saying.
C or offense with an S?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Exactly what Sheepdog's saying.
Right. But what I was accused of initially here
exactly
was
what you do.
Picking apart the definition of a word. I don't think I do that. I think you guys do that when people mention like horizon and say, "Oh, well, the horizon's defined this way, so whatever."
Well,
that's an example of that.
That picking apart a word is not like what you guys tend to do. And I'm blanketing you guys as in anybody who disagrees because it's going against the paradigm that the Earth is a horizontal plane. So you have to, in some way, figure out that there's one word that you can use that's going to be like, well, we all agree that the word means this, and that's what I'm saying.
No, I think arguing over definitions is a pretty poor way to argue. As long as you and I both understood the thing that we're referring to, arguing over a definition is pretty pointless.
Well, the definition is because we're trying to ascribe the token meaning to the defined word. We're trying to figure out what it means. So if it doesn't have meaning or coherence to like our physical world, then why are we going to be using it in an argument? We need to understand each other in that way. So
yeah, so as long as we understand each other, there's no issue.
Well, but a lot of times people are making discussions in here that they're talking past each other because they don't know if the word that they're using specifically, not just any word, words that have meaning to the context. So it's not just like, you're just going to repeat what somebody's argument is and try to pick apart each word that they're using. You're using the picking apart semantics in order for you to guide the context. You want people to be understanding what you're saying in regards to the token meaning of the word you're talking about.
Oh, that was a lot of gibberish.
Really? So
yes.
When somebody's trying to understand, like if I'm talking about a level horizon, then the words that I'm using, they actually have a token meaning, right? What does level mean? To you, what would it mean to you? Like a horizontal, flat? Is that what it means?
No, I would assume level to mean of equal elevation.
Okay, so yeah, equal elevation. And what is your base reference frame?
Sea level.
Yeah, what is sea level? We're going to keep going back till we find out the basis of what the meaning is.
It's where the sea is. The height of the sea.
And how do they measure sea level?
By looking at it. That's your baseline.
No, that's not. You don't understand. Like in this particular argument, what's funny is that you don't understand what the methodology is and how they determined what sea level is, the mean sea level.
Okay, maybe you could enlighten me.
You want to know something crazy, Miz? You want to know something crazy, Miz?
No, I want to know how we find out what sea level is.
Concentric circles are not level with each other.
I want to know how we find out what sea level is.
Concentric circles are not level with each other.
Well, it's just because water is flat, man. That's all you say.
Oh.
You just say that, and then that makes it level.
Oh.
It always seeks its level, man.
Yeah, but to you guys, how did you determine what mean sea level is?
It's where the sea is.
Dude, don't say the obvious.
Average height of the sea.
Yeah, I know. What is the methodology that they use to determine how do they get it? How is it taken?
I'm not sure where you're going with this.
I'm getting that you have a gap of knowledge. You have a gap of knowledge. You have a gap of knowledge.
Maybe I do. Maybe you can enlighten me then.
Dude, I'm trying to tell you something. You have a gap of knowledge.
Tell me.
You already. Then shut the fuck up. You have a gap of knowledge that every single time you bring this word up, you are just insinuating that you already know what the word means and that you expect that we're both saying the same thing. But what I'm saying is whenever we talk about mean sea level, there's no actual context to how they derived it. So it seems like we're talking past each other whenever we're bringing sea level up, or at least mean sea level, whenever we're saying how they derived it and how it was taken and therefore how it's applied. So we have to, if we're going to, in the realm of what we're talking about here, we're going to have to give it some sort of description of how people understand it to be taken. So if you can
Let's not talk past each other, and you can just tell me what mean sea level is.
Yeah, if you can right now, because if I do start detailing it to you and you want to see what it is, you could easily type it into Google and find out how it was taken. So the measurement of sea level over a 19-year period of the rise and fall of tides, depending on what coastline you're going to be taking it from, is going to be giving an average of that mean sea level. And it's going to establish a zero baseline for elevation change if you're going to be doing taking measurements on land, and thereby creating a horizontal plane that they're going to be able to give an established height to things that are in the distance horizontally across the surface, so that you can get an understanding of what elevation is. So you can look it up because it's all there. But that's how
it's where the sea is. So it is what I said.
But they're not using. You didn't say that. Did you say what I said?
I said it's where the sea is. It's the average height of the sea.
Yeah. How did they take it though?
What do you mean? How do they take it?
Yeah, dude. You see,
so they find some sea, and they go, okay, that's my base for elevation.
Yeah, who's taking
then we measure things
Who the fuck's
against that.
Who's doing that? Who's doing that?
My friend Frederick from
over a 19-year period. Did Frederick do it over a 19-year period?
No.
Okay, then he's not fucking taking mean sea level like the way they're saying it is it he?
Doesn't matter who does it.
You big doofus. Like, you need to do it exactly the methodology because of the fluctuations of the rise and fall of tides.
The methodology,
dude,
doesn't matter. What matters is what it is, and what it is the average height of the sea.
Dude, if you want to get an average height of the rise and fall of tides, you need a longer period of time so that you can get a more precise, accurate measurement of a mean sea level. You don't just fucking go out
that's
there.
That's how you get your average.
Oh, after a week's time, we're just going to see the rise and fall of tides, and thereby we're just going to arbitrarily give it so 0 point will be here. No.
Nobody said that.
Yeah, so it's important, isn't it? It's important that you have this information if you're going to talk about it anyway.
Yes, if you want to know the average over a period, you've got to measure it over a period, and then you find the average.
All right, but you didn't know that period, and so neither does your friend.
Doesn't matter what the period is.
Yes, it is, dumbass.
There's an average height of sea level.
Yes, it does matter.
That's your sea level.
Dude, go look it up, because right now you're talking out of your ass, and so does your friend Frederick. You guys don't know what the fuck you're doing. All right. So in regards to
relevant anyway,
because we're establishing a 0 point for horizontal elevation.
You're aware it's just an average, right?
Okay,
it's not like an actual line, right?
So now,
you know that, right?
Yeah. So how are you going to tell me there's an established elevation change if you don't have a baseline for it? Measure.
Yes, we have a baseline. We call that change depending on where you are.
That's not what we're talking about, dumbass. We're talking about how are you going to establish an elevation change on land? How are you going to do that?
You can make an arbitrary set point. You can make it whatever the fuck you want it to be in elevation.
No,
it doesn't matter.
Stupid. That's fucking stupid.
Why not?
No.
Why can't I just have an arbitrary set point?
Because you're going off of a baseline for the rise and fucking fall of tides. It's not just fucking whatever you willy-nilly want to make it.
Why couldn't it be that?
That's fucking stupid.
Why couldn't I have an arbitrary baseline at whatever elevation I wanted to be and measure it from that?
Because you're trying to figure out what the baseline for that water that's on the ocean, what it's going to be, because you want to have buildings constructed. So when you do that,
why can't I do that off an arbitrary one?
I'm gonna fucking tell you, Cavendish. Shut the fuck up.
Okay.
So when you go horizontally across, whatever part of land you're going to be measuring elevation change from, you want to know if there's going to be a rise over run. Because if you're going to build something at an angle and there's going to be a runoff, you need to know where that's going to be at. So it's crucial information, especially if you're doing canals or bridges or any other thing that's going to need this information. it's crucial. It's a critical information, and especially for those who are going to be doing these types of things. Sewers are going to need that. Any type of structure that's going to take over distance, it's going to need to have an elevation change profile. So you need that profile. It's a part of geologists use this. This information needs to be paramount and understood very well. So if you don't have something that's established, and if you're just like, oh, let's just willy-nilly make up what mean sea level is, then you're not going to have accurate runoff information. If something's going to have at an angle off into the distance, like on land, so it's crucial and it's critical, right? So you need to be at a place where you understand where you have established that at, to have a baseline. That's how we know how tall things are. We're going off of mean sea level. So this is a lot of the critical information that you guys seem to negate when you talk about this topic. And it's not my fault that you guys don't have the knowledge on this. You need to go and check it out if you don't believe me. Otherwise, anything that people build on land is going to be way off in everything that they're trying to do. When it concerns like, whether something's going to be at an angle and they're concerning like sewers and canals, if they're going to be building something that's going to be, causing, pooling.
Yes, we understand the importance of having a baseline level. Okay.
Yeah.
We use
So then
mean sea level.
why don't you establish that and understand how it was established, and then be able to tell the people that you can't do that on a fucking globe? Can you?
Yes, you can.
Okay. So how do you get a horizontal baseline to understand where the canal's being constructed or a sewer line? And then you're going to say you're going to have to account for the curvature of the earth, because you don't fucking do that when you're building shit like that. Do you?
If you want to establish a horizontal baseline, you simply have a line that is perpendicular to plumb. It is an imaginary line.
It's not going along the curvature of the earth.
No.
It just isn't. All right. So therefore, there's no way that you could measure the curvature of the earth, because it's not even needed in what we're talking about with measuring over distance and concerns
There's
with
no way you can measure the curvature of the.
Yeah.
What do you mean there's no way you can measure the curvature of the earth with a horizontal baseline?
Well, has it been done? Has it been done?
Yes.
Go ahead and show me. And if you're going to use mean sea level to measure the curve of the earth, I'd fucking like to see that magic trick. Go for it.
I wouldn't use mean sea level to measure the curvature of the earth. Or at least I'm not doing it in this example. And
so what are you going to? What is your baseline?
Horizontal.
Yeah. How do you establish that?
Perpendicular to plumb.
And how do you establish that?
With a plumb bob.
Yeah, the plumb bob is perpendicular to what?
Horizontal.
And how do you establish horizontal?
By having it perpendicular to plumb.
Okay, that's circular. No, that's just circular.
That's not circular.
Yeah,
you
it
asked,
is.
You asked.
It is. No, there's the plumb bob.
Your line of questioning was
the
circular.
The plumb bob is referencing something. What is it referencing?
Vertical.
Vertical? No, it's referencing
the direction
something. If it's plumb. Yeah, there you go. And how do you know that? How do you know that gravity is keeping at an orientation where you can have a horizontal baseline?
Because it falls in one direction.
Yeah, but how do you know that?
Because you can see it fall.
Okay, and how do you know that all the way down?
How do I know it all the way down?
It's going to the center.
What do you mean, how do I know it all the way down? Down to what? The floor?
It's going to.
Because it stops at the floor?
Oh, where is it? Where is it pointing down to? Where is, like, if it's
down.
pointing down?
That is it. It's pointing down.
Yeah, what? Just to the floor?
Yes.
Okay, so if I have a plumb bob, let's say, I don't know, 2 miles away from you, where is it going to be pointing to?
Down.
Okay, and if you have those two plumb bobs at 2 miles away from each other, are in relation to each other, how are they pointing?
They will be pointing towards each other, to the center of the earth.
There you go.
Flat Earth,
then they we got to it now. How do you know that's true right there? How do you know they're pointing to the center of the earth?
Well, that's the thing in contention when this whole discussion.
Yeah, I know that. How do you know that?
Because you use a plumb bob to establish a vertical. Then from that you establish a horizontal. And from that you can measure a drop over distance.
Yeah, really? So how do you know the plumb bobs are at angled towards each other? How do you know that?
Because we measure drop over distance.
Okay. You're measuring a drop over distance. So What is the distance that this has been measured with? Since you saying that it can be done, give me an example of it.
I can show you it's at 74 miles.
74 miles.
Yeah.
I
So what was?
I
Go
run
ahead.
about 5 miles in a week.
Yeah, you've done it in 74 miles, have you?
Yeah, in about a week.
Yeah, Jesse did.
Who's this guy? Is he the guy who's done it?
Yeah, Jesse Patholite. He measured a 0.27
the
degree
guy who's
drop
speaking, is
to
he
a
Jesse
target.
Patholite?
We're not using
guy-
Jesse Path of Lies.
Oh.
Is
Why are we
is
using
Jesse
Jesse
Path
Path
of
of
Light in here? Hold on, fuck. Is Jesse Path of Light in here?
I think Cavendish is Jesse Path of Light. It sounded like him, dude.
No. So 75 miles distance, and you said you've measured drop over distance.
Yeah. A drop of 3,130 feet.
Okay, what device?
Theodolite.
I'm pretty sure it doesn't have feet in the theodolite readout.
No, it measures an angle, like I said.
Oh, okay. So you measured an angle. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Yeah, you measured an angle. So what?
Correct.
Yeah, so what?
So we measured a negative angle to a target that has a elevation.
A negative angle?
1,288 feet higher than the observer. And this calculates out to a drop of 3,130 feet below where it, quote unquote, should be on flat
So
Earth.
calculates. Yeah, actually calculates.
Yeah, he calculated. He didn't measure it.
Congratulations.
Yeah, you measure an angle.
Yeah, you measured an angle, not curvature.
Okay.
Yeah,
If you want to explain this on flat Earth, that'd be great.
I don't need to explain it. I can demonstrate it actually
Time
happened
wave
with
dismissal.
photographs that I
Nah, it
took
doesn't count.
myself. No, I can demonstrate it with myself that this drop over distance is caused by meteorological conditions, not
Okay, what meteorological conditions are going to cause a drop over distance?
Doesn't matter. I can demonstrate.
It doesn't matter. Demonstrate it,
I don't
please.
need to know why.
How are you demonstrating it if you don't know what it is, and it doesn't matter what it is?
Because I take two photographs and I see one is dropped and the other isn't. Of the same thing. 40 minutes apart. None same as? We know, based upon things like the flattening of the sun and other observations, that things with distance appear compressed. We know this. So using a theodolite beyond spec, way beyond spec, 74 miles, saying, hey, I measured curvature of the Earth, is fucking astronomical level retard. Okay, first of all, you can't create a level line all the way to that mountain, 74 miles, with your three little fucking bubbles inside the theodolite. That's retarded too.
Thanks for that, Indio. I had to step out. I had to go back into my job.
Jesse pathological liar in the first place.
Yeah, he used Patholite in his example.
He's getting freaking this dude. Unverified nonsense from this dude, and we have to talk about a pathological liar, dude. Like literally, that dude's been caught lying so many fucking times. It isn't
He
even
literally clowned you. What are you talking about?
Who clowned me?
He did.
Who?
You know exactly who I'm talking about.
No, we
don't. I don't know who you're talking about.
Sea Lion.
Who's the fucking Sea Lion?
Oh, ABC Lion, fucking Mez.
Oh yeah, Sea Lion. Clowned himself. Did he measure curvature? Did he measure drop over distance?
Yeah, he explained it to you perfectly.
Yeah, what was the measurement value?
You know what your cope was? Meteorological fucking issues, bro. Seriously?
Yeah. It's well known
Is
that
that your
this happened.
excuse?
It's not an excuse. It's well known that it happened. It's not even an excuse.
Of course.
Okay, so tell me, go on Google and type in flattening of the sun and tell me why that happened. Why does the sun look smushed? Is the sun actually smushed?
You don't even know about the argument. This is low IQ guy that was in here earlier, Lebowski. That didn't know.
Oh,
Bro, you can't even pronounce that correctly, bro. Who's the low IQ in the room? You can't even.
You're the one who needs.
Lewandowski, bro. Is it hard? Jesus.
You're the one that ignores the outdoors and looks at picture books. Okay.
Picture books. Sure. So how come you're here in that Discord instead of working at NASA? And
Oh my God! There you go again.
Why would I work at NASA?
We should just keep this going.
Wait, who wouldn't want to earn six figures?
Believe me, I've earned six figures. I've actually worked at General Dynamics. You know what that is?
Oh, I didn't know you wanted to entertain him, dude. I just muted him. Do you want to talk to this guy?
Oh.
Fucking
no, dude. His bias is just disgusting. Like it is. Like, I should call it right. You're a bigot, bro. You're just a bigot. You concoct an idea of what NASA does, what the scientists do, what all these other people you don't know and never met do. When we've talked to them in here, in this chat, and other places, and now you're also playing Mystic Mag about what we do. I think we created an anti-flat earther. I think he's going to be an anti-flat earther now.
Who, Bob?
Every day.
Yeah.
No, Minkowski or whatever his name is.
Yeah, Bob.
Hey, Bob, how do you spell your name backwards?
The perfect fitting for a name, Big Orange Ball. It's been assassinated.
Dude, I wouldn't trust Jesse to do anything. Anything.
And wasn't his argument also that he wanted to come in and help us out? He's like, I'm in here to help you guys.
Yeah, we're here to find the truth. Just watch his videos. Watch the video, watch what is happening on the screen, and then listen to what he's saying and listen to how they don't match what's actually happening. It's fucking crazy, dude. He's like, yeah, this is all lined up perfectly right on the 43-inch mark. It's fucking nowhere near the 43-inch mark. You're just saying it like you trying to gaslight me in your own video?
Yeah, they're trying to. Cavendish is trying to go after Radwin's profession now. That attempt, bro, like they ain't got shit. This is all they have. These anti-flat earthers just try to like disparage the character. I can say shit that they don't know about.
Because they have no character.
You just haven't gotten that high. You got to get really high.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, my bad earlier, man. That guy actually sounds just like Jesse.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. Gravity is not a force.
The outward force is fictitious because in our Earth frame of reference it doesn't exist.
Yeah, I agree. They must have squirreled away some kind of a nest egg to continue operating. Yeah, I posted it in the chat if anybody wants to look at the history of what I was talking about. It gives you some information as to like how it survived.
Hello, everyone. Let the globe proving commence. Go ahead. Anybody got anything for the globe? Go ahead. This mic working? Okay, then. This has been Dead Air Dave. Continue or silence, your choice. Here's some people popping in and out. Anybody want to talk about the nature of reality? Go ahead. Guess not. Back on mute. Hello, Colonel Saab. Welcome to the channel. What say you? Is the Earth a spinning ball? And he bounced. Alrighty then. Back to silence. Why is this guy y'all are arguing with in the chat not in here talking about whatever he's talking about? AG or Levelonus, if you want to answer.
I don't know. He's an anti-flat earther that's hung up on keyboard warrior shit right now, I guess. I think he should come in here and defend his point. But after I show, because he's trying to tell me that I need to go learn about physics, and I'm like, I'm literally quoting a video. It was created by physicists who are globers. Maybe you need to watch the video so you get what I'm talking about.
Guess he just likes chat skanking, huh?
Yeah. I'm not making any claims. I'm just pointing out something some other dude said. I digress.
Where's this globe evidence at, AG? They taught us all it was all factual and it all got figured out. So where's it at?
You just have to imagine hard enough.
If you imagine...
You got to believe and then you'll see it.
If you can imagine that men can make up a bunch of stories about the sky and then put it in textbooks, then you can imagine a globe, right? Be easy to do.
I think people would be surprised at how many times we hear that word, though. Just imagine. Imagine this, imagine that. They always invoke imagination instead of just reality, which is what we're trying to point at.
9 times out of 10, you point out the Earth's not moving, their first thing they say, imagine you're in a train or a car, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying, exactly. You've always got to go into imagination land for their types of proof. It's all thought experiment crap.
Imagine you're an ant on a basketball. Never heard that one, right?
Yeah. Or an ant sitting on the face of a clock, on the hand on the clock. Same thing.
Anyway, thanks for piping up. I just got a few minutes here. I was hoping I could stir up something. But for any honest inquirer of the actual facts of reality, that's not looking too good for this globe. Just my opinion, right?
Yeah.
Seems like it's just an idea that men came up with. That's kind of weird.
There's a lot of tradition involved, and then religion ends up binding people to certain lines of thinking. So that's what my thought is heavily rooted in religion and tradition.
I hear you, man. The greatest irony in all this subject to me is all these people, they're in the largest religion, the heliocentric religion, but they think they're not in a religion. But that's all it is. It's just belief. There's nothing factual. It's crazy, man.
The guy on the next rung up surely knows more than I do.
Yeah, somebody figured it out.
Yeah, like you got to pass the buck up the pyramid. Somebody knows.
We've known for 2,000 years that we live on a ball, but nobody can tell us why, but we've known it. I swear we have.
There's this movie where everybody's kind of, their thoughts have been sealed away and they're kind of like autonomous in the way that they perform actions. And then somebody passes on, there's this guy who passes on the story of how things used to be. And things end up going to full color when he passes that on to this guy who's receiving that information. I think that's volumes for how people are these days. They've lost track with so much. They don't understand how anything works and they're kind of cold and indifferent to it. Even though really terrible things are happening right in front of them, they don't bat an eye.
Yeah, they can't connect that all these deceptions and lies, they all kind of weave together, and the foundation of this thing is nobody knows where they live, or they think they know where they live, but it's actually a fantasy. And then you go from there for everything else, right? If you get deceived by where you actually live, what else can you be deceived by? Think about it.
And I think the premise of the movie was that certain ideas, certain words became so dangerous that they just locked them all away. They hid them. People stopped using those terms. Like the idea of what a sled was foreign to these people. Reminds me of the George Orwell book too, where there was certain forbidden knowledge related to creating light sources.
Yeah, I can't remember the quote from that book, but to paraphrase it, it's like, do you think it's beyond our mathematicians to come up with this whole story that people will believe, basically? I know I butchered it, but you know what I mean.
They're expected to come up with a story. These people are supposed to be the most intelligent folks on Earth, so they are absolutely expected to explain how things came to be. That burden is on their shoulders, though, because society expects it.
Well, it says something about the stars can be as close or as distant as we want them to be. It's just up to the mathematicians to weave the story, right?
Yeah, you got to have the mathematical wizard doing their math magics. Which is great if it's based on reality, but like we've all covered before, you can do the math for the Death Star for Star Wars and calculate exactly how big that would have to be to destroy a hypothetical planet or whatever. Anybody can make math based on fiction if they want to.
Yeah, you can calculate how Superman can fly from Tokyo to New York if you want to, and how long it'll take him.
Yeah, how far can a solar powered Superman go?
It's amazing how many people are so deceived about reality, but they don't even realize. But they're in their little bubble, and a lot of them, they just, I don't even try to reach them. They're just doing what they do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're all experiencing this human experience for whatever reason. It's just sad that so many people don't actually acknowledge what we're actually experiencing.
One thing when I first joined this group with everybody, one of the things that stood out to me is we don't take anybody's word for it. We fact check everyone. Like we check each other, peer reviewed. And we left the official narrative for that very purpose, because we're not going to bend the knee to some random dude who's barking orders. We're going to do that research ourselves and hold ourselves accountable. So but like everybody needs to do this. It doesn't matter what their worldview is. You are your greatest asset. And you are the one who should hold you accountable. But folks don't like accountability.
Exactly. I mean, it comes down to critically thinking for yourself about reality. And a lot of people, that's a bridge too far. They just can't do that. They have to have something to follow, some kind of leader the TV told me. You know what I mean. Not enough people want to think for themselves, and this would be such a much better place, and a lot of different systems would be in place if everybody could just critically think for themselves.
Yeah,
that's a big ask. I know.
That's the funny part, though. It's kind of sad. You can train people to never think for themselves. There was kind of this, it's like an experiment, I guess, done on monkeys. They had a ladder set up, like bananas or something at the top. Anytime a monkey would go up to get up there, it'd spray them with a water hose. I think they sprayed all of the monkeys if one went up there. And eventually they got to the point that behavior was learned and passed on. They replaced them all and had other, and they would, without even knowing why, prevent each other from going up the ladder. And they didn't even have that. They weren't the original monkeys from the thing. They were new ones that were introduced and just taught the behavior. Same thing happens with humans. They learn to never question anything. They're taught if you question stuff, bad things will happen.
You implicitly endorse evolution there. I'm just kidding, man.
Yeah, I'm not trying to. I'm just more so comparing behaviors. Life forms can be trained through negative reinforcement, and I think that's what's been done to all of humanity.
There's a lot of people at the base of their reality. They're thinking about reality. They actually think we came from monkeys. We're on this spinning ball in an endless vacuum that means nothing, and we're just drifting around to this nothingness, and nothing really matters, right? Anyway,
a lot of these, they've learned that they're basically completely selfish. They don't understand concepts outside of themselves, these apes. And so they've gotten human beings to act the same way. I mean, a lot of people, they'll just throw around that word narcissism, or autism, but that's effectively what these actually are. Self-ism, hyper-fixated on the self. I'm not trying to throw shade on any given person. I think the words are used wrong by a lot of people. And I'm just going by the etymological meanings of them. People have become so self-absorbed and self-focused, and I think it's because life sucks. So they just contract in and trying to protect themselves from anything else because they're sick of being hurt. And hurting people hurt people. So the world sucks. People just retreat into their own minds. Which means that we have to be all the more compassionate and caring for folks like that because they've been hurt by folks. Their trust is broken. Their worldview is shattered. They're trying to trust whatever they can because they don't know how anything works.
yeah, if I hear you, man, it's a fine mess we've gotten this society into, isn't it?
Yeah. There's a way out if people want to, but it requires a desire from folks, and that desire is minimal. At least 10% of the population in the U.S. is talking about this, the conversation we have here very often, but it's still so minimal to find somebody who's willing to actually even talk about it.
I think you're hitting at the key issue, at least in my opinion, that you have to make that desire to actually seek truth and live in that truth and, stand on that truth. And a lot of people just can't go there. They can't do
it. Then one thing that just comes to mind for some reason, I'd like to point out, being a flat earther doesn't make anybody a good person. Nimrod was most likely a flat earther. Genghis Khan was probably a flat earther. There are plenty of people out there who did very terrible things, and they themselves saw the same worldview that people here see. So that doesn't make anybody morally superior to the glober. That's crap.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, just being a flat earther on its basic terms is just acknowledging reality for what it is, right? That's what you're doing. I mean, that doesn't make you a good or bad person. You're just, okay, this is reality present itself, and I'm accepting that, okay?
Yep. That's just normal. So that should be the baseline. That doesn't make anybody good or bad or anything. It's just normal. It speaks for itself.
It's the choices that each person uses their brain and their motivations to do with that information makes them a good or bad person. Actions speak louder than words. And I'm being kind of pedantic, but you know what I mean.
I got a good document I could refer folks to. Read the Enchiridion. Huge grain of salt, but still. Take it with a big grain of salt, but read the Enchiridion. It's good stuff.
Can you spell that?
Let me go fact check myself because I don't think I can
Let's
do
just
straight up
start with.
spelling. I can't spelling bee that word right now, but I'll post it.
Is it a book or what is it?
Yeah, it's a very short document that was created that has to do with how people treat one another.
Okay. Probably be good brain food. Who knows, for somebody. Boy, I can't stay on here much longer, at least talking. If there's anybody out there that thinks you live on a ball, you really think you live on a ball, come in here and talk to these people. Maybe we'll help you think about reality in a different way. Maybe how it actually looks, how it presents itself. Go ahead, AG.
Well, I didn't want to interrupt you, bro, but I posted it in the side chat for you if you want to check it out. Like I said, take it with a huge grain of salt. It's just something interesting that I found a couple years back and thought was really cool. It's got a lot of good stuff in there.
Cool. Well, YouTube's telling me that there's 37 people watching, or 27, I'm sorry. 27 viewers out there. Surely one of those people wants to click that link, come in here and talk to AG or whoever's here. We'll talk to you about reality and we'll see what conclusions we can come up with about this globe thing. Back to you, AG.
I'm around. I may go quiet soon, though. Try and take care of some stuff.
That's the cue for any other flat earther that wants to speak up right now. Go ahead and speak up because Dead Air Dave's going back to Dead Air.
I'm just trying to help you fill the dead air, too.
Everybody enjoy your day on the plane of existence, whatever it is. Peace.
Stay blessed, man.
Peace out, man. Peace out.
Welcome. Welcome.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. The Earth is flat and level.
Welcome.
What up, chat?
How's it going?
All right, I guess. Just woke up.
Fair enough. Too early to tell yet, huh?
Yeah. Woke up. The anxiety hit. Started gagging, you know?
Ah, screw that. So what brings you here?
I've always kind of hung around the flat Earth circles.
Fair enough.
Yeah. I just like listening to people talk about it.
Yeah.
I'm not convinced the Earth's flat. I'm not convinced it's round. I'm not really convinced of anything, really.
I'd say we all observe the horizon to be horizontal, and flat's not a shape.
Yeah. Well, it's not perfectly flat, you know? Like, there's mountains and shit. But
according to the mainstream narrative with their sphere, they say that it would be smoother than a cue ball. So the mainstream narrative claims that it's pretty damn smooth either way.
Smoother than a cue ball?
That's what they say.
That's some bullshit. I know it ain't that smooth.
Yeah, the roundest object we've ever made by humans. If you expanded it to the size of the Earth, there would be the difference in elevation would be about 14 meters above and 14 meters below.
Pretty damn smooth.
Thank you.
It's smoother than a cue ball.
Yep.
Today we're going to be debunking NASA and flat Earth.
Why do you want to debunk NASA? What?
So NASA claims that the rockets propel itself from the bottom to go up, but this is incorrect. So what we have here is well, I know it's two-dimensional, but
Got
so
long
here's
ass
the
nails,
globe,
man. What the fuck?
right? I keep them clean though. Oh God. So what you want to do is we're going to find out about the curvature. So let's say this little itty bitty person is you. So from your perspective, things are going to look flat, right? Now, why did this happen? And why do boats disappear in the horizon? All right, let's figure this out. So, with the magnetic fields around Earth, it pulls down. That's why when you're standing on this flat surface and you fall, the gravity is pulling towards to the core. Now, NASA claims that the gravity force in the Antarctic pulls downwards as the rest of the Earth, but this is incorrect. So basically, with aerodynamics, from this perspective of a small person on a globe, it will appear flat. Any questions?
No, sounds perfectly clear to me, sir.
All right, no problem. I hope that cleared it up for everybody.
Thank you so much for your presentation.
That's weird. Why did you depict the Earth like a giant ball, a sphere?
Oh,
A round
yeah.
circle.
I could show this. Hold on, let me. All right.
It's not a sphere, bro. You know it for a fact. What are you doing, man?
So, a lot of people claim the Earth, in the flat Earth community, I've been seeing this module called the Giant Ball Earth. ice, and they claim that the flat surface is on the top of a giant snowball. Now, this ideology comes from the Vural Society, aka Hollow Earth. Now, a lot of the people
wait a minute. Yeah, hold on. When you're making this argument, are you saying that people in here are saying that, or other people are saying that?
No, I'm just claiming that there's no consistent belief regarding the Earth's shape between people.
Oh, okay.
And
Well, then let me add. If that's true, then why would you draw something if there isn't anything that's consistent?
What the fuck?
This is just a visual representation.
Yeah, a visual representation of what? Something that's
There's no Earth, man.
No,
It doesn't exist. The Earth doesn't exist. There's no shape.
Hey, dude, you take a back seat, man. I want to talk to this guy, okay? All right, so if you're drawing something, that would be that you have a position to come against, or at least explain. Not even come against, but just explain. So if you're saying that, if you're saying that there's a lot of inconsistencies, then how are you going to give us something that's consistent in what you're explaining? If there's no way to put something that's consistent.
So, the concept of a spherical Earth that rotates around a sun and a moon at thousands of miles per hour comes from the Freemasons.
No, wait, whoa. Who's saying that?
This is historical fact. A lot of the people who discovered
that's fine. You're saying some words about something and calling it historical fact. But is there any resources that you can point us to that's true?
Yeah. So when you look up a lot of mathematicians and experiments done by people throughout history, including like the Greek civilization, you'll find out that they use this tool called a compass. Compass is shaped like this. This is it's a figure in masonry that's used a lot. When you look at pictures of them.
Yeah, you're saying that the compass is the reason why that you think Masons are behind the whole theory of the sun and Earth being a globe?
No. There's a lot to it. So my apologies. So let me explain.
Okay, go ahead.
So when we look at the emblematic chart of Freemasonry, we notice that there's a lot of symbolism regarding a spherical Earth, a sun that rotates. So they believe in a land.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine, bro. But so what does that have to do with the Earth being a globe? Like the idea that people think it's a globe, like the Masons or whoever. Because you're saying it was historic. You said it was historical fact, but you're not giving us history. Like what year? Like there's nothing to tie into the historical fact that they came up with this specific model, the Earth being a globe and such.
That makes a lot more sense now.
Okay.
So
are you going to give us the adaptation of how it is true that the Masons came up with this?
So the idea of a spherical Earth was proposed by thinkers like Pythagoras around 500 BC and Aristotle around 350 BC, who offered empirical evidence. Now,
hold on. Let's just take it slowly. Empirical evidence. What did they show us about the Earth being a globe?
So they showed that according to them, the circumference of the Earth was calculated with remarkable accuracy by the Greek mathematician Eratosthenes. I don't know how to say his name. Did I say that?
Eratosthenes. You're fine. As long I get who you mean, so it doesn't really matter. I'll pull the context out of it. But okay, so Eratosthenes. What did he prove?
What did he prove? Well, according to him, he proved that there was a mathematical equation behind the circumference and the curve of the Earth. Now, regarding Freemasonry, the globe shape is attributed to a lot of Masonic tradition. So the celestial and terrestrial globes are important symbols in Freemasonry because they represent the universal nature and extension of the order. So the order is part of the New World, where our founding fathers were Freemasons, and this ties to the New World Order.
Yes.
So it all connects. So with the globe, it leads you to question if they can control your perception of this. whether it be something. It's a lot. Everything connects.
No, it connects to what though? What are you trying to connect? That some certain people think that the Earth is a globe. Yeah, that's okay. So even if you were to take a group of people, like them, they believe the Earth is a globe. What have they done to provide evidence, like you were mentioning with Eratosthenes and Aristotle? Did they do it? Did the Masons do anything to prove that the Earth is a globe, or they just believe that it is?
No, I'm trying to say that the concept of a globe Earth comes from occult knowledge, and people don't realize that
No, that's fine. I'm not disagreeing with you on that because that is kind of like derived from occultism. That's still fine. But what I'm saying is, if you're going to say that it ties into like a specific group originating the idea, you know what I mean? Like they're the originators of the concept. That would be incorrect.
I respect your position. Now, here's one thing I have to prove. So, in the NASA logo, so the Hebrew Nasha means to deceive, right? People think that this word straight up means deceive.
Yeah. That's the. Hold on, sir. Yeah, that's
when you notice.
Yeah, hold on, sir. That's factually incorrect. That word Nasha doesn't actually mean that.
So, what does it mean, sir? Because I could provide links.
Yeah, go ahead. Provide the links, please.
So before I provide the links, in the NASA logo, you'll notice this red stripe in the shape of a lizard's tongue.
Yeah, the vector symbol.
So we know that the serpent is a symbol of deception.
Yeah, wait, no, provide the link. Hold on, you're getting too far ahead right now. Provide the link.
Okay, I got you.
Okay. Because if you're making a claim, you have to provide evidence of the claim, right? That's what we do here.
Yeah, that's respectful. That's respectful.
Yeah, it's fine. If you're making a presentation and somebody pulls you up on like where you got it from, and you provide the evidence for that, that's fine.
Yes, I'm about to provide evidence right now.
Go ahead. Yeah, but before you move forward, because I don't want you to build this like whole idea and then you don't have anything to foundationally back it up.
Yeah, just sent in the chat. So,
all right, give me a second.
We're going to be showing you guys the vacuum math of a space. So, in the 1940s, regarding Operation High Jump,
what the fuck is Operation High Jump?
So, Operation High Jump was a Antarctic battle between U.S. military facing Nazis in Antarctica. Now, how does this tie to the Earth? Well, a lot of the symbolism behind NASA and their research comes from Nazis regarding Operation Paperclip. So Operation Paperclip is very unique because the rumors about Nazi moon bases and Nazi flying saucers, this would make sense why they would want to hire them. So with the New World Order,
because they understood rocket propulsion.
It's very true. They captured 3,000 Nazi scientists.
Yeah, let the guy finish what he's gonna do. I mean, obviously he's doing something, so just let him finish what he's doing. Then you guys can critique him.
So the only reason why I'm showing
I don't know why he's bringing it up, but I mean that's fine. I'm going to ask you what the point of all this is, but just finish what you're doing.
So the flat Earth. No, this isn't like an accurate model. There's no model of the flat Earth. It doesn't exist. But with Antarctica and the ice wall being a very major part with Nazis in Antarctica. So what did they discover in Antarctica? So U.S. military flight pilots have flown over Antarctica and they claim to see caverns and holes that show green land. Now, with all the rumors of a interdimensional kingdom or whatever inside Antarctica, we know for certain that all these countries are always in conflicts, but they can agree to have a peace treaty to keep boundaries within Antarctica. So let's say a lot of people claim, I flew over Antarctica, there's nothing there. No, you're only allowed to fly a certain degree in the air, which makes it look like, and with the fog and everything, it'll make it look like there's nothing abroad. But when we watched the movie They Live by John Carpenter, and the thing,
Very compelling.
All right, dude, Chase or whatever your name is. Can you just give me a summary of what all this means to you, means to us? Or what do we?
Oh,
what
How does it relate to the flat Earth, by the way?
Yeah.
They're hiding.
Exactly
they're hiding
what he
something
said.
on Earth.
Is the
They're
Earth
hiding
hollow
something
and
on-
full of Jews or not?
It's
Wait, hold
hollow?
on, guys. Let him finish.
Let him
What'd you
cook.
say?
So in 2024, scientists discovered that we have a sixth ocean under the Earth's crust. Now, what does this mean? So we know that on the point of Earth, we got the Pacific Ocean, yada yada.
Where's
we have
the globe, though?
So if we have a sixth ocean, that means that the Earth is potentially hollow, like the moon. When they crashed the lunar module on the moon vibrated like a bell for approximately an hour.
Okay. Wait a minute. Are you advocating for a hollow Earth?
I didn't know the moon was hollow.
I'm advocating that they're hiding something, and if there's something underground from Earth,
Okay.
a flat Earth
Oh,
or
all
around
right.
Earth can't.
Now, hold on.
fix it.
So they're hiding something. I'm going to ask you something very specific. Please answer the question. What are they hiding?
They're hiding great secrets and knowledge of our history.
No, that's ambiguous. That's ambiguous. I want to know something specific. What makes you want to build a whole case for? You're building this case, but what do you think they're hiding? I mean, what's the reason why you would be so adamant to present this, and we can't understand what they're hiding?
It's lizard people.
You got to give us something.
It's lizard
Yeah.
people that control the Jews.
No, we're not talking about that.
Yeah, lizard people. Actually, I'm glad someone brought that up. So
No, we're not bringing that up.
lizard
Listen.
people, They're interdimensional beings that
dude.
feed on your energy.
All right, so
and
here's the thing. You're breaking character, aren't you?
I'm breaking
It's simple.
character.
Yeah, you're breaking character. You're starting to get all meme-ish and whatnot. So when you can't provide evidence of what I'm asking for, you're just going to go the meme route, aren't you?
Yeah, but how can you provide evidence to something that is kept secret? You know, it's kind of hard.
Well, that's the thing. That's the problem, right? So why would you conjure up a whole case for something you can't back up?
Critical
I can't back
thinking.
it up. You didn't give me time, sir.
Exactly.
No,
I don't
no.
wanna-
No,
Listen,
we're not
I
going to
don't want
listen.
to imagine you in a relationship because, like, if I just can't imagine it because you want everything right away.
No, the way it works here, sir, is that if you're going to present something, you're going to have to give evidence of that thing you're presenting. So far, we got just you believing something.
Not gonna lie, he kind of cooked you with that statement. You gotta let him finish his thought process, man. Seriously, he was onto something. He's dealing with the unknown, you know. You gotta open your mind to the unknown. Speculations are good. Everyone loves them.
Finish on your own time, not on
This is
ours.
exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, get on a private call and talk to him all about it. He's not going to
Bro,
be doing it on our forum.
He's trying to activate more than 2 neurons in your brain, man. Come on.
I'm sorry, but that's not going to happen on our forum. Our forum is for those people who can make a claim, produce the evidence. That's fine.
Yeah, but you still haven't provided evidence of the flat Earth model.
Yeah, that's separate from what he was trying to do. Yeah.
Where's the model? I'm waiting for it. How does the flat Earth look like? So in your model, AV, is there a 24-hour sun? AV.
Yeah, I'm busy at work. Did maybe somebody can answer you? I'm tied up right now. I do want to answer you though.
Yeah, maybe somebody else can answer since there isn't a universal, flat Earth model between all of you people. It's kind of hard to understand how it actually works then. Should be a set of principles, right? What are the common characteristics of the flat Earth?
You observe the horizon to be horizontal.
That's it. That's all it takes.
Oh yeah, an ice wall.
There's an ice wall?
Nobody's claiming an ice wall. That ice wall thing comes from globe earthers. Flat earthers grabbed onto the term, but it originates with globe earthers on boats. Captain Cook, Admiral Byrd. These are not flat earth claims. Flat earthers just picked it up and ran with it.
Okay. But is there a 24-hour sun in that model?
I would expect there to be a 24-hour sun, and we're not claiming a model.
So, what kind of, photographic evidence do you guys have?
What
Wait a minute.
altitude? Let's see.
Do flat earthers think the Earth is the center of the universe?
You're standing on the floor, you're on the ground of all it is, and you look up and see things moving over your head.
So how come every other planet seems to be a sphere, but only ours is flat?
That Earth is a planet. Nobody's making that claim. You can't fit the Earth. You're not going to fit what we're talking about.
So we're special?
A heliocentric model.
No, hold on. But this doesn't make any sense to me, right? Because if every other planet, or 99% of other planets are a sphere, how come we are flat?
Listen to him just repeat himself.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Explain that to me.
No, Lewandowski, you're the one that's...
No, but explain it.
You're caught up in this idea that Earth must be a planet.
So it's not a planet?
You need to relieve yourself of that.
Wait, it's not a planet?
Well, aren't all these planets you're talking about, aren't you convinced that they're balls?
What? What do you mean balls?
The surface of... what do you mean balls?
Balls.
What do you mean, what do I mean?
They're planets, bro.
Balls.
Okay, that's fine. Why, when you say other planets, you're assuming that the ground you stand upon is one of those things?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's where you need to pry yourself from. You're starting from an assumption, and you're framing everything you say and hear through that lens.
What's up, you guys?
Yeah, I don't base myself on an assumption. It's a fact.
Well, dude, you're assuming that it's other planets.
What do you mean?
Earth
I'm assuming
is the other. You just admitted to it.
But what do you mean the Earth is the other? What the fuck are you saying?
Okay, you said it. He said other planets.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so when you say planets, other planets, what are you referring to?
The planets we can see with a telescope.
Oh, that's fine.
Like Mars, Venus.
Okay, so how have you grouped Earth in with those? Do you see Earth with it through a telescope?
No.
Okay, so why are you so convinced it's one of those things?
So what else would it be?
Here you go. So you are assuming it is. Do you not hear yourself?
Okay, even if I were it, what is it then?
So you told me you don't, though.
No,
what is Earth? It's the ground beneath your feet. It's the ground beneath your feet. I'm not going to give you some answer from omniscience.
Oh, you don't know?
Yeah, mysteries abound. I'm not omniscient, bro.
You don't know. You already admitted you don't know.
But I know what we're on. It's a planet.
You're assuming.
No, I'm not assuming. It's been confirmed.
Ow.
By literally everyone who has a brain.
Okay, that's not an actual argument.
It orbits the sun.
How do you know that? What observation tells you it's orbiting the sun?
Scientific papers.
God, that's not an observation.
I don't need an observation when I have people who have...
Okay, there you have it. He doesn't need an observation. He just needs to listen to what somebody else says and follows it.
Wait, you worked at General Dynamics, right?
Congratulations, you're a religion tard.
Prove it you worked at General Dynamics.
I don't need it.
I don't believe you.
That's called a burden of proof. That's a burden of proof reversal.
You sound like an obese
That's
idiot.
A burden of proof reversal.
You're an obese idiot. Shut up.
Yeah, you're trying to reverse the burden of proof. I asked for
Bro,
the
you're
evidence.
obese.
Earth
Go to
is
the
orbiting
gym.
the-
Shut up.
See what's happening? Bullshit, I'm obese. Dude,
Yeah,
you'd
you
piss
are.
your pants if I showed a picture of myself, dude. You piss
Dude, I'm
yourself.
6'3", 220 pounds. I'd break your neck.
No, you bullshit.
I can post if I could.
You're
I'd prove it, bro.
98 pounds.
Oh really? If you unban me from that fucking chat, I'll show it to you right now. You stupid flat earth.
Yeah.
Is
anyone
Lewandowski trying to
Google an
pick up
image.
dudes on the internet?
Again? Yeah.
I would toss him around like a rag doll.
Like hell you
Does
would.
that turn you on, Lewandowski?
Anyways, hopefully you guys get a job, maybe a girl, but probably won't happen though.
Projection.
Because you're like,
I go to
short,
kids older than
weak,
I have kids older
low
than
IQ.
you. I have children older than you.
Oh, and their father's a fucking flat earther. God damn. I feel sorry for them.
Why?
I would
notice
be
that all you
ashamed
have
if
is-
my father was a
all
flat
you have
earther.
is- all you have are thinly veiled insults and sociological arguments and nothing of substance. Nothing.
No,
You haven't
No, I
made
actually
any
do.
substantial. You haven't presented any substantial evidence of anything.
No, I've presented you photographic evidence, and you haven't presented nothing.
Yeah, and I asked you earlier, how do you know that's what they claim it to be?
Well, how do I know? Because I know because the engineers built those cameras on those spaceships.
So what? How do you know that?
What do you mean? How do I know that?
So they don't
you
even
can go-
claim that. They use regular consumer grade fucking cameras, according to them. Stop making shit up.
Even if they did, what does it change? It still shows that the Earth there's a curvature. So shut up.
No, it just you're not verifying your claims to be true. That's what he's exposing. Is every time you make a claim, you can't verify the truthfulness of it. That's what he's showing.
Go to a museum,
You're in a
to a
religion.
NASA museum. They'll probably show you the cameras there.
So NASA verified that NASA verified that NASA verified.
So what?
Yeah, so you're going to the source of the claim for authenticity of the claim. Hey, dude, is this picture's real? Yes, it is. Do you pinky promise? Sure, we do. We pinky promise they're real.
How do you feel about the moon landing, Indio?
Don't ask me how I feel. Why don't you just address what's being said to you? How do I feel about the moon landing? I'll believe in the moon landing when they unloose the telemetry data that shows where the rocket went.
So you don't believe that it happened? Okay, got it.
Why should I? Why
You're a
should I?
traitor
Give
to
me
your
one-
own country. Makes sense. You're a
Why-
pro-Russian.
why
You're a
why
pro-Russian
should I?
scum. I get it.
Good.
It's
I'll be
okay. I work in
pro-Russian.
national security. We'll get you kicked out of the country soon.
You're not smart enough to work in national security.
No, I actually am.
No, you're not.
I'm doing a master's degree in national security and intelligence. Yes, I am. Shut the fuck up.
What the hell? They got master's degrees.
I'm 6'3", 220
What the hell are
pounds.
you reading?
I'm gonna fuck your girlfriend in front of you. Shut the fuck up.
This guy.
Oh god.
A master's degree in national
Avy, you want to set up a fight anytime, anywhere, dog?
You got illusions of grandeur, man.
I'm so smart. I'm gonna
Anytime,
fight you.
anywhere. Why should
I'm so
I
smart,
respect
I'm
your
gonna beat
opinion
you up.
if you're smaller than me, you're more stupid than me, and you're less
I'm
attractive?
so smart.
Why should I
I'm
give a
gonna
fuck
beat
about
you
you?
up.
Yeah, you sound like a meathead.
Yeah, but
bro.
you
Like,
believe
why does
you
he-
believe
listen,
in
dude.
that, bro. You believe in that.
No, you're the
National
You're
believer.
the one
security
supporting
and shit,
Russia.
yo.
One
You're
who
the
supports
believer,
might
dude.
makes right. Might makes right. So shut up.
So let's ask you.
National security shit.
I want to ask you a question. Why
The mom
should we
shit.
believe it? Why should we believe in the moon landing? Give us one good reason.
Why?
One good
Because it's
reason.
because they took pictures of it. The Russians admitted it. The
Yeah,
Russians
that's not a
admitted the
reason why.
Americans.
Nothing you said is a reason why.
It is a reason. When your biggest rival is saying that, yeah, you did that. Okay, congrats, you're better than me. Then yeah,
Yoder, he would be the perfect yes man for that job, I think.
Yeah, cleaning
So your
toilets
reason
and
why? Your reason why is because some other people said yes, it's real. That's your reason. Some other people you don't trust, which you just disparaged, they said it's real, so you think it's real. Your confirmation was-
Why would they? Hold on. Okay, fine. Why would they lie? Why would your rival
That's
lie?
irrelevant. Yeah, why should I believe
No, it's
that?
not
You're
irrelevant.
Look, you're putting the cart before the horse. Why should we believe them? It isn't auto-believe all claims. Okay? It's claim, evidence. Okay, here's a claim, here's the evidence. Why should I believe the evidence that I can't verify is authentic? Why should I believe that?
You can.
Why do you believe it?
You can see the traces of the rovers that have been on the moon.
Oh my God! Did you just?
Yes,
really
you
say
actually
that?
can.
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh,
you actually
really?
can. With those super sophisticated telescopes, you can see it. Yes.
Dude, you.
Wow.
I wish you had money because I would bet you, like, fuck, dude, there ain't even enough Bitcoin. Okay, you like seriously? You think you can see the tracks of the lunar rover on the moon with a telescope? Did
Maybe
you
not
really
the
just
tracks,
say
but
that?
the rovers themselves.
Oh, you? Oh, really?
Yes.
You know how big of a telescope you would need for that? Take a guess.
You can see it.
How big of a telescope would you need? We can easily do the calculation, right? 300,000 miles, the angular resolution of the optic, based upon the diameter of the telescope. How big is the telescope? What's the angular?
No idea, but I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, of course. You're
Listen,
pretty
when
sure
they
you're
can
an
send
idiot.
missiles across continents, don't you worry. They can take pictures of that too.
Okay, so they violated Rayleigh's criterion. They violate the laws of physics to take pictures on the moon.
Okay, I have the pictures right here. I'm about to show it to
National security and shit.
Oh, I can't even post it in the side chat because I'm fucking mad.
Those weren't taken. No matter what you post, they weren't taken from Earth. Dumb shit. You would need a telescope that's like a kilometer wide. Pretty sure we don't have any of those.
You'd be surprised.
Oh yeah, we have a kilometer wide telescope. You're just embarrassing yourself, dude. Take your L and put your tail between your legs and slink away.
Even if it's not telescopes, it was taken by some other spaceship, so it doesn't matter.
Really?
Yes.
Starship Enterprise, yo.
There's literally pictures of them.
Literally.
How do we know that?
The
What
word
do you mean,
literally.
how do we know that? Why would they not take? Why would they fake those pictures?
Why do you keep reversing the burden of proof? Your credulity is amazing, right? So like I said before, your credulity, you just believe anything.
Prove to me that they faked them. You haven't been able to.
Why don't they have to prove to you that they didn't fake them?
They didn't fake them. Why would they fake?
How do you know? Why don't they have to prove to you that they didn't? How come you're believing them first?
Because because other agencies are going to check for it. China, rivals, enemies, and they've checked and they figured out. Oh fuck, the Americans are actually legit.
No,
really?
This kid thinks China's an enemy and everybody's an enemy, and all the enemies are going to be checking on people. He's a weirdo.
You're the weirdo who doesn't understand.
Yeah, watch out if you don't believe what he's saying, Radwin. He's gonna want to take it to the street. Just saying.
All I'm saying is that when your rivals say that, yes, you did that, it usually means that you did it, yes.
We don't have
They're not rivals. You're a dumb fuck, dude. They're not rivals.
Yes, they are.
Okay? Yeah.
Must have learned that in national
what do you
security.
think the Cold War was? Hold on. India, you sound old enough. What do you think the Cold War was? Why do you think people were ducking under their fucking tables during drills in case of nuclear warfare?
The only reason you knew about the Cold War was because it was on TV, you dummy.
It wasn't only on TV, it was documented everywhere, you idiot.
It was documented where?
Oh, the Cuban Missile Crisis? You know what this was? You've heard of it?
I lived during that era. Okay?
Oh, you've lived during that era. Okay. So?
Yeah, I grew up.
What did you deduce from it?
Okay, the 70s and 80s, okay?
Oh, yeah?
It's nothing but propaganda, okay?
Oh,
the Cold
really?
War. Well, you know,
all those drills in case of nuclear warfare, that was all fake, right?
Listen, bro, it was completely concocted by the media. There was no Cold fucking War, dude.
Mm-hmm, sure.
Tell me about the Apollo-Soyuz mission where they got together and linked their ships in the 70s. Tell me about the Cold War.
Some diplomatic gestures once in a while don't mean anything.
Okay, 1948, the International Geophysical Year. Tell me about that.
What does this have to do with anything? What about the Vietnam War? What about my guy? What about Soviet pilots in Korea fighting American pilots? Huh? Can you explain that?
What about them?
What do you mean? What about them? America was clearly in a conflict with the Soviet Union. What? Are you delusional?
Okay, so show me the Soviet pilots. I don't want speculation.
Absolutely. Of course I'm
Actually
going to show.
shot down, captured Soviet pilots.
Look, I'm not a low IQ moron.
Shot down and captured, dude. Shot down and captured.
You are a low IQ moron.
Shot down and captured Soviet pilots. You know that, but honestly, Korea and the Soviet Union have a history that goes back to like the early 1800s. They've had mutual assistance treaties going back that far. So even if they were associated with it, so what? They're in a mutual assistance treaty.
Yeah, and then we're fighting against American pilots.
It wouldn't matter who attacked Korea, United States, China, whoever, they'd assist them.
And North Vietnam being supplied by the Russians and Chinese? What about that? Did you forget that?
They were selling them weapons the same way we're selling weapons to Ukraine.
Yeah, and they even had advisors in fucking North Vietnam? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's called making money.
And all of that proves the fact that it was a fucking Cold War between two systems.
So that equals globe then?
No, it equals that your rivals, when they admit that, okay, we checked, turns out you guys did land on the moon.
No,
okay,
you're
better than us.
Bro,
Shut up.
Bro, the problem is you're cherry picking information. I gave instances where they work together. You're giving instances where they work apart. Now, the way international relations work, when your interests align, you work together. When your interests don't align, you work against each other. There was no Cold War. That was why are you interrupting me? Listen, that was the creation of Western propaganda. Well, how come the Russians didn't know about this Cold War? How come the USSR didn't know about it?
The Russians did, bro. Did you?
The USSR. They weren't.
My parents were born in Poland, my guy. What are you talking about?
They weren't printing in their papers.
They knew about it.
Okay,
the Russians hated the Americans.
Jesus Christ, you're gonna get kicked out of here. Keep yapping. They weren't printing in their newspapers that there was a space race, that there was a Cold War, or anything like that.
Yeah, because they were lying to their population, of course.
Oh, so it's a one-sided Cold War, where one side's in a Cold War and the other side isn't.
The government in Russia clearly knew that they were in a Cold War with the United States.
Look, for there to be a Cold War, it has to be mutual, okay?
It is mutual.
Be a one-sided.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, but it wasn't mutual on the USSR side. They denied that they were ever in a space race with the United States.
Yeah, they denied it because they lost.
Jesus Christ. In what way did they lose?
In the Americans landing on the moon?
Oh, so that was it. So according to the Russians, they spent the most amount of time. They had the first space station. They're the first people on the moon. They landed the first rover on the moon. They landed the first on Venus. They landed the first on Mars. They did all these other things. So how did they lose again?
You said the Russians were first on the moon?
Yes. Not with a man.
Show me evidence.
Not with a man.
Not with a man, exactly. So they lost.
So if they put a man on the moon, that's the winner.
Yes, of course.
You're an idiot.
It's like King of the Hill.
You're an idiot, dude. You're too dumb to talk to.
So the hardest feat is usually the one you're going to take the credit for. So yeah.
Dude, you're representing yourself as a low IQ moron right now.
National security, yo.
What did you study? What did you study?
National intelligence.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's why.
Which university? Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought.
Lewandowski, you're expecting a bunch of people who have robbed a bank together to go turn each other in voluntarily.
Anyways, there are a bunch of anti-Westerners, anti-American traitors, move to Russia, enjoy spreading your bullshit over there. They're building nice suburbs.
Oh, what's wrong with Russia?
Yeah, they're lunatics. That's just one common thing. There's one common pattern among like flat earthers and Russians. You're both.
Who said they're lunatics, you goofball?
Russians and flat earthers are both delusional.
How long are we going to let this bigot talk?
And obviously, if it were up to me, you would all be exterminated.
Yep,
you got somebody else in the backup. You got somebody in the backup, in the wing that we can talk to.
That's a ban right there. Sorry, guys. That's a ban.
You're done.
He should be yeeted out of the whole server, if you ask me.
Yeah, don't give this guy any information. If anybody doesn't have a degree in here, it's him. So.
Oh, he actually crossed.
These guys are waiting for one of us to give out information. You know that, right?
Oh, are we waiting a long time?
What's going on, Crit? What's up, my bro?
Uh-oh. Crit fanboy. Alert. Boop, boop, boop.
Well,
Dude, did they pass the continuing resolution in Congress? How are they getting their funding to come in here?
Oh, sorry, I didn't.
They're doing it pro bono.
Yeah, they're bootlickers. They're just doing it to prove that they're loyal.
I'm not a bootlicker. What are you talking about? I listened for like I thought maybe there's lag. I waited like almost 5 seconds. My ADHD was like, nope, nobody's talking. What's the combo?
You're just in time.
Great. What's the combo?
Well, the last guy chanted himself into a spiral. He kept saying, he was talking about other planets. He's convinced them. Well, he's been convinced and he's carrying on the convincing, trying to convince us that Earth is a planet.
Earth is a feeling, bro. Like, what is it? What are you talking about?
Totally, Brad. Literally.
It's like, all right. So, like, what's the actual like argument like right now? Like, could we like let's maybe not the last.
Earth isn't a ball.
What's the best?
The Earth isn't a ball hovering in space.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, the contention is that nobody can produce evidence of the Earth being a globe. Measured, anyway.
All right. All right. Hold on. I fucking hat searching. Hold on. All right. I got it.
Well, you got what?
I got it. All right. So
Dear AI, how do you prove Earth is a ball?
No. I was just gonna ask you. All right. So, what proof would you?
Measurement of the curvature of the Earth.
What proofs would you accept as conclusive for the measurement concluded for the Earth shape?
What's the best you got?
It'd have to be something.
No, I need to know that. The AI literally needs. I can't ask the algorithm if you don't give me this conclusion first. What would you accept as a proof?
I told you, you'd have to be able to measure the surface to have a curving surface, like anything that you think a sphere would look like. So if you could measure that on the surface, a continuous curving surface in some way, that'd be wonderful. Because they're saying it's a ball of a certain size, radius, diameter, and circumference.
Totally.
Right.
So, like, I think for your question, we would probably want like a planet that we can like shine a light on and get like a curved measurement from, right?
No. We want to do it here on the surface.
The planet, right? This is a planet, no?
No.
You're doing the same thing the last guy did.
Pretend I'm an idiot. Pretend I'm a retard. All right.
Okay, so just say
right?
Yeah, whatever. Globe, Earth, whatever you want to call it. I want to know if you could measure the surface to have a curve like the one that say that is on the Earth, like it's curved like
Okay.
Got
it. All right.
So that's what we require if you want to prove that it's an actual globe.
Oh, like for sure. I'm 100% a retarded globetard. Now, my next question is, what tool are we using to measure?
Your next question? No. My question was that how are you going to do that?
Oh, but fuck. All right, we just broke the algorithm. All right, because my next postulation was, what was the tool used to measure this curve?
I'm asking you, bro. Like,
fuck, no, I don't know how to answer that question because, like, we just loaded an AI algorithm. The algorithm said, all right, you want me to answer the question, what makes curve? All right, okay, all right. How do we know curve?
Yo,
what
do you mean by we? Are you working in an office with people? We?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I literally. Don't get me fired.
He and the AI.
You're sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm the best job I've ever had.
Wow.
God,
dude,
please,
slow
God,
down, dude. Slow down.
Oh my God, they're watching right now. Okay, go slowly. They're watching. Oh fuck.
Oh boy.
All right. The question is how
Yeah, you
globe
blew your
curve.
own cover.
I fucking. Oh God! I swear to God, they're gonna fire me if I don't answer this. How globe curve? How do I answer this? What tool used to answer globe curve?
What do you mean
Why
by
are you
we?
typing in like a
They're
person who
on my.
barely
They're like
speaks
literally. I
English?
have a fucking group of people over my shoulder. I'm gonna get fired if I like literally like they can't hear what you're saying.
Ban him. Get him
Don't
out of
worry,
here.
they can't hear what you're saying. I look like an idiot to them, honestly. Like they're like
You said it, not us.
they want to fire me right now if I can't answer why globe curve.
Okay, Schizo.
Which tool to prove?
Wow.
Okay, Schizo.
Well, I swear to God, I don't know what to put into Google search right now. Like they're gonna fucking fire me. Why globe curve?
You might be too dumb to talk.
Very strange person.
What'd you guys do to these people?
And that's because we didn't even talk about triangles yet. We don't want to fully break them out of the matrix.
That just pushes people right over the edge as soon as you bring up the fact that you don't have triangles on a ball.
He's gonna get booted by the bot. Dude, you're gonna get booted by the bot if you keep doing it. Okay, don't say I didn't warn you. The
You
bot
have
will cook
day. You have day and night. You know in your hearts you can't have nighttime on the flat Earth.
What?
Oh, so does that mean you can have 24-hour daylight on flat Earth?
Of course, you can't have 24-hour daylight on flat Earth. Only on the globe.
Oh, TFE. So you no 24-hour daylight, no 24-hour darkness, no darkness and no daylight on a flat Earth. Is that correct?
Only daylight, dusk, dawn. No midnight.
What?
So go ahead and post your model for the room so we can see what you're talking about. That this model you created.
You got to do it a little faster, Demon Stride.
That's why it's one of the many reasons you'll always be in the very small minority. These things intuitively make sense to the mass majority.
Well, the masses are usually in the dark.
Intuitively. What's
Did someone
intuitive
just? Did
about
someone
something
just
you
say
don't
that?
see?
What
He
did
didn't
someone say?
answer yet. He didn't post the model.
The majority is usually in the wrong. Did someone just say that?
I just need to.
I said the
I just need to know if
masses
you
are
posted
usually.
your model that you're talking about yet.
That's completely untrue. The masses are usually wrong. I didn't talk about a model. I didn't bring that up.
If the masses are usually, the masses are usually not always wrong, why does everything keep changing?
Hey, most people believe it. It has to be true.
What do you mean what keeps changing?
What doesn't?
People's beliefs?
The wisdom of crowds is
The wisdom of crowds,
nothing.
like mass hysteria?
The wisdom of crowds. That needs to be.
He's a follower. That's hilarious.
I'm just saying the masses are not usually wrong.
Okay,
That's
when they
wrong
invented
statement.
the steam locomotive, they said this is the peak of train. Well, those trains can't hold the jockstrap of the modern day train.
Who's they? The majority agreed this was as good as trains would ever get.
Yeah, that's what they thought.
I guess
And
that's
they
how
were wrong.
science works, right? Like everybody raise their hand and decide right now with a vote if something is true. That's how this guy thinks science is done.
Yeah, the wisdom of crowds.
No, I didn't say that's how science is
Yeah,
done.
like,
I said,
listen, man,
these
eight
things
out of
intuitively
10
make
doctors
sense.
agree it has to be true.
I mean, whatever the
So
fucking
what if
principle
people?
is of
So what
crowds.
if the people who realize the Earth isn't a ball remains the minority?
The wisdom of crowds is not for nothing.
What the heck?
That sounds insane.
That
Mob
actually,
mentality.
That actually completes the whole sentence, right? The wisdom of crowds.
Basically.
Wisdom of crowds.
To most people, the
In other
nighttime
words,
can't
it's
exist
called,
on a flat
called
Earth.
being a sheep. It's called being a
No, it's
sheep.
not.
You just didn't want to say that.
Yeah, you
No,
can't think for
that's not
yourself,
what I meant.
man. Yeah,
It's
don't think for
not true at all.
yourself. Be a glober. Don't think for yourself. He's saying.
No, think for yourself. Ask yourself how night
How
could
do you
make
think for
sense on a
yourself
flat
if
model.
the crowd is what you're leaning on for truth?
Ask yourself
Literally,
how
don't
nighttime
think
could
for
make.
yourself.
You're
Ask
not
yourself
asking yourself. You're asking the mob.
Like a hurt.
Ask yourself how nighttime could occur on a flat.
Yeah, Earth is flat and gay.
You
It can't make sense. Nighttime can't happen. There's a thousand things that can't happen.
Because if you're
Sun
thinking
moves.
of every way that it can't happen, and you're not even trying to think of how it can, then you're the one limiting yourself.
It's not flat. If it was flat, it wouldn't matter. I don't have an interest in tricking
51%
myself.
agree.
All of a sudden, now he
Flat, dude.
realizes it might be, and now nothing matters anymore. He's becoming a brain in a jar. Watch this.
What do you mean nothing matters? The Earth isn't flat. If it was, my life would change very little.
Oh, yeah.
but
Is
it's not.
reality objectively true?
Yes.
No.
On a scale of like 1 to 100, were we talking like 98%, 95%? Where do you fall on that?
You should indicate what the fuck you're talking about when you say 98% or 100% of what.
Yeah.
What? Yeah.
Did you forget the question I asked like a second ago?
Okay,
Yeah.
is reality self-evident?
No.
Is it objectively true?
Yes, it is.
How true? Like 98%, 99%?
0.
100.
Okay.
100%. Great. Okay, he passed the mind virus test.
All right. So if that's true, that you know
Is
that
reality
reality
true?
is, yeah. So you
No.
at least you're at least gonna base your worldview off of something that's logical and coherent. So if the
No.
Earth is, sir, let me just finish.
No.
If I didn't even get to tell him.
He's like, no.
If you're gonna propose that the Earth is a globe, right? Are you gonna be able to put some empirical information out that verifies that it is?
Me?
Yes, Lars, you.
I don't know if I know what empirical means, but I just got laughed at for saying reality is not
Hey, don't
always
worry.
true.
That's fine. We're past that. Now let's go into how you can actually put something that you can verify that's true. So if you're gonna verify
past
information of the Earth,
Reality is 100% true.
that's great. Now we're on to the next thing. So
No, who would disagree with me?
dude, can we just move on? We're
Why are
talking
you
right
stressing
now.
out that I'm asking a question?
You're
Would
like
you
looking
guys
at the
disagree?
shiny quarter. You're looking at the shiny quarter in the ground. I'm
I
getting.
don't care about analogies. Would anyone here disagree that reality is 100% true?
Dude, can you just stay focused?
He's got a problem.
I'm
We're
asking
all
a
on board with
question.
that. We're
Is
all on board with that. It's the globies we talk to that say no. It's like 95% true.
Look, I got interrupted 5 times and then someone just answers. Now we can move on.
You're not. No,
think it's
well, we can move on
There you
now.
go. That's how simple it was,
Thank
buddy.
you, Your Majesty. We can move on now
Empirical.
because you said so.
No, I don't have empirical
The next time you do this, I'm just going to put you on mute for a minute for a cool down so you can reflect on that you're not in control of this conversation. How about
Look
that?
how much smoother it went when there was give and take there.
All right. So, if you're going to say that reality is real 100%, can you verify that the Earth is a globe? Go ahead and put some evidence forward.
Yeah, we have nighttime. That's my evidence.
Nighttime. How does that depict that you're on a sphere? How does it show that? Go ahead.
And remember, this was the evidence that you had thought about yourself, Lars.
Is this thing on?
It's on.
All right. Go ahead. Lars. It's not going smoothly anymore. You said it was. Go ahead and produce evidence that the Earth is a globe based on nighttime. How is it a globe based on nighttime?
I don't know how to explain it to another person.
Okay, then. Then if you can't do that, then you're not. How can you be convinced of it?
Because I think, but that doesn't mean I can use words to put that thought into your head.
Wow. Okay. I guess we don't have evidence then.
It's even worse. Lars just has like a belief at this moment.
Well, yeah. I mean,
he don't even have that because he can't even explain it.
Can't
You're
justify the
deducing
belief.
more than you don't have enough information to conclude that. Just because I can't explain something to you, you can't conclude that I don't understand it myself.
But that's like by the definition, a justification for your belief would be like a justified true belief. You don't have a justification at the moment. You just believe it.
No, I went with One Direction nighttime. There's a lot more things than day and night cycle that.
Okay, well then show us something else. Maybe something else will prove it. You got anything else other than that that you can put in words?
That I can't what?
That you can put in words?
Yeah, you have all of the photographic and video evidence from any space agency you like.
So we're going to photographs. Now, how does a photograph show that the Earth is an actual globe and not just you believing it's one?
Well, I don't know where this conversation goes, but I'm going to say what you'd expect me to say. The shape is circular when taken from space. So,
yeah, I know. That's what they're
shape
that's what
always
they're
makes a circle.
I know that's what they're showing you, right? I get that.
Yes.
They're showing you an image and you're looking at it and you're saying, "Hey, that's what they're telling me this is. It's a globe." Okay, I got that. But how do you know that's true? What's your standard to evaluate that?
It matches all the other things. It's the only shape that matches everything.
Like what?
You could go on Google Maps, measure distances between points.
Wait a minute.
Cross-reference with some flights that you could buy yourself.
Wait. Hold on, Lars. What we're trying to gain information on is how the Earth is presented to you as a sphere, not distance from point A to point B. I want to know how it appears to be curving in that image. What are you comparing it to in the physical world that shows the same kind of attribute? In what way? Because it's like you going from point A to point B isn't telling me that the surface condition is a specific thing like the image. The image is very specific. Yeah, it's specific to the Earth being a curved surface.
If I, hypothetically, so I've done it once, maybe twice. Hypothetically, I could do it if I had 100 years. I could spend the rest of my life cross-referencing Google Images, distance between points with flights that I in real life take and their times. If I traveled the whole world, I would only make
circular.
I can only predict my flight times.
Circular reasoning.
That doesn't.
No, it's not. How is it circular?
You're not answering the question. The image that they're showing you is showing of a spherical nature of a a globe.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So going from point A to point B does not answer the question whether or not the distance traveled is on a curved surface. That's what we're looking for. In the physical world outside, how are we going to answer the question of the image depicted as a spherical Earth, and you traveling a distance will also depict that the Earth is spherical? I want to do like how you attributed traveling from point A to point B to the image of the Earth being a globe. How are you doing that?
Because I can't personally verify NASA's images or whoever's images.
Thank you.
That didn't
Thank
take.
you. That's honesty. Yeah, that's honesty. Yeah. Thank you for that.
And to answer your question,
okay, go ahead.
The only way I could personally verify is by taking these flights and seeing and waiting for how long it takes until one of these flights doesn't match what I'd expect on the Google Images point to point. That could only work on a sphere, and it's the only work on a sphere part. And I'm suggesting that I could that I could go the whole rest of my life without finding one single flight that doesn't completely fit the Google Earth model.
Yeah, that's fine. You can't say that because you said that's the only thing you could fit. Did you attempt to go through every permutation of shape imaginable to man and verify that it couldn't fit any other shape? Did you do that?
No, I just tried
What are you
flat.
talking about, lads?
Okay, so
I just tried
because
flat.
you made a bold statement, and you said I've tried every other shape, and it can only happen on this one. So the problem with that statement is that you didn't try out all the other shapes. You're just saying that you did, and that's not confirmation that you've excluded every other shape that it could be.
For the audience, though, I mean, if it fits the sphere, that's good enough. We don't have to hypothetically
Wait a
does
minute,
it fit a fucking inverted star.
No,
I mean, it
that's a
doesn't fit the
problem.
flat and it fits the sphere. That's good
a
enough.
problem. That's a problem because you're just assuming that's what it is. It's still like with the image.
No,
you
I'm
didn't.
not
You
assuming.
didn't. Yeah, yes, you are. You just said it's the only thing that it could fit, and I told you. Did you check all the other permutation of shapes that it could be? Your answer was I don't need to.
I don't.
That's what you said. Yeah, that's a problem because
You
you're
stop
making a
looking when you
claim.
find an answer that works.
Yeah, that's the thing. Did you check all the other ones though? It could work with another shape. Did you check all the other ones?
Okay, well, if this is, do you want to go a different direction with this? This is not.
No. The direction I'm taking you is that your statements are illogical because I'm forming a way. The reason why they're illogical is because it's a fallacy. You're saying that you've excluded every other shape that there could be, and it could only be this one. And I asked you, did you check all the other permutation of shapes that it can be? And your answer to that was, I don't need to. I don't need to check all the other ones. So you're not, by way of not even checking, you're just assuming that one is the only one it could be.
Yes, I'm a human. I cannot see the Earth. I have to go with the model that works. What? And it can't be flat. So if it works on a sphere, if point-to-point distance measurements work on a sphere, when converted flat, they can't work. So I haven't tried anything but sphere and flat.
I do want to examine what you're saying that works. So you're saying it works. What do you mean by it works?
I mean, if you go on Google Earth and you find 2 airports and
the Earth is not flat, you dumb bastard.
You obey what Google Earth says the distances are between those 2 airports, and then you go online and look at a flight, or perhaps even buy that flight and take it.
Yeah.
Find more consistency than you would if you look at any flat model and do the same thing.
Wait a minute. Set
up a ratio between distance and flight times.
Time out. Do you know how flights actually work? What the pilot actually does? Because I'm only assuming that you're assuming it. You're assuming it.
I'm assuming the economy runs on money and logistics.
No. Because what I'm saying is your point from that you're trying to make right now is that logistically this can only happen on a curved surface, like a globe. Logistically, it can only happen that way. It's not happening on anything else. And I told you the problem with that is that you didn't examine every other permutation of thing it could be. You just only said I stopped here. You didn't stop. You didn't even start. What I'm pointing out to the audience is you didn't even start to look at anything else. So you didn't.
You're calling it a problem? I don't think it's a problem like you're calling it.
It's an issue. So yeah, because you said I've already examined. It can't be any other shape. It can only be this one. So what I'm showing you is that that's an issue because over here on this other side, you could have found a shape that it could have been, but you didn't want to look. You didn't even start looking. You said I've stopped at this. But that's a problem. You're showing the audience that you stopped as if you were searching. You were not searching. As a matter of fact, you didn't even start looking. You just landed on this one thing that was being presented to you and accepted it. That's exactly what happened.
I highly disagree with your assessment that you're showing the audience
That's fine.
I think you're showing the audience that you like to interrupt and that.
No. I'm showing the audience that your statements are illogical. You didn't look at any other shapes. Otherwise, you'd be telling us I looked at, this shape and that one and the other one. You didn't do that. And you're just giving the illusion that you've looked at it, that you stopped on the Earth being a globe, a sphere.
I told the audience that I compared the distances on the Gleason's map versus the globe.
The Gleason's map is of the
Google
globe.
Earth.
The Gleason's map is of the globe, bro. It's not like a flat Earth model.
Well,
I mean, fine. It depicts the land masses are on displayed like on a flat projection, but it's not itself like a depiction of the Earth like as it is if it's a flat Earth.
That's still
Okay,
that's still accordance of the Earth being a globe. It's just a smushed down version where you see all the countries, like if you would if you were on the surface of
Yeah,
a
yeah.
sphere, but you smushed it down. That's all it is. It's not like, do you get me? Like
Well,
it's not like the flat
no, I
earthers are putting
completely,
this out.
I do get you, but there's never. It's hard to get a flat earther to give you what map he says because whatever map he
hold on.
says,
Dude,
you
hold
go
on.
on Google Earth, the point to points of real life flights, they never all work like they do on the globe. Some of them.
Dude, I think you have a misunderstanding here, if I may, AV. No
Go ahead.
flat earther is going to give you a map and say it's not a map. It's actually objective physical reality. No one's going to do that. No one in the globe side is going to do that. That's the error that you have made today. That you took a abstraction and tried to make it concrete. And now what you've ended up with is debunking your own globe model.
It sounds nice, but
a Gleason
the globe works.
is a projection. A globe
So are you
projection.
saying abstract? The Google Earth, you can call it abstract. When you take these points to points, compare them with real life flight times.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do.
You're going to
Yeah,
find all positive results.
Lars,
So
you
you,
have to
so
realize,
I have a
brother,
non-abstract
you have
model.
to realize something. You
Yeah,
have to
he's not
realize that
listening.
you have to realize that it's not happening over a spherical Earth. These things that are done on maps, right? These maps that are map projections. You've seen it like on Google Earth, so you're trying to think about it like how it's working on a globe. But in all reality, you didn't verify that it's on one. You just believe that it is.
No,
So
I'll
it's
tell
based
you.
on a belief system.
Let me tell you. Let me please tell you. I'm not believing. You can take. So all I'm believing is that these flights that I haven't actually taken in real life are also accurate and would be accurate, like the ones I have taken in real life. Enter the flights I've taken that I've actually tested. I'm in this city. I end up in this city. My watch had this much time go by. Google Maps said this distance is this.
Yeah, but that's also
those are the flights I've taken. I'm believing the flights that I haven't taken would yield me a similar result.
No.
What
That's not it.
I know is I bring in geometry. You can bring in another. You can problem solve and find out this only happens on a sphere. I'm not
All right, well,
believing
think
that it
about it
only
like this.
happens
I'm
on a
going
sphere.
to give you something to think about. If it was on a sphere that distance traveled because you looked at Google Earth or whatever, okay, let's just say that's the fact. Then
Yes.
how would you determine based on that flight that the surface underneath the plane was curving in the manner that they say the Earth, being the size that it is what it is? Like, how would you determine that the ground that the plane's traveling over is a curving surface? This is the whole crux of the argument. The argument
The
has
distances. I got you. The distances I can't really I don't know about the distances. I just know the time flew ratio to the distances on Google Map ratio is approximately consistent.
Yeah, I'm not.
I don't know about the actual distances.
I guess nobody's disagreeing with you on that. That the part we're disagreeing with you on is the conclusion. The conclusion is it's happening over a curved surface because Google Earth is depicting it that way to you. So your mind is thinking this is the only thing that can work based on what they're showing me. But in no way are you challenging how they're connecting that it's happening over a curving surface. You're just saying that it is based on what they're showing you. Like as you zoom out or whatever, it turns into a globe. That's great. But
I'll tell you why. Because there's no distortion in any direction. I've sat for an hour and a half and just clicked random airports. Some flights don't even exist
Now
because they're irrelevant.
you got a problem though when you zoom out from your Google Maps to Google Earth. How many times does it take you to spin it? How many times do you have to swipe to spin it once around?
I don't know really. I don't know.
Okay, maybe look into that.
What do you happens to do with your computer settings, man?
Yeah, hold on, Lars. I just want to get on the basis that you're taking you're taking an assumption to think that the Earth is a globe, and it's not been established in any way that they're showing you. Like even with Google Earth, right? They should be able to give you the the distance from like whatever airport to airport, and how much area you're gonna cover, and how much curvature there would be in between those 2 points. To at least verify some point of accuracy to say, if I'm traveling from this airport to that port, there will be this much curvature involved. And at least correlate it with that. But you're just going off the assumption that you're working on a globe already and just assuming that those flights work because you're on a globe. You're not saying that it's showing that you are on one. You're just verifying flight times. I don't think anybody disagrees with flight times and the way the avionics actually works. But the problem we're having is people are believing the ground underneath them is curving at a specific rate that it should be if it was a globe. That's the disagreement right there.
So yeah, not to mention that he thinks that, not to mention that you also think that pilots are dealing with their Earth spinning beneath them as they land. But go on.
The way that I link the distances and there's a word that begins with an A, like arterial, or a word for like something that I'm not actually seeing. If I'm seeing my phone with the distances and I'm seeing my watch tick on the flight, but I'm not actually seeing the plane travel over the ground. The way I'm rectifying the distances with the times to the shape of the Earth is that it works in all directions in perfect symmetry, and the only perfect shape is a sphere.
Wait a minute. But that statement cannot be verified, can it?
If I was, destined to live 100 years and take all these
that's
flights,
the problem, though.
that's the best I can verify.
This is the issue. At this current state where you're at right now, you haven't done the thing that you think could actually put some meat on the bone. So you're just right now believing that it's a globe. I'm getting to the heart of the matter.
Thinking that it's a globe.
Yeah, exactly. But it's not known as one.
No, you could say it's not known as one.
Thank you. That's it.
I have zero doubt that it's one, but I'm not in space looking at it. So no, it's not known as one.
We got to a point of agreement. I'm at least content with the fact that you're intellectually honest to say that, because it would take a lot for somebody to admit that. But if you are willing to, then at least that gives us a base for where you're coming from, and not like, well, we get into arguments with people because they say they know for sure. And that's the part that we want to actually connect, how they actually figured it out. And it gets into a big old mess. And sometimes, it goes the other way.
Everyone in this Discord, if they were Superman, we'd all do the exact same thing first. We'd all fly out there and see what the fuck it is.
We all dress up like Clark Kent.
Conversely, however, we can discuss the Earth being a horizontal plane and perhaps maybe give you some food for thought.
Perhaps I'll give you.
Or not unless you got to do something else. I mean, I don't know. What's your?
I'm just gonna start my day, get in the shower, go grocery shopping. But I got 5 minutes, so you're a good speaker.
Well, thank you very much. But you're also intellectually honest, so it's reciprocal. So works both ways. Yeah, we understand that the Earth. There's a couple of things, right? We observe it to be a horizontal plane. We can measure across it for sure. And it also shows that long distance observations, also with laser targeting systems, just multiple things of mirror flashes over bodies of water. The fact that water doesn't display any. Oh, did I pop out? The fact that. Hello?
We hear you.
Yeah, so the fact that large bodies of water display no convexity while at rest, there's a lot of things that we can conclude with saying with assurance, because of the principles of the known world, that the Earth is not a curving surface like the way that people think with the globe. So we can examine things further and probably get into showing you tests and things that have been done over time, and maybe bring forward the idea that you can actually put together a solid base where we can say for sure that the Earth is a horizontal plane. But definitely we can start with the physics of water and how it's, displaying no convexity over large bodies and while at rest. Because we can show that, I don't know if you've ever been to a placid lake where you don't see any, a lot of wind on it. It's just really calm. And it shows a specular reflection on it. So a specular reflection can happen in two ways. It can happen with a curved surface and a flat surface. But if it, depending on the angle that the light hits at water, and then up to your eye for the thing that you see in the far distance to mirror it, it displays a perfectly mirrored surface. And we can know that that can only happen if the surface of that water is a horizontal plane, displaying that perfectly mirrored surface. Now, this has happened over the salt flats. So showing this and a depiction of specular reflection is a great instance of showing how the large body of water is displaying a horizontal surface, which will also, because of the light that's coming from striking the thing that we see in the distance, like a mountain or clouds or whatever, can reflect in a perfectly mirrored fashion, which can only happen on a horizontal surface and not a curving one. So if you had a curving surface, which was a specular reflection, it would show distortions in that surface, which means that you'd have like a funhouse mirror effect. It would be elongated or whatever the case is, a little bit stretched out over distance. We don't see that. We don't see that, however. So I think it's a great, great demonstration. Go ahead.
With this demonstration, is there any like lack of assumption? Like, does it take what you would expect exactly on a globe, or is it generally saying this looks like a mirror?
Yeah, I mean,
because
if you
looking like a mirror and being exactly mirror
I
are
get
not
you.
the same.
I think what happens is we're going to have to find out what we mean by the terms, and so making an observation, or at least showing you people that have been out there over this body. I used the Salt Lake when it rains, like after a rain, how it shows a perfectly mirrored surface. I think that was the best example, and or like a calm lake. That's a good example too. But sometimes with wind, it could cause a rippling effect on the surface of water, which can cause a distortion on the image you're trying to look at. So then it would kind of like be harder to tell. However, this has happened where it shows very perfect in mirror and horizontal. So that I think too. Not to mention, because we have that right. On top of that, we got distances that have been measured like up to like 24, 25 miles on certain examples over lakes with lasers and targeting from the point of origin to the target, and the laser actually hits its target. So there's a lot of instances where we understand that there has been a measurement of levelness over a surface of water. So not just that we're seeing this, but that laser targeting can show that it corroborates with the fact that not only specular reflection demonstrate that the horizontal surface of water displays no convexity, but also that the laser will, over the surface of water, be able to reach its target. And by that, we can say that with assurance that not only does the water look flat, but it is flat. And I mean, many other demonstrations, but these are just a few to get you started. I don't know how much more time you have. Plus, I have to leave too, because I got to get back to work. So.
Is this guy at odds with the idea that water seeks and finds level?
No, he just wanted. I was just going to give him a rundown. I don't know how much time he has.
No, I understand. But that's the first thing you brought up, and then he kind of latched on something to gloss over the simplicity of the whole water thing.
That's fine. If you want to find more information out, you can go to the server. We have PDFs and tons of information you could look at.
So
I don't know if
when you say assured, does that mean that if I asked you if you knew the Earth was flat, you would say you know it's flat?
Yes. Another property. Go ahead. You go ahead.
I know that you are aware of the globe Earth argument refraction when you about these laser tests.
Yes.
So why did you leave that out and say we know that you basically just left it out?
Yeah, because so even if refraction was included, you'd have to figure out what role does it play. So we're talking about over a viewing distance, specifically over a larger distance, and just like, let's say, from here to like 100 feet away. It has to be at a significant distance away. And then if it does play a factor in a viewing distance, then what role does it play? And not only would something be visible, but you could you could qualify it. So if refraction is something that says causes, Rorschach effects or whatever, distortions in the air, then we'd have to qualify it, like what type of refraction. So then that's the reason why we would introduce that and talk about it. But that's definitely a phenomena that does occur. So we can't negate the fact that certain phenomena do occur, and we have to address that whenever it does come up. But the instances that I'm talking about are times where you can do testing over surfaces of water where it's calm.
Minimal.
they see to a certain distance away. But if, like I said, if refraction is a particular problem, like that needs to be addressed, then of course we address it. But it's not as significant as the globers would need it to be, because for the globe side, it would have to be such a great amount of it that you would have to bend a horizontal surface into a curved surface. So it's a bit more. It's a bit more. I'm looking for the word. It's a bit more embellished with the idea that the Earth is a globe. That refraction would
any amount of refraction that we'd claim would be bending horizontal into curve, right? Any amount.
Well, I mean, yeah, but that's the issue. It's not. There's an idea that it's doing something in the air, but it's not been able to be tested and verified that there's a standard that we can go by. Now, mind you, there's something called there's something called the terrestrial refraction, which has the R value baked in it. 7/6 R. It's got a lot of equations that are going to be putting to like how we can tell, like we can use this standard all across the board. But of course, as you may know, the air outside isn't always like a static thing. It fluctuates. So you can't just set some sort of like prime example to it and then just say carte blanche that this is the way it's got to be. You have to actually address the fact that there's, with increased distance, there's going to be pockets of air that are not colder and hotter in between you and the target distance. So, I
just wanted to ask why.
I got to get back to work, and somebody else can answer the question.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, later.
Would any of you let me see if I'm muted or not.
You're not muted. Did you ever see this refraction? I put it in the text chat for you.
Or look at it. Is there anyone here that has a voice chat permission that would say they don't know the Earth is flat and they just think the Earth is flat?
You want to?
Anyone? I'm just wondering. There's like 20 people here, right?
You shouldn't really worry about like what people say. That like, how can you know? How can you? You should just figure out how can you know something. Like, how can you know what flat is and what Earth is, and then you might come to understand how they either know or don't know.
Yeah. I personally feel no evidence whatsoever that I'm more sure that the Earth is spherical than probably the majority of you are sure that the Earth is flat. But I won't say that I know it's flat or that I know it's round.
Go ask water.
Oh yeah, like that's a good idea. Like so, like what tool would you use to establish points of equal elevation, right? To know that the Earth is changing in elevation, because you're saying it's a globe, which is a change in elevation from one point to the other. What tool would you use to know that things are of equal elevation?
That's a good question. I don't know, like a barometer, but like he was saying, meteorology is fucking finicky. I don't really know how you measure elevation.
A barometer is at a point. What's the tool that you can use along a surface, like over a distance?
I mean, that's a good question. You can't hardly use light because of all the atmospheric unknowns. Can you answer that question for me? I don't know.
Well, I was told. Just to get it going, right? For old Hoss who spoke up, I was told that a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference where no point is higher or lower than the other.
Yeah, I mean, I think I tend to agree with that.
What say you, old Hoss?
I'm actually searching up that meme to show them a water level in the infograph about at what distance does this not. Do you know what a water level is?
Is this a concept or a tool? No, I don't know what a water level is. I know what. Oh yeah, like in construction. Yeah, I know what it is.
You know what a spirit level is.
Maybe I'm mixing them up. I know what a level is.
Like let me dig this up. Yo Tanks, go ahead and fill them in on that. I'm finding the meme.
Yeah, it's like a water level is a tool, right? And he'll definitely show you the picture. There's the regular level that you know about at the store, where it's got a little bubble of liquid in it, air. And the when you tilt it, the air will go up and the water will go down. And you'll say, oh, the bubble's too high, so I got to get it to be even and flat. And then there's a water level, which is a separate tool, uses the same principle, which is two little beakers, if you can imagine, on the end, and a long hose. And what you can do with the tool is you can raise or lower one end of it, and the water will flow until it equalizes. So we know, like in your township where you live, that you guys have water. You have showers, you have sinks, and every town has a water tower, and the water tower is higher, right? They put it up high, the water tower, so that the water will flow down and feed all the systems below it, right? So we know that water at rest, if you raise one end of it, will flow, and that will, that'll cause water to flow, and that's kind of the principle that the tool uses. That when the water is not flowing, right, then it's flat and level on the surface.
Yeah, and like say you have two bodies of water next to each other, not connected. They can be at different heights. Then when you connect them, they're going to even out.
Yeah, the communicating vessel. Yeah, some would say the water level tool. So then, if you have a body of water, right, and it's at rest, then all points along the surface are at the same elevation. So then it goes back to the question, right? So that you can know that the Earth's a globe. What tool would you use to establish points of equal elevation so that you can measure a drop of the Earth, a curve, over the distance? What tool would you use to establish that?
You would use water.
There you go. So now I'm going to put water on the surface of Earth, which is, they say they know the entirety of the Earth, and that 70% of it is covered in water. So now I'm going to use that 70%, like a lake, or or a canal, and I'm going to measure the Earth, whether it is higher or lower. And now I can know. Are you feeling like you're in a paradox at the moment, trying to figure that out?
No, to be honest, I'm trying to like be not rude and tell you that I gotta go.
All right.
But talking to you and the other guy, you guys are both.
I finally found it. I pinged you. Look at it before you go.
Okay.
You did put in the work. He found it for you.
At what distance does this become? Can you explain what the question is? Does what become false?
Well, that's a water level.
Is it saying at what distance would these two levels not match?
Yeah, because
I don't see the statement.
you agreed. Well, you found the saying "water seeks and finds level." You don't disagree with that, you said.
No, I agree.
Before you go, Lars, imagine this scenario. So imagine you're holding one end of the tool and I'm holding the other end of the tool. And imagine it's just infinitely large, like it doesn't have a limitation to how big it is, right? Now we have it where it's level, where the water's not flowing. Now I'm going to walk over the top, right? I'm going to just magically, like I'm going to sort of float like a butterfly or something. I'm going to walk over the ocean, right, with that tool. Just keep on going and going. Would you imagine that it rises from the surface of the water, or that it stays parallel with the surface of the water?
You're saying you're holding a leveling tool, right? That's what you said?
I'm holding the hose. I'm holding one end of it, and it's just magically stretching and going further and further. And I'm walking over the surface of the ocean, like with magic, like Jesus' shoes or something. Would you imagine that I'm raising
the plane at the top of the surface of the opposite ends of water? At what distance does that plane become unparalleled? That's the question.
Yeah, is the ocean dropping away to conform to the curvature of a sphere, and that would make it so that the water level tool is rising from the surface, or is it remaining parallel and the Earth is flat?
Well, parallel and level are different. So as far as you would go, the water would remain level, no matter how far you went.
Would that be parallel with the surface of another body of water beneath it?
No, it never. Even in the picture, they're technically they wouldn't be parallel. They'd be unobservably different from parallel, but
So now you're disagreeing with yourself.
no, because I didn't understand the statement the picture was making until
Yeah,
just
you don't
now.
understand the implications of globe. I gotcha.
Yeah, it's sunk in that that's the globe that is not existing in reality.
Well, if you look at the picture, a water level device showing both ends of the same height. So,
And remember,
Yeah,
you
the
gotta
picture
you gotta
illustrates
drink,
what we
you gotta flush
described.
your toilet, you gotta get a shower, and you gotta drink tonight. Don't forget, like in reality, you gotta do those things where you have your water tower at a higher elevation flowing downhill. Don't forget while you're making these
yeah, but
statements that
this
reality is still there.
picture, I didn't read the bottom. It says a water level device showing both ends of the same height. Is that what the question at the
So what's
top is
the
asking?
answer?
At what distance does this become false? Is it referring to a water level, both ends of the same height? Is that the excuse me? I'm sorry. Is that the
Correct.
question? That's what the top is asking.
So what is the?
No, they'd always be the same height from the ground.
Oh, welcome to flat Earth.
No, height is measured from the ground.
It's just
I
a
think the Earth is a
paradox. You're
sphere.
jumping. Remember, I said, watch out for the paradox. You're falling into it.
All right, I'm fired up. My query is can someone explain to me how I'm contradicting something? How did I? What? Well, thank you guys. Hope you have great days.
Can I speak? Nice response. Oh, am I allowed to speak?
Yeah, what's up, man?
My name is. How's it going? My name is Braden. I'm here to argue in defense of globalists. I think the last guy that was on here didn't argue it very effectively. And I would like to, I guess, argue that point, if you would let me.
Sure, go ahead.
First, I will just simplify it down, and it's really not an issue of whether it's a globe or whether it's a horizontal surface. It's a matter of the systems that you choose to represent it. I think in the scientific community, the theories that we have and the laws that we have are the best description of what's going on, and it's the simplest method is usually the best method, and it's the best solution. And that's my argument for why our model of it being a globe is more effective, just base level. And there's tons of mathematical evidence that we can bring up later to prove that point. But it's the fact that flat earthers use two systems to define two separate things when the globe system uses one. What I mean by that is the flat earth system has two different systems for weather and for the movement of the sun and the moon. As the globe model has one that universally recognizes both of them in the same system and holds true 100% of the time.
Okay.
What do you have to say about that?
Well, you have prerequisites if you want the Earth to be a globe, right? And they're very easy to test. So if the Earth is a globe, right? They tell us the exact size of the globe, and that means that water would have to be curving. Okay, so if we go to a certain size area of water, okay, say it's a 10-mile lake or a 20-mile lake or section of the ocean, it would have to be curving at a specific rate for the Earth to be a globe, right? For all of those additional claims to be true. It's the prerequisite.
Yes.
So if we can go and
there's plenty of
consistently
mathematical
test,
evidence to prove that.
Well, yeah. Let me finish because I let you finish.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I apologize.
No, that's okay. So we've been out and actually tested over these distances countless times using all sorts of different methods, and we can never find any curvature whatsoever over these distances. And then when we go seeking, right, to the globe side for counter tests, so to speak, right, we don't find anything that matches up, right? We don't have any evidence of this prerequisite for everything else to be true for a globe. So if you want to compare empirical evidence, that would probably be the best option, right?
Well, I have a clear rebuttal to the fact that we don't have any evidence to prove that it's curved. I will bring up the Eratosthenes stick test, which I'm sure you know about. You take two sticks, two different cities, and they each have two different shadows, and the difference in degree of the shadow is linear across the distance that it is. And you can see that in a matter of scale. There is a certain amount of mileage to a certain amount of degree change in the curve. Part of it is human field of view, that the human vision can't necessarily see over a 60-mile radius to see a large change like that. But there are a lot of different methods that we can use to see those distances. And when you see those distances, you can see that there is curvature of the Earth. And not only that, but when you guys bring up the model of the lake and how it has to be flat because it is mirrored surface perfectly, that's over a distance of a few miles. I don't know what size of lake you're bringing up, but the examples that you gave were small enough distances.
10 or 20 miles as an example, right, where there should be hundreds of feet of curvature.
So the 10 to 20 mile example is flawed in the fact that I don't know the exact degree, but I'm pretty sure every 66 miles it's a degree change across that.
Yeah, but so that's 66 feet, bro. Right, that's like nearly a 7-story building, right? 7-story building. That's a huge amount of curvature, and that's just over 10 miles, right? It's exponential when you increase the distance. So over 20 miles, it would be like a skyscraper of curvature, like 260 foot approximately of curvature over 20 miles. That would be very easy to test, and there would be things hidden in the distance, right? So if you set up a camera or a laser, for example, let's just use a camera for this example. Say you set a camera up a few feet off the surface of the water. Okay, you shouldn't be able to zoom in and see the shoreline on the other side of a 20-mile lake, for example. It should be hidden by hundreds of feet of Earth curvature. That would be the hidden height. And you would also have to have a geometric horizon, right? The physical globe Earth horizon at a certain distance, depending on how high the optic is, right? That would have to be there if the Earth is a globe. It's part of the physicality of a globe that size. But it's not there when we go and test for it. Now, Eratosthenes, he made a whole bunch of assumptions, and all he did was measure a shadow length. Okay, a 7.2 degree shadow. He assumed that the Earth was a globe already, right? He wasn't trying to test if it's flat or a globe. And he assumed an infinite distance sun that would produce parallel sun rays, right? So 2 assumptions. Okay, if you just change those assumptions, right, you could still do the same mathematics. Okay, and then you're going to work out the circumference of a flat surface, which is ridiculous. But that's why I'm talking about empirical evidence, not calculations based off assumptions, right? Actually testing, measuring the claimed geometry.
Yes, I think with the stick test, I'd like to point out that this was not with the assumption that it was a globe. If I remember it correctly, at that point, we didn't have, I believe it was around 500 BCE. Before
man, I don't want to call you out and say that you're wrong, but maybe you should double check these things before you make arguments about Eratosthenes. Okay, because he did absolutely assume it's a sphere beforehand. He already thought it was a sphere. He did his mathematics based on that assumption. Okay, he was trying to work out the circumference of the sphere that he believed in. Okay, he believed he was on a sphere. He was just trying to calculate the circumference. Okay, so if you, I don't want to say you're wrong. You're more than welcome to just go and look that up yourself.
Okay, well, I think, well, thank you for not calling me out at all. I would like to bring up the talk about the Earth's drop. I think you're misunderstanding what I mean by that. So, it's not a visibility rule, it is a geometric approximation. It doesn't mean something drops out of sight by that amount line of sight over a certain distance. It depends on your eye height and light, just math. When you're standing 6 feet across the surface, your geometric horizon is only about 3 miles away. Beyond that, the ground starts to curve downwards, so the lower parts of distant objects get hidden first. If the object is tall, or if you're standing higher up, you can still see it if it's top across a lake. So I think you're misunderstanding the fact that it would drop by 266 feet, a skyscraper height, over a 20-mile radius. It's not based off of that.
Yeah. It actually, so you just said from a 6-foot observer height, the horizon would be 3 miles away. Okay, so if I go to a giant body of water and set up a camera at 6 foot, the horizon would have to be 3 miles away, right? So I can go test for that.
Yes. Is there?
Okay, so when we go and test for that, the horizon isn't at that distance ever. In fact, we can see orders of magnitude further than that. Okay, so I could show you an example right now where a camera was set up at 5 foot height. Okay, so the horizon would be a little bit closer than 3 miles, but we can see the entire way across a 21-mile lake and see the shoreline on the other side. There's no horizon, there's no curvature.
Oh, yes, fair.
Mm-hmm. And this is consistently done in different locations. Different locations, whether it be the ocean, whether it be a lake in Canada, a lake in the USA, a section of the ocean in Australia, anywhere. Whenever we go out and test for curvature, we don't find any curvature.
Yeah.
That's why I was talking about comparing empirical evidence, because we got a whole stack of empirical evidence that we'd love to share with people, but quite often people don't really care to see it or actually focus on what's being presented, right? And then if I were to ask you if you have anything like that to actually empirically validate the curvature, I don't think you would be able to present anything, because no one ever has.
I think there's plenty of empirical. Sorry.
Yeah, I thought the same thing, man. Like when I first started looking into this, I thought this was a crazy argument and that there was tons of proof that the Earth's a globe. But the further I dug into it, I found that that's absolutely not the case.
I mean, what is your main grounds for the fact that the Earth is flat, if you could summarize that in a paragraph? Using it mathematically, and I know we talked about short distances, but what mathematically can you prove over the entire size of what we say is a globe and translate that to a horizontal surface? How can you mathematically describe that?
May I interrupt for 1 second?
Yeah, please do, Elijah. What's up, man?
What's up? I just feel like, we have to slow the conversation down. You were very,
okay, that's fair.
You were very sure that we were misunderstanding you when you were talking about the drop over distance. Now, the underlying premise in that is that the Earth is a globe, and at a certain distance, something is obstructed by the surface of the Earth, right? Like like when I joined the VC just now, you were very sure about that. Whatever anyone was saying about what you were saying about that, you were sure that they got it wrong, and then you articulated what you meant. Now, I understand what you meant because we use that as an argument to defeat the Earth being a sphere of a specific dimension. So I would like to drill into that instead. rather than you asking how we explain this or explain that. Like,
Well, I think it's
can we
a
stay there before we move on? Because you brought it up.
well. I am sorry if it came across that way. I was saying that I thought there might have been a misunderstanding there because I was pointing at perspective and scale, and it seems like in the past conversations that I've heard, people have brought up scale and stuff like that, and it has been either ignored or kind of slighted. So I thought maybe you guys were misunderstanding my fact about distance and scale over the size of the globe. And I don't mean to
No, that's
I
fine.
guess.
That's fine. That's fine. I don't.
Yeah, I know. I just want to make that.
No hard feelings. You made it. No hard feelings.
Okay.
But now, my whole point is, I now know that you understand what I know based on what you said. Now, you know what you know. You just articulated it. So I know that you know implicitly the same thing. So now I want
Well,
to talk about. So now I want to talk about whether that thing is actually true.
do you think it would be more beneficial if we threw out the assumption that it is a flat Earth or that it is a globe Earth and just talk about the mathematics to prove that without any prior assumptions? Because I think that would be an effective way to argue is without taking anything into account. Because I made that mistake with coming in sure that it was a globe, and I've tried to listen and be thoughtful about what you guys are saying, and I think if we both threw out the notion, just not like necessarily what we believe, but if we throw out
thing you brought
our
up,
personal
you
beliefs.
want us. So the thing you brought up that you knew you understood, and I now know based on what you said that I understand the same thing you've understood. I'm saying this is actually an important point to go over. Are you telling me you just don't want to do that? Is this your roundabout way of saying let's scratch that and start over? Because I really wanted to start there because you know about it and I know about it.
I'm saying, well, everybody knows about it. It is, I mean, unless you don't
Well,
have
you
access
thought we
to
didn't know
educational
about it.
resources.
You thought we didn't know anything about scale versus perspective. But now that
May I
you
please
know,
finish?
I don't know. Look, I just want to know if we can drill down on the clarification that you made, or do we have to move on? 'Cause all you have to do is admit, I don't want to do that. I want to move on. And then I'll leave you
What
alone. Because it
specifically?
seems like I'm bothering you. And I'm just like, it started out with me saying, okay, there's nothing confused. You know that for a specific observer, that things would be obstructed at this specific distance because you believe the earth is a sphere. I understand that those mathematics. I understand the numbers. I agree with you. Now, DJ just tried to ask you if you wanted to look into how we've tested that, and you've attempted to move on when it was your point to begin with. I just want transparency and honesty. I will let you move on if you will clearly say that's what you want to do. Otherwise, I'm gonna. Otherwise, I don't know.
I guess I'll move on, but it feels like you're taking apart my argument and drilling it down to the way that I'm wording things as opposed to the question that I asked, which what mathematical evidence is there to prove over long distances? I think we already talked about the short
That's incorrect,
distances.
bro. You're gonna keep going as if what you just said was correct. That's incorrect. I'm not taking. You didn't even put forth. What am I taking apart? I mean, I didn't take apart anything. I asked you if we could stay on that point. That's not doing anything other than requesting that we talk about it. So how could I be taking apart something that I'm requesting to talk about? I haven't done it yet. I'm going to do it. You're 100% right in your feeling. I'm going to do it. But if you don't want me to, say that. Don't act like I'm trying to chop you off at the knees, because I'm not. I'm asking you if you want to talk about it, expand on it.
Well,
And
I
also, don't say
apologize if it came
mathematical evidence when it's not
across that
mathematical
way.
evidence. It's scientific or empirical or whatever.
But
Well,
but that's what I really wanted, because it seemed like he was moving away from it, DJ. But you can take back over. I just wanted to make sure that we had to move away from the most important point in the discussion. Now he doesn't know it's important because he wants to move on. But if he didn't move on, you either want to move on or you don't. Like if you were very transparent about that, this wouldn't be a back and forth. But you already said
Well,
you
I don't.
want to move on, but don't end that statement with "we can move on" because it seems like you want to do X, Y. All I want to do is talk about the point that you raised. If you don't want to do that, don't act like I'm doing anything more or anything more nefarious than wanting to address the point that you made. That's all I wanted to do.
What? Yes, I understand that, and I apologize if I came off hostile. And I don't mean to take away from the conversation that we're having, but it felt like when I brought up something, I agreed with the point that the other guy had made, and I was asking a follow-up question that applied to the thing, and that was over large distances, because we had already spoken on short distances. I thought I made it clear through that question asking that I was either moving on or we were going to continue the conversation and let it move into something else. But then it felt like I was getting questioned on that and not necessarily chopping me off the knees, but that we turned 3 minutes of the conversation that could have been spent on mathematical evidence and proving either way and having a thoughtful discussion into talking about how I'm miswording things and if I need to move on or not when I made that perfectly clear. So I'm sorry if it came across that way. It just felt like it was not a personal attack. It just felt like we were attacking my words, not the mathematics here. If you can understand that. But I am
Yeah,
ready to
no
move on if you are ready
worries.
to
So
move
do you want to talk about the mathematics then? Or did you still want to move on anyway?
on. The last thing that I just said was I am ready to move on if you are.
I know, but you said I wanted to talk about the mathematics, not have you, pick apart my words. So my response to you is, okay, so then did you want to talk about the mathematics? And is moving on talking about the mathematics?
Are my words I'm maybe I'm miswording it, but I just clearly said that I'm ready to move on if you are and talk about the mathematics.
Okay,
What
cool.
what point
So
are you trying to make?
DJ,
What do you mean
okay,
by mathematical evidence?
I'll send it back. No, you don't have to. We got to the conclusion. DJ, you can take it away.
I mean mathematics over long distances is what I'm figured in because it really
Yeah,
comes
gotcha,
down
bro.
to say that again?
Yeah, I said I got you, right? So I'm talking. Okay, so you just said that if you're a 6-foot observer, the horizon would be at 3 miles. Okay, so I'm talking about a very large distance compared to 3 miles. Okay, so we're going to test a 20-mile distance, for example. Okay, and we're going to test for that horizon because that horizon must be there if the Earth's a globe. Okay, that's a characteristic, a physical characteristic of a globe of the size that they're telling us. Okay, so that's what you've learnt now is that the horizon would be 3 miles away. Okay, and you wouldn't be able to see any water beyond that horizon line. Okay, that would be the line in which the sky and the ground appear to meet. Right, and it would be caused by the curvature of the Earth if the Earth were a globe. Anything that goes beyond that, it's going to start to disappear behind the horizon. Ooh. Right.
What was that? Yeah, what was that?
Some crazy troll.
Hey, do me and the Globe Earther guy's voice sound the exact same? Because I was taking a shower and I figured I wanted to help him, but I think you guys wouldn't be able to tell our voices apart.
You sound similar. Yeah, man. All globers sound the same. I'm joking.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, let's test out that horizon. Okay, it has to be there. Do you agree? It has to be at 3 miles if the Earth's a globe physically.
I think we're making assumptions on the fact that it is a straight point-to-point view. Light bends based off the distance and based off the atmosphere, and that is why we are able to view things over long distances. It's not that water would be blocking that because it curves. A drop of 216 feet.
You just said. Okay, so you just said earlier that things would start to disappear physically behind the curvature of the Earth beyond 3 miles from a 6-foot observation.
Saying a very, very
are you
large
sticking with that?
No, what I'm saying is that over a very, very large distance, yes, things will start to drop off. But in this small scale of 10, 20 miles, the curvature of light allows us to see things that far. So yes, 216 feet is a large drop off in theory, but the standard refraction lets us see things in that distance. But like, I know a lot of globers, I guess as you call us, would bring up the boat example, but that is over a very, very large distance. That's way longer than 20 miles when you can't see the boat anymore.
Well, then
So I'm
that doesn't
saying
work on a
that-
globe. That doesn't work on a globe then, does it? Okay, so now you've
think
got
it
some
does.
issues. So now you've got a big surface area presenting itself as flat. Okay, and if you want to claim that that's flattening out due to refraction, then you would have to validate that. You would have to go out and measure it and test it and prove to me that really that curvature is there. Okay, because when we go out, we're not finding the curvature. Okay, so do you have any evidence of the curvature or of the geometric horizon that would have to be there if the Earth were a globe?
Yes, there is plenty of evidence. I don't.
Okay, well, what do you have? What do you have? Because I've been asking people for the last 8 years to present it. Okay, we've had physicists and whatnot come through here. They can't present it. What makes you think you can?
Well, I will not make assumptions that I'm a physicist or I have all of the knowledge on a subject, but I do still think that I have enough knowledge that I hate to use the word common sense, but I can't think of a other word. But through all of the educational resources that I have, which I've heard you guys say are indoctrinated,
It doesn't matter. Look, you can have all of the explanations that you like. That's why I'm talking about actual tests and empirical evidence to back the claims up, to back the explanations up. Okay, so I have a ton of empirical evidence that I can present to you. But you say that you have some, okay? Because we can all agree that we experience the Earth as flat, right? We don't see any curvature when we go out to the beach or when we go out to a lake. We see flat water, we see a flat horizon. Okay, so that would be the baseline, the starting point, the axiom that we all experience. But you get told that, and I got told that we're so small and the globe is so big, so you don't see any curvature. You experience it as flat, but really it's curving. Okay, so now I'm asking you to back up your claim that it's actually curving, even though you experience it as flat.
The issue is perspective. The issue is perspective in the fact that we, in comparison to the size of a globe,
That's what I just said. Don't repeat what I just said. No, what I'm asking you. Okay, this is what I'm asking you. Do you have any empirical evidence? Do you have any? Okay, I don't need you to. Okay, so you agree with what I just said, right? We're small, Earth big. We don't see curvature. Okay, so how do you know that it's curving?
Disagree.
And what empirical evidence do you have to back that up?
I will bring up a very, very prevalent. It happens. I mean, we have so much evidence to prove lunar eclipses work the way that they do. Now,
well, you're going to need. Hold on a second. I'm going to stop you before you get. Okay, so I was talking about prerequisites when you first came in here. Okay, to make the claim, right, of something that you see in the sky, right, being the curvature of the globe Earth, you're going to need curvature for that, right? So you're going to have to validate the prerequisite of the claim. Okay, so if we go out and we test over these large distances and there's zero curvature, obviously what you're talking about with the eclipse can't be possible. Okay, so you need to be able to find that curvature, right? This discussion is about Earth curvature. It's the primary factor that you need to have a globe. So we're going to have to try to validate that there's such a thing exists. Because we've already tested the Earth thousands of times and there's zero curvature is detected.
The horizon you see at sea level and sailing in the Caribbean.
Hold on a second.
Seeing the tips of a mountain appear first.
Yeah, hold on a second, dude. Right, you're a different person. I'm talking to the other guy. You can he probably doesn't want you to jump in and take over his conversation.
That's not we observe the Earth flat. That's us observing the Earth self-evidently round.
So that's what you're claiming, that the horizon's geometric physical location. Okay, so what evidence do you have of that? Because when we go out and test for it, it's not there. Okay, this is a diagram in the side chat. If the Earth were a globe, okay, so I'm going to read it out quickly. A man standing on a sphere would observe the physical geometric horizon at a certain distance, which on the diagram is represented by the red and yellow circle. Okay, and then there's a picture of what it looks like on the right. Okay, that distance to the horizon would be at a certain distance away from the observer, depending on the height. Okay, so you said earlier 6 foot height, 3 mile horizon. When we go out and test, that's never the case, right? And we can't find any evidence that such a thing exists.
I didn't get to finish my point on lunar eclipses, which we can honestly talk about lunar eclipses without knowledge of the Earth being circular. If we just imagine, even in the model that flat earthers use to show the movement of the sun and the moon, you can see that in that model, both are spheres. Now, my point is, the way that a lunar eclipse works, even if you...
I know how lunar eclipses work. I don't need... Look, nobody here... Well, nobody needs you to explain how lunar eclipses work. Everyone in the room knows how a lunar eclipse works. So you explaining that to everyone that already knows how it works is irrelevant. Does it require the Earth to be a globe? Does your argument require Earth curvature?
I think you're taking apart my argument, and I feel like it's...
I'm cutting it off. I'm cutting the feet off your argument, basically. Okay, so you need to have the feet have the rest of the argument.
May I please finish?
Well, no, because what you're trying to do is change the topic. Right? I'm trying to talk about the Earth.
No, I'm not.
You're trying to talk about things that you can't validate in the sky.
That diagram ignores
refractions. I can perfectly validate it. Look, I'm not trying to argue with me, but can I please finish my point? I'm defining terms, which is how you debate effectively.
No,
Thank you.
No, you're not defining terms, right? There's no terms being defined.
Yes, I am. I'm defining.
You're trying to talk about something that requires the Earth to be a globe in the first place, which you haven't been able to validate at all. And I have empirical evidence that completely destroys that notion. Right?
Now, can I please finish?
You're saying that you're looking at a shadow, an alleged shadow on the moon, right? And that proves that the Earth's a globe. Whereas you can't prove that there's any curvature on the actual Earth to begin with. That would be the prerequisite of the secondary claim that you're making.
If you were listening to what I was saying, I started off by saying you can make this argument without the assumption of it being a sphere or not. My point is the fact that in both models of a globe and of flat Earth, the moon and the sun are both spheres.
There's no flat Earth model. There's no flat Earth model, and your model falls apart when we test the curvature.
What do you mean there's no model? How do you describe it?
Can I say this?
Yeah.
You said shape. We don't need to deal with shape when talking about your argument. So, I mean, either A, I would have expected you to say, well, the lunar eclipse proves that the Earth is a sphere with certain dimensions, the ones that they accept today. And if you're not going to do that, the other alternative, which you just said, we don't have to talk about shape. We don't have to talk about whether it's a sphere or whether it's flat. So then why is the very next thing that you said, we can look at it with a flat Earth and we can look at it with a round Earth?
I'm not making any assumption on shape, size, or dimensions. I'm making assumptions based off of both models of... Can you agree with me that the sun is a sphere and the moon is a sphere?
Right then. A flat is... How do you model flat, first of all? What
Can you agree with me that the sun is a sphere and the moon is a sphere? Because
it's a circle.
Okay, let's build on that. My point is that you have a sphere, which is a circle. We don't have to say sphere. A circle, which is the sun, a circle, which is the moon. Now, even in a model where there is a flat Earth, possibly a horizontal plane of axis, and in a model where there is a sphere, the way that a lunar eclipse works, which I'm making this definition because it helps my argument, and because I think, although maybe you understand how a lunar eclipse works, it's important to understand that, where the way it works is the Earth goes in between the sun and the moon and casts a shadow, which is... shadow doesn't have anything to do with whether it's flat or whether it's a sphere. Shadow is shadow. That it casts a shadow on the moon, which causes it to be blacked out. Now, if it was a horizontal axis, how do you describe a lunar eclipse as fully covering the moon in a shadow of the Earth? In a spherical model or even a circular model, the point is...
You gave a lot already. You already made your statement to claim. And then after you finish that statement, which I could have, or DJ could have responded to, quite handily. You also wanted to attach the, if we agree, the if statement on the back of that. If what I said is the case, then how would you explain yada yada? Let's back that on up. First and
Okay,
foremost.
well, I think
Hold on. Hold on. What's the problem?
well, you also interrupted me in the middle of my speaking, so I feel like I
Bro,
need to
they're
finish
gonna do
what
this
I'm
to you
saying
every
if we're
time.
having an effective argument.
They're gonna refuse to
Well,
answer questions, bro. You're gonna have
no,
you're gonna do this over and over and over. They're
his
gonna keep
question
backing it
is,
up and trying to break everything down, bro. It's gonna
but his
happen every
question
time, bro.
is, if the Earth
My
is getting
point.
in
Can I
between
finish
the
my
sun and
point?
the moon, then how do you explain that on the flat Earth? Or was it more complex than that?
Thank you for
If you
dumbing
have
down
a
my argument,
plane, if you
making
have a
it sound
plane
like I
that's
was
not
making.
getting in the way of something, therefore not causing an obstruction, therefore not blocking any light, therefore not causing a shadow, how would we explain a lunar eclipse then? Is it more complex than that?
The shadow that the shadow the Earth casts on the moon is circular, regardless of Earth's orientation. The
Okay,
only
is
shape that
it more
consistently
complex
casts a
than that?
circular shadow from any angle is a sphere.
Okay.
What do you have to say
So
about
your
that?
statement, your statement to claim before the if was an if that turned back into a statement of claim. That's
Once
what I
again,
have
it
to
was
say
a
about that.
miswording by me.
Okay, so that's fine. But and I did interrupt you, so that might be a little bit of my fault. But
So how
again,
would you explain the circle?
I understand what you know. Before we go to the if, then how would you explain? Let's back it on up and go back to the part where you said we
Nah,
know
see
that
ya.
the earth is, yeah, what a little bitch. Because
I think that's
they'll
fine.
never.
I think that's perfectly fine. You can. I would like to back it up and say my point is that the system that we have to show how a lunar eclipse works, with the moon going in between the orbits of the sun and the moon, casting a circular shadow on the moon that completely blocks it out. And I want to make the statement that no matter what the orientation of Earth is, it is always the exact same shadow that it casts on the moon, which the only shape geometrically that casts the exact same shadow despite orientation is a sphere. Now,
Okay,
how
good.
would you just
Okay, no,
how would you describe
it's not say
the
that and then tell me how describe. I still want to go back
well, no,
to
I'm
a point
asking a
you made.
question.
Yeah, because listen, I have to first accept certain premises that you've laid out in your statement before I answer your question. So I would have to accept
Well,
them and then go, okay, well, here's how I would explain that. First, after having accepted them, and I'm telling you now, I don't. You would find that out if you allow me to back it on up and ask this question before we move forward. But you don't want me to do that. I don't know why.
okay. You're assuming that I don't want you to do that when I've made it clear that I do want to have a good conversation about this.
So can I back it on up and ask my question, not answer the question you want me to answer?
Absolutely.
Thank you. That bit about knowing that the earth is, you know, obstructing the light from the sun to the moon because the earth is in the path of light. How do you know that?
There's 8 billion people on Earth. You look at one side of Earth, you see the sun. You look on the other side of Earth, you see the moon. There's internet to communicate that fact. Now, it's just fact that that is how a lunar eclipse works. There's no other model that explains it the same way that our model does, and there's scientific evidence to prove that. It's, even if you start with that assumption, which is a logical
All
fact,
right. All right.
that is
You're
how
saying
your
a lot
argument
of
is made.
things that you think I may not look. I based on your rhetoric, I already know that you're gonna say that. So if I pull out a
Well, then
video,
why?
so here's my point, because you don't know what I know. You know what you know, but you don't know what I know. So because you know what you know, you think that's it
I know
because
the
8 billion
scientific evidence
people,
out there.
yada yada yada. Yeah, but my question still remains. How does anyone know that the earth is blocking the light from the sun during a lunar eclipse? That question is still the same. Now, why would I be asking that question? Seems pretty straightforward. Seems like the answer you gave made sense and should be enough. Well, no, it's not. Because as you said, they've described uh, a lunar eclipse being a syzygy, which is an alignment of the sun, the earth, and the moon. Well, you want to know what they call a selenilian eclipse? The geometrically impossible eclipse. Why? Because it's not an observed alignment. What you're observing is the opposite of that.
Well, let me.
And so, I'm not done.
Well,
And so, I'm not done.
okay. Thank you for letting me know.
Okay. And so, there are 2 points of contention here. One, well, as an observer watching this happen, you can actually see both the sun and the moon above the earth, above the horizon. So you could be looking east and then you can look west. You'll see both the moon and the sun above the horizon. So the earth is not blocking any sun. Can't be in the path of light if you're looking up at the light and you're looking up at the thing that's supposed to be having the shadow from the earth that you're standing on below. Second point, the shadow isn't even oriented correctly to make that claim, even if that wasn't the case. The problem with eclipses is that the shadow doesn't match what you would expect it to be for an object getting in the way of the path of light from another object. We don't even see that. But I don't
Well,
think you
let
know
me
that.
give you an example. Well, let me give you an example that I can put this into very simple terms to describe, because I know your original question was, how do you know that the Earth is casting a shadow? I wasn't able to explain that fully, but I do think it applies to what you just said. If you're standing in the middle of an open field and you take your arm out, set it out straight. Now, the sun is, maybe it's midday where I am. It's casting a perfect light over your arm that's sitting there. It's glowed up. Now you move your hand over your forearm, maybe like a foot above, and you'll see that a shadow starts to go under where your hand is casting a shadow. That's how shadows work. Now, in this case, my hand that is going over my forearm is the earth, the sun is the sun, and the bottom celestial body is the moon. I think it's perfectly reasonable to look at the scientific evidence that
I
proves that it's a
literally
lunar
just
eclipse
explained to you
and
that
work
the
around that
observation,
instead of
but I
presumably work.
literally I just explained to you that the so-called orientation of the shadow, like you just oriented your hand to cause the shadow. Yes or no? So you knew what to expect because of the
It's a small
orientation
model.
of your, yeah, the point is you use that model to describe the same thing you described from the beginning, but you didn't actually. I don't know why you're not responding to my rebuttal to that. The rebuttal being
Well, I am
that
responding to the rebuttal. I'm
the so-called shadow
saying that there
doesn't
is
match the
scientific evidence to
orientation.
prove
The
that the
so-called shadow,
ratio of distance.
the so-called shadow doesn't match the orientation of obstruction. So no, it doesn't.
Can you describe that in simpler terms? Maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying.
So if there was a light directly in front of your face, right? And you were to take your hand from
Sure.
the top of from in front of your face, like, and you start lowering it down in front of your face, where does the shadow begin?
The shadow
If
lands
you
on your
have,
face.
if you have a light directly in front of you, your hand is in front of your face and above your face, and you begin to lower your hand. Where does the shadow begin?
There is, okay, if we're imagining that there's like
Where does the
nothing
shadow
behind me, that
begin?
it's
If
literally
there is
just
no
me and there's
shadow,
nothing
if
behind me,
there's a
no
light in
shadow
front
is
of you,
cast until it lands on my face.
listen to what I'm saying, bro. If the light
I am listening
is
to what
in
you're saying
front
and
of
I
you,
understand.
okay, so then respond in a way that makes me feel like you actually do understand. So you have the light in front of your
So
face, and then you're gonna put your hand in front of your face to cast the shadow. So if you're doing it from the top and you're lowering your hand, where does the shadow begin? Hmm?
Can you please lower your voice?
Okay, so where does the
I
shadow
feel like you're getting a little heated when this is supposed to be a very nice conversation where we're
Well, that's fine.
respectfully
I'm calm again. I'm calm again so long as you answer the question. Where does the shadow begin in that scenario?
So, all right, the way that I want to think about this is if we look at this the same way that we view space in general, that the shadow, there's no celestial body.
Hold on. Hold on. We're not talking about space. I just muted you. I'm going to ask the room one more time. I'm not, matter of fact, because you can't answer, and the fact that you aren't answering is causing me to respond in a way that you have to tell me to calm down. I'll just ask someone else, and then we'll see if we can get on with my example. So, DJ, if I'm standing in a field and there's a flashlight or any kind of light that's projecting light onto me, and I put my hand up in between the light and my face, and I lower my hand, where is the shadow on my face going to begin?
It's going to probably shade your whole face, isn't it? Shadow's going to get much larger.
No, there's no shadow, and there's light being shown on my face. Now, I take my hand in front of my face to obstruct the light, and I begin from the top of my face as I lower my hand. Where does the shadow begin?
You're beginning from the top of your face.
Very simple.
And moving your
That's
hand
all.
downward. Yeah. It's gonna start on the top of your face, and it's gonna move downward as you move your hand down.
Very simple. So, because of the way you responded, maybe I wasn't clear. But now that you have responded, I'm going to assume it's that much clearer because you've already given the answer I'm looking for. Now, I'm going to unmute you. Do you understand what I just said? What I asked DJ and how he just responded?
Yes, I understand human language. And if you would have let me finish what I was saying, I would have.
I'm going to ask you again. Where would the shadow in that scenario begin?
Let me guess. Let me just repeat exactly what DJ said because that is exactly the truth. Starts from the top of your head to the bottom of your head. That is how shadows work, and that's how celestial bodies work.
Excellent. So why isn't the shadow oriented that
Thank
way
you.
to a lunar eclipse?
Now, have you ever seen a lunar eclipse?
All right. I'm going to hand it back to you, DJ, because he's being non-responsive. And I don't want to turn this into a conversation that's unlistenable. So y'all can have it. Okay?
Why do they...
Well, I would like to take it back to Earth curvature, but just quickly with the eclipses, right? You have a particular model trying to explain the eclipse. Elijah's trying to explain to you that it doesn't align with that model, right? There is something called a Selenelian eclipse, where not only do we sometimes see the sun and the moon both above the horizon during the eclipse, but the shadow on the moon, like Elijah was just trying to explain to you, is upside down, right? And comes in the wrong way. Okay, that's why they call it the impossible eclipse, because it doesn't align with the model. It's called the Selenelian eclipse, and you could have a look into it. So,
I think yes, I will make sure to research that.
Yeah, look into it, man. But look, my whole point is I was saying that it would require the Earth to be a globe for your scenario to work anyway. Okay, so if we can debunk the curvature, which would have to be there in the first place, then you can't have the globe to make the eclipse argument, right? Regardless of all the additional information about the Selenelian not aligning with the globe model. Now, we don't claim that the Earth is a flat disk floating in space. Okay, we're not claiming a flat planet. That's like a misconception people have about what flat Earth is. You're trying to insert flat Earth inside the globe model, inside the heliocentric model, as a flat planet. If that was what we were claiming, that would be ridiculous, and that's not what anyone's claiming.
Well, so my point about making the lunar eclipse argument was that, say you had no prior knowledge of how the Earth is shaped, all of this stuff. If you just had basic knowledge of geometry, you could see that you have the sun, you have the moon. Now, I don't know much about this impossible eclipse, but I think the lunar eclipse that we see and how it works is very logical in concept. And my thought process
if you
is,
make a whole
even
bunch of assumptions, my friend, if you make a whole bunch of assumptions about this whole system, right, and you assume a heliocentric model, then sure, it can make sense in your head. But our senses, right, our basic reality is that water requires a container. Okay, to have a large body of water, you need a container, and then the surface of the water in that container is flat. Okay, that's what we all experience. That's common sense, right? That's Occam's razor. Okay, water doesn't stick to the outside of a ball, right? According to common sense, right? You need to have magical forces and whatnot, like gravity, for that to work. Okay, I'm saying that water fills the low spot in the land. Okay, if you have a bucket of water and I magically make the bucket disappear, the water goes everywhere, right? It's going to seek the low spot in the land. It's going to form a puddle. The water on the surface of the puddle is going to be flat and the water is going to be contained by the earth. Okay, and then a bigger puddle would be a pond and then a lake and whatnot. Okay, and we can go out and test these distances for curvature. And when we go out and do that, there's no curvature. It's very simple, and it's been done.
I apologize for maybe making an assumption, but how does this relate to my argument about lunar eclipses? It feels from a subject that I wasn't able to explain.
So you're assuming a whole bunch of things for your argument, okay? And there's inconsistencies with the model, with the globe model when it comes to eclipses anyway, which you need to look into. But it requires the Earth to be a globe, which requires curvature. So would you agree that if there's no curvature, your eclipse argument is toast?
Well, I'm making the eclipse argument with the fact that maybe we don't know if it's a sphere or not. My point is that just based off of common knowledge, if there is a body in front of the light source which is hitting the moon, depending on the shape of that, it would cast a different shadow. Now we see that it casts a circular shadow.
You haven't proven that.
And no matter the...
Master Uguay, you haven't proven that. That's what he's asking for. It not only does it not relate to what you're talking about, but the Earth being a globe, but that you can't prove that it's an actual Earth as a globe that's blocking the light. Like, you can't prove that. Like, that's what we're asking for. You gotta some way make it real to everybody that you know that it's an actual giant sphere getting in the way of that light.
Well, I'm trying to explain that. Am I not coming across very well? Because I'm trying to explain that.
You are. You're just not listening because again, AV, you added a caveat. You added extra detail in there. AV, you said prove that it's a sphere getting in front of the Earth. No, prove that it's the Earth at all, regardless of what shape it is, getting in front of in between this light. Like that's the whole thing. Like you don't know that that's the case, and we have observations of, like you said, if you were a caveman and you didn't know anything, you didn't know the shape of the Earth. Okay, so if I looked at a lunar eclipse, it wouldn't be like I can't see the sun other than when it's a selenilian, in which I can see both the sun and moon above the Earth, so that can't be the thing I'm standing on causing the shadow at that time. So when it's not a selenilian eclipse, selenilian eclipse, it's just a lunar eclipse in which you just see the moon, you don't see the sun. But that doesn't mean that the Earth is blocking the light causing the lunar eclipse. You don't know that.
So I feel like my argument is very, very crystal clear, and I don't understand where it's getting lost in translation. I'm saying that
You're just assuming that Master Uguay, you're just assuming this. That's the whole point.
No, I'm not assuming anything.
Yes, you are.
Well,
yeah, you're assuming it's an object. You are assuming that there's an object, and the object is the Earth getting in the way, causing the eclipse. You are assuming that, and we're saying, well, before you assume that, how do you know that? That's what's wrong. If you don't want to deal with that, again, it would be much lighter on the heart of the conversation if you would just admit that. Because saying that we don't understand your point, no, there's an assumption there that we're trying to point your attention to, and you're saying you don't understand why we don't get it because you're making an assumption.
Well, am I allowed to ask you guys questions? Because it seems whenever I do, I get muted.
Yeah, but are you going to
Even though I'm
answer how
asking
you
pretty
are?
clear questions.
Yeah, brother, you have to affirm that you are making an assumption, though. Because otherwise, you're not going to get what we're saying. We're pointing out the fact that you're thinking that we don't understand what you're saying. We do, but you're making an assumption. You're assuming what's happening, right?
The way that the back and forth conversation has gone is I brought up a point, and then I brought up a. May I please finish, sir?
No, you need to answer what I'm asking you. Are you making an
May I
assumption?
please
Yes or
finish?
no? And just why
May I
is it so
please
difficult?
finish?
Bro, why is it so difficult for you to just answer the question? Are you making an assumption, yes or no?
You can't beat me down like this, bro.
What?
Are you getting angry? Are you getting upset? What's that language for? He's beating you down by asking you to admit that there's an assumption in what you're saying. Like what?
Dude, he
Didn't you
rage
just tell
quit,
me to
bro.
calm down?
He just rage quit out of the channel. Oh my god.
Like, cause look, that's the thing. They'll play the game and they'll play just nice enough where you will allow them to jump from point to point. But if you don't, they'll try to act like you're the one being a dickhead. And sometimes we will become dickheads because it's like, yo, what are you doing? Right? But at the point that you don't actually respond to that behavior, that's what they do. They curse you out or they just leave or, yo, bro, we were just asking you to you saying we don't understand. And what you're telling us to understand is that the earth is causing the shadow. So now let's talk about the shadow and what shapes that could be the only cause of what we're seeing. So go ahead, Nikki.
No, he dipped out of here after I finished saying that. He rage quit. So I mean, he's not even in here.
That's ridiculous inside.
Yeah.
There'll be another one of his buddies that are just like him come in next and repeat the same agenda. And if we don't allow them to meander all over the place, they're going to act like we're being unreasonable and uncharitable. But if anybody else has any questions, go ahead.
I mean, it's Taco Tuesday for crying out loud. Why would it not be chill? I think the conversation with the other guy was pretty good. Did he ever come back, DJ? That other guy? Lars or whatever his name was?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure who you mean.
Oh, maybe you weren't here. Yeah, it's just because Eli, man, he's just rough around the edges, man. That it's people can't. They have you're being too mean. They gotta.
Yeah, but in that case, I feel like I mean, yes, I did push a little. I gave him a little pressure, but was I not super?
You were fine, man. Look, these people, they think they're going to have an easy debate win against some stupid flat earthers, and they think they got all of this ammunition, and then they come in here and they enter the battle, and then they realize they don't know anything about our argument or anything about the globe, and then they got to try to work out how they're going to deal with the situation they've just put themselves in on a battlefield with no ammo. And that's his little coping mechanisms to like play victim, or sometimes they'll start lying, or sometimes they'll start chat GPTing, or sometimes they'll run away.
It's like a boomerang. They usually wind up coming back, though.
He'll be back. Start looking into it now and come back with some bullet points or something.
I'm surprised he didn't talk about how the light was refracting off of the earth. Like, I was waiting for that. He wasn't too into it, so he didn't know that information.
He didn't even know that you know, like he had said, he made the statement that, you know, things will. He specifically wanted to get out of the perspective thing and say we're not talking about, you know, the size of something or how much something higher or lower, which I took issue with. But he went on to expand that it really is the cutoff point. He didn't say these words, but what he did say was, based off of the distance, that's where things will begin to disappear. So DJ is like, oh, okay, where? And he's like, well, you know, then he starts wiggling with maybe there's like, you know, like light doesn't always take a straight path. And it's like, okay. So is there a distance or is there not a distance? Like, they like make a claim and stay on it. Just stay on one point.
You guys have Taco Tuesday over there in Poland, DJ?
No, maybe Pierogi Tuesday or something.
You're missing out, bro.
Tacos, yeah, man, definitely missing out.
Hello?
Welcome.
Hello, guys.
Welcome.
Welcome. Who's in there?
Timmy the Pod. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. What about you?
Wonderful. Taco Tuesday.
It's Taco Tuesday?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
All right. So, what brings you to the channel? You interested in the topic?
Yeah, it's kind of funny.
Okay. What makes it funny?
Because the Earth is flat.
Why? It's funny because it's flat?
Yeah.
Not seeing the humor here.
It's because like all the noobs think it's round, but it's clearly not.
Obviously.
Yeah. They're just silly people.
So, I mean, you've been knowing this for a while now, or like, what's the deal there? Or are you just LARPing because you're bored?
Nah, I've known it for a long time.
And since when? Like, how many years? Couple years? Months? Days?
Maybe 5 years.
Okay. What was your
'Cause why would it
interest
be
in?
round?
Well, I mean, what was your interest? Your interest in it, and like, what got you involved in the whole flat Earth, globe Earth discussion?
I saw someone trying to launch a rocket into the atmosphere, like some flat earther, to see if it was round or not.
What? Who did that?
I don't remember his name, to be honest. I just remember someone doing it, but they didn't manage to get the rocket high enough.
Well, I know what you're talking about,
Oh yeah.
but I don't think that was a flat earther, and nor did I think he was launching a rocket to go and look down and look at the Earth.
What was he doing?
He was doing a daredevil stunt, basically. I know what the guy you're talking about. Yeah, it was just a daredevil stunt. Kind of like
Alright.
Evil Knievel or those guys, you know, to do stunt.
Mad
Yeah.
Mike.
Yeah, Mad Mike. Yep. Yeah, nothing really serious there. But if that's what you were watching and became a flat earther with that, then I'm really interested in how you're a flat earther. If that was your entry.
Wait, is everyone here a flat earther?
Most people.
Alright, good. Is there any non-flat earthers in here?
I don't know.
I need to
Maybe.
debate them easily. I can easily debate one of them.
No, I mean, we usually do that. We don't let new people come in here that are newly flat earthers because we don't know how you argue. So giving you the keys to the argument that controls, I don't know about that. That's why I'm asking you questions now. Prove to me that you can handle yourself in a discussion. What was the reason or the evidence as to what led you to be a flat earther?
The evidence I have of the flat earth is there's a picture in the Bible which depicts the earth as flat.
Yeah, but how do you know that the earth outside is that way?
What do you mean from outside?
Well, you look at a picture, but we would never say that. That's the other thing.
Jesus drew the picture himself, I think.
No, we wouldn't use that like an argument, Tommy. That's the part where you're getting it wrong. Yeah, that's silly. Nobody would say that. What you just said.
Really?
Yeah, really. See, that's why we don't give people the control of arguments whenever other people come in here. We don't do that.
How long have you been a flat earther for?
2015.
2015. What got you into it?
I was clicking on some videos online for the Mandela effect, and then I stumbled upon a video that said Bruce Lee proves the Earth is flat. And when I clicked it, I think it was like Eric Dubay 200 proofs or something. Then I started getting involved with that, and that was like basically the rest was history because I debunked the globe in the process.
Fair enough.
I mean, there was I don't want to. The story's quite long, but I don't want to tell you the whole thing.
Well, why do you think they want you to believe Earth is round?
Well, I mean, it's like a tradition at this point. If somebody tells you something, it's not because they want you to believe it. It's just what they always grew up knowing. They knew that they were told a story, so they're telling you that story. Well, it's not like a straightforward deception per se. I mean, I guess you could say back to the origin of it could be like nefarious, but as far as like what it is today, it's just like your neighbors and people from school. They all believe that because it's like a tradition, like Santa Claus. They think it's real because it's a story that everybody believes in. Well, it's not as nefarious today as it was back then. However, I will say that if you go to the higher echelon when it comes to like NASA and all that, the lower like the underlings, the people that work at the lower parts of the corporation, they probably don't know what's going on, but the ones that are at the very top probably do. But the ones at the bottom, everybody just believes it, like you. To get you see the picture?
Sorry?
Yeah, that's all it is, man. Just a belief system. And like I said, it's people just passing the tradition along. That's all they're doing. They're not like outwardly trying to deceive others. They're just saying, "Hey, I think the Earth is a globe because that's all I've been told."
Are the people you know in real life, are they flat earthers?
Yes, one of my good friends. I told him about it like immediately right after I found out about it, and ever since then, I know him personally. Yeah, he's been a flat earther for as long as I have. I mean, it feels good to talk about reality just like the way it is, and then discuss how it actually proves itself to be that way too. So it's pretty refreshing to get away from this whole imaginary globe system that's been portrayed to you and me and everybody. I mean, you think about it, like they're giving you an imaginary story about a spinning water ball in a vacuum of space in an ever expanding galaxy, and there could be other Earth-like planets like ours. And it's just a fantasy, dude. All of it. None of it can be proven. And those planets, they're made of like gas, and the sun's like molten iron. Like it's got plasma on it. So there's a bunch of things that they like to say with their ideas of what things could be, but they can't verify any of this stuff.
Do you think they landed on the moon?
If they if they're not giving us information correctly about the Earth that we're standing on, how much more do you think I'm going to trust those guys to tell me they actually been somewhere where it would be impossible for them to actually get to? I mean, the question should be answered easily by what I just said there. But the short answer, yeah, of course not. Yeah, at first it sounds like a meme, an internet troll, but when you dig into it, you're like, shit. I don't really know if the Earth is a globe. we'd have probably a way better conversation if people were just honest when they come in here instead of trying to hide behind a mask of like that they're a flat earther too, or they're agnostic about the shape of the earth, that kind of stuff. Just be real. Say, I believe that the earth is a globe because that's what I've been told. That
You're a
really
real
clear
believer.
that really clear up a lot of like confusion.
Yeah. As there's so many people in here, no one else is talking.
Would you like everybody to be speaking at once?
Yeah, it'd be kind of fun.
But we're not here for that, man. We're here for good exposition. And that takes for one speaker and one other person to be interacting with that speaker. Otherwise, it'd be audio chaos. Nobody can hear anything.
Yeah. Do you want to talk to me, Jedi, weatherologist? Either one of us would unmute to talk, but we're not going to all talk at the same time. That's the party.
Choose your adventure, Tommy.
Sorry, what was that?
Did you hear the other guy just now, Eli?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. You talk to anybody you want. We're not all going to talk at the same time.
I'm gonna go walk my dogs now. I need to go let them out.
Have a nice
I might
day.
come back here later. How long are you guys gonna be in here for?
We're here 24/7.
Damn. All right, I respect that.
All right.
All right, see you guys. Ciao.
Later, bud.
Bye.
Sky's flat too. I don't care what they say.
What was that?
Huh?
What'd you say?
What'd you say? I didn't say it. You said something? I didn't.
Sky's flat?
Someone said something.
What'd you say, Jedi?
All I know is it's Taco Tuesday, bro. So. Oh, by the way, Jedi, I posted a video on Frontline. You should check it out if you haven't already.
All right, will do, buddy. Yep. To be fair, I should probably post some videos on there. There's gang warfare on the streets in this country now.
Yeah, dude. That's what I'm talking about, bro.
Okay, cool.
Waving around signs that say no digital ID for me. Yeah, you know? They sound like Donkey Kong.
Are you talking about the mealworms for dinner? It's the last thing you posted.
No. That's another good little piece there. You gotta gotta watch that, dude.
Oh yeah.
You gotta,
That's Agenda 23. That is.
Yeah. But the one before that.
All right, yeah. British man arrested for posting the flag on social media. Yeah. We've had people arrested a couple of weeks ago at Wembley Stadium for wearing England shirts and England flags at a football game. We had 2 men arrested over the weekend for running onto a pitch and planting England flags in a centre circle. Yes, we've been finding caches of weapons apparently on the coast of France and in south coast of England. It's like they're trying to ship them over or something. It's really weird.
Did I remember what I told you, bro? Remember what the fuck? Dude, I fucking told you, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I swear, if I had a crystal ball, bro. Man, dude.
Yeah. We've got
I was
government
yeah, go ahead.
officials being told that they've got to resign because they're covering up this, that, and the other. We've had pro-Palestinian riots throughout the UK and literally pitched battles between Islamists and British people. It's ramping up fast, man. It really, really is. I've just had to take a bit of a step back because it's going so fast. Every day, something new's happening at the moment. So, but yeah, there's lots of stuff to talk about for sure.
Bro, what blew my wig back was when I saw the interaction between that guy and those two policemen. What they were saying, I was just like, my jaw hit the floor, bro. I'm like, dude, I don't even know how you guys are even. He was saying something akin to like, well, if you post anything, it could hurt someone's feelings based on like you being like patriotic or whatever. But I mean, dude, I don't even know how to.
Yeah, it's hard to describe because it's so fucking stupid. Yeah,
Exactly that. But they were speaking like the two cops were talking to those guys, and they're older gentlemen, mind you. And I was like, wow, bro.
Yeah, we'll have to go and watch this video then. It's just a reading of the thumbnail says it all, though, right? Section 127 of the Communications Act, posting something of grey offence that can cause a person anxiety. That makes me anxious.
Yeah, that's so general and broad. Like, what the fuck does that mean?
Well, this is the thing. It's one of those things that's open to interpretation because we've got other laws with regards to freedom of speech. Islamophobia laws and discrimination acts and all of these different types of things. When you add them all together, we can't say shit. It's crazy. They've taken all of the flags down around the town and whatnot recently as well. So all of the St George's crosses that were going up and Union Jacks and whatnot, they've all pretty much been pulled down. But they keep going back up in their numbers. I'm just waiting for I think it'll be the third wave this time. So put them up, took them down, put them up, took them down. So I'm waiting for them to come back up again at the moment. That's just in my local area. It's this weird war that's going on between local councils, the ones responsible for taking them down, because I think the law is something about street furnishings, which is just road or street, and the furnishings which can be any pole or sign or light or anything like that. So if anything's attached to those that can cause hindrance to a driver or something like that, they have to take them down. But yeah, there's people and ladders, and it's ramped up as well. It used to be a couple of guys climbing up there, and then they got to a few ladders. Now we've got lorries going out with cranes on them and stuff, or like rotating stairs and stuff like that. So it's ramped up, man. It's really funny when you step back. It could only happen in England. I think it's something to do with our humour as well.
On a globe.
Yeah.
But I have an idea. Because we're all focused on the fact that we can't say anything. Of course we can. But
I do.
But what I'm saying is people's emphasis is on freedom of speech being attacked. When in actuality, people's focus should be on the fact that they just don't agree. So it's like, I don't have to say anything to not be a part. That's the part that people, like, they actually still are a part of the thing that they want to talk down about. Like, just stop eating it up. If we didn't eat up the government's BS, could they? Well, first and foremost, use the poorest of us to go and insert ourselves in anyway.
Yeah, it's almost like a catch-22, Eli. Yeah, damned if you do, damned if you don't. Because if you speak out, then it's that kind of thing, right? But if you don't say nothing, then it's a silent takeover.
But a silent takeover with people who don't agree. That's where I don't think it makes sense. I think it doesn't make sense at that point. Like, look, you got to take over stuff with somebody, right? Is it the bureaucrats going and taking over stuff?
I'd say that's probably akin to like what we're dealing with here. It's on the political level. So laws are being formed around like a person not being able to display patriotism and things like this. Whereas before it used to be kind of a national thing where people were proud where they came from and their heritage, and now it's almost like they're erasing that. And so
Do you
people
want to know
feel like
something?
go ahead.
Sorry. No, I just wanted to say this maybe, I don't know. When maybe 5-10 years ago, when you were a tourist and you came to London, you used to be able to buy British paraphernalia, like a top hat or a bowler hat, like as a Union Jack, flags and stuff on stands and this, that, and the other. Welcome to London doesn't exist anymore. Can't come to London, right, and walk around with a Union Jack hat on. You get arrested, dude. That's how much things have changed in the UK. 5-10 years ago, you could come to the UK and welcome to London. We're British. Now, don't you dare come to London. No. What are you going to do? You'll get arrested. You can't display being British, right? So you can't dress as a tourist. I love London with a Union Jack t-shirt on. You're going to get in trouble. You understand the change that's happened, right?
I see. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I just don't know how we let it get this far.
Complacency a lot of the time, being distracted by other things a lot of the time, being very insular and family first, and you've got to take care of the bills and your own struggles with life and stuff, especially over the last 5-6 years or so. Everything's changed around us. Social media's changed, technology's changed, the type of work that we do has changed. It's changing around us, so it's like there's a lot keeping us distracted that we've got to keep up with. And then all of a sudden, everybody realised, or beginning to realise, that the water, to use the frog analogy, is actually getting quite hot around us. You start paying a little bit more attention, and the things that are going on, say, at an international level, local, all of these things are obviously intertwined, especially in the problems that we've got throughout Europe and the UK, right, where we've now woke up and seen this migrant crisis. It's been going on for years, though. People have just been divided on the topic. We got people supporting them, welcome refugees, they're escaping, war-torn countries and stuff. So there's the plausible idea that having opening, welcoming arms is a very British thing to do, and it is. But that gets taken advantage of. So it takes time for people to realise that they've been taken advantage of. It's hard to realise that you've been lied to, right? Sometimes it's obvious, sometimes you don't want to admit the bloody truth. But one way or another, this is kind of the awakening that's been happening around.
Yeah, we get a lot of most of the other perspective. It's like, man, that's a bunch of bullshit, a bunch of politic nonsense. Like it'll blow over. Like, and thinking of that, that's not gonna change, bro. Like shit's on a rapid decline. Anyway, yeah.
really in 5 years' time? Do you all think we're going to be eating mealworm burgers and protein mashed out of houseflies and going to be bought in restaurants and supermarkets and stuff because of some kind of farming crisis or agricultural event or something like that? Because that's what the direction that we're going. We're going to accept that. A lot of people have seen these things, biometric IDs and stuff, the way that potentially our diet could be changed. And really, we don't want that. So a lot of people are starting to realise it, I think. Maybe they're pushing a little bit too hard.
Yeah, they wanted to go like from 0 to 100 really quickly, and people are rebelling against that. If they were to just do it in waves, maybe it would have been different. But they're trying to like hurry up and get it all pushed out there as fast as they can.
Yeah.
That the mealworm video, that also like I had to put it up there on Frontline, dude. I was like, you have to see that video, bro.
Yeah, man, I will. I don't know, man. It'd be interesting to have this conversation in a year's time. See what's actually changed, right?
Right.
Because something's gonna.
That's right. Make no bones about that.
Mm-hmm. Saw an interview online the other day with what looked like on the face like a 16, 17-year-old British black lad, and he was talking about how the world, how Britain had changed in like his lifetime, especially like in the last 10 years or so. And he was saying about the influx of different cultures, to use that term, into the country, and how those different cultures were isolating themselves, what appeared to be intently taking over areas of commerce like local shops, local businesses. And he's like 16, 17 years old, and he's pointing at them saying that, they're using them for money laundering. Right? They keep their money much within themselves, whether it's legally earned or illegally earned. It all gets pushed through the businesses that they earn and then gets sent back to whatever country, this, that, and the other. And this is something that's been kind of pointed out on the quiet, let's say. Not many people have known this for, again, maybe 10, 15 years, that this is the reason why these things are happening. I was just like really stunned about the intelligence of the lad. He spoke really well, and he was just pointing out the obvious things that he'd seen changed around him. Even like spending his time at school, there was a huge divide between the British population and the new cultural population. And I noticed this back when I was at school in the 80s and the 90s and stuff, but it wasn't as massive then. It was maybe 1, 2, 3 in a class, maybe even within a year. Within a year group. But throughout this lad's lifetime, since like the 2000s and leading up to, through the teens and whatnot, the 20 teens when he was at school, he's saying that he's outnumbered in his own country. To paraphrase what he's saying, he felt like over the last 10 years that he was becoming to be outnumbered within his peer group. So I should probably post a video on Frontline, man. It was really good. Point being that you don't have to be stupid, right? You can see these things obviously changing around you, and the fact that he was just a young 16, 17-year-old lad just explaining his experiences in he was living, I think it was South London or whatnot, so he was speaking about that particular area and how it had culturally changed in his lifetime and how he was worried about it and how he didn't feel safe about it. So yeah, it's really good. I'll post it.
Not even going to recognize London anymore.
Don't. It's already changed, man. So it's not a safe city anymore. Used to be. All right, it always had inner city crimes and stuff, right? There's always poverty in large cities, and London was no different. Always had crime, but it's through the fucking roof. That's the point at the moment. We've literally got street signs like painted onto the floor, reminding people not to use their mobile phones, like have them out in their hands, because someone's going to come up on a scooter or an e-bike and come and snatch it out of your hands. And that's like hundreds a day. That's happening around London at the moment. The knife crime is through the roof. The attacks, the violence, it's through the roof. Though London's not the type of place that you should bring your family. No way. I hear some pings in the background. That means that people are joining us. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0 channel here on the politics server. We're on politics, right? We're not on English. That's good. So we talk about the Earth being flat. If anyone's got any questions about that, then can unmute yourself, introduce yourself, and say hi and ask a question. It looks like, though, we've just got a load of flat earthers in the chat. Which, I mean, I love you all. That's generally boring. Yeah, everyone's a flat earther. Alfie, you still there? Oh, 20 Cups has joined us. What's up, 20?
What's up, Tony Cups?
Roots, you've come off mute, mate. I don't know if you wanted to, but you haven't spoken since you have. Just made a loud of noise in the background. That's good to see you anyway, buddy.
I don't think he knows he's unmuted.
I think he's. Hello, mate. You're right. I was wondering if you're walking off into the bathroom. We're going to be piss or something. Yeah, I'm
Not nervous, but I just know I'm going to feel something.
There we go.
So what does this pilot say? Basically that gyroscopes don't have 15 degrees of rotation per hour?
Gyroscopes maintain rigidity in space. The pilot would say that he references the gyroscope to maintain his reference in that three-dimensional space, i.e. to maintain its horizontal plane across the plane of the Earth. Yeah. What do you mean about 15 degrees of hour? What's that got to do with anything?
I heard that the gyroscopes in planes are calibrated to counteract the 15 degree per hour drift of the Earth.
Oh, okay. Could they be calibrated for 5 degrees?
Theoretically.
I guess they can be calibrated to whatever then, right?
Yes.
Cool. But either way, the gyroscope maintains its horizontal plane, its rigidity in space, which is why they're used in aircraft, so the aircraft knows its orientation, whether it's nose down or nose up or, yawing or pitching or whatever. So that piece of equipment demonstrates that the Earth is a horizontal plane.
Yeah, on a globe, a gyroscope would drift in a certain direction. Well, I should say on a rotating globe.
Okay. But would it still remain in its orientation fixed?
Yes.
Okay. So it'd be bloody useless then for navigation and aviation. If it's not going to change its orientation whilst the aircraft is flying over a curved surface, then the aircraft is going to gain altitude. It's going to be like a tangent, right?
Yeah, unless you're able to counteract the rotation of the Earth.
Rotation of the Earth? No, we need to rotate the aircraft to maintain its altitude above a curving surface.
Oh, right, yeah, the curvature as well.
Yeah. That's why the gyroscope's so important, because it means its rigidity in space, its horizontal plane. If that horizontal plane of the gyro doesn't change as it's going over a curved surface, you're going to gain altitude.
So, how did they manage to counteract the rotation of the Earth on the gyroscope?
There isn't any rotation of the Earth.
But if there was,
what about it?
like, I'm sure that like globe earthers would have some sort of comeback for that, probably.
Excuse?
Yeah, an excuse.
I want a parental signature on a note.
Perhaps the gyroscope is within a something that like is fixed downwards towards gravity. So like every time it moves, it like readjusts to gravity. Maybe, I don't know.
Or like something always pointing downwards.
Right. Yeah, like some hanging, freely hanging thing.
Yeah, something pendulous. Yeah. So if that was the case, and the Earth was a sphere, and we had something pendulous maintaining a vertical direction towards the centre of that sphere, that would mean the gyroscope would change its orientation in space. showing up in the cockpit as the horizon lowering, showing that the pilot would have to chase that horizon by pitching the nose down because it's a curved surface. So if that piece of equipment is changing its rotation, the aircraft's going to have to follow that rotation, because the gyroscope, that gives the false horizon in the equipment, that's going to start moving downwards. The aircraft's going to need to follow that, or the aircraft is going to keep maintaining altitude. Sorry, gaining altitude.
Right. So, how do they know when the gyroscope has changed orientation with respect to the plane?
It will show up in the horizon indicator in the equipment. You know the horizon indicator that you see in the cockpit?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's controlled by the gyroscopes. So if the gyroscope's changing its orientation, that horizontal line would start to go downwards from the horizontal of the aeroplane. So the airplane would have to pitch downwards to follow that new horizon.
But are they able to discount the certain sorts of movements depending on, like, for example, if it's housed within a certain container, and that container, because like I don't know how it even measures that it like moved. Is it like, I don't know, like is it like shooting a laser at it or something? I'm not sure.
There's lots of different gyroscopes. There's winged laser gyros, like you mentioned. There's just mechanical gyros, right? Just working on that principle of rotation. Obviously, the caging around the spinning disc is helping it to understand its three-dimensional space, so it can move around the rotating disc, but the rotating disc itself maintains its horizontal plane. If we're going to say that there's things on it, like the pendulous vanes that are pointing down, so that horizontal is going to change as you move across the surface of the Earth. It's going to reorientate itself. Like I said, that's going to show up in the horizon indicator as down. The horizon's going to start lowering as your horizontal flight becomes a tangent from a sphere. So it's somewhere along the line, that aircraft, no matter what, is going to have to change its orientation to navigate around a curved surface, to rotate 360 degrees, to theoretically ended up where it started from.
And when you mention this to globe earthers, what is their typical cope?
Usually it's, as far as we get, there's a cope about gravity takes care of it, takes care of everything, even the flight dynamics of the aircraft. Gravity steps into the cockpit and fucking takes over the controls. Gravity takes care of it, mate. The conversation doesn't really go much further than that. It'll be a new question at some point very soon, probably about the moon or something. Where's the edge?
Yeah, so I think gravity is a good explanation for why the plane itself remains level. However, I don't know enough about gyroscopes to wrap my brain around how gravity would affect that.
When you say level, do you mean curving around a sphere? Or do you mean horizontal?
Yeah, like why the nose doesn't rise because you're flying straight. I think gravity. I think because like the way the plane is designed, like it kind of balances on the wings, like a teeter. Like it's teetering on the wings, basically.
Yeah, there's a centre of gravity around the fuselage and the wings, where the pitch of the nose and the tail is kind of orientated and swings around.
So as it flies forward, if gravity is changing, then it would tend to pull the nose back down, I guess.
And the tail up. And yeah, I get you. Or it could just be as simple as it seems. The aircraft is flying horizontally, maintained an altitude parallel to the horizontal plane below. It could just be that. Without the floor moving underneath. Could just be that as well.
Well, because from what I've heard, fixed wing aircrafts, they need like smart, what's it called? Man, I have a bad memory. Like basically like the flaps need to automatically move, because
When you
otherwise
say
it would be.
fixed wing, are you talking about things like the B-2 bomber and stealth fighter and stuff like that? Things that need high level of computers to orientate the control surfaces.
Right.
Yeah, yeah, because they're not really like controllable surfaces, are they? The computer's got to do all of that so the aircraft can be piloted. They're just like stones otherwise, aren't they?
Yeah, the shape of a commercial jet is designed to, be very stable and kind of counteract different effects and forces, and yeah, basically.
Yeah, and the little tiny wings on the tail of the aircraft are called horizontal stabilizers. And they control the pitch of the aircraft, while that vertical is called a vertical, and it controls the yaw of the aircraft. Ailerons are on the tips of the wings, and they control the roll of the aircraft. It flies flat and level over a horizontal, non-moving plane.
Who said that? Are you a flat earther?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because I was like, wait, that sounds like a globe earther, so I wasn't sure.
Well, what I stated was fact. I didn't have to try and bend any information to fit my narrative. It already fits the narrative. Because it's your basic experience.
So how do you explain the gyroscope?
It holds a rigid frame of reference, and the aircraft moves around the gyroscope. It tells the pilot, hey, you're at this pitch, or you're at this angle of roll. It keeps spinning either electrically or by air pressure coming through the pitot system, which is outside air pressure and air getting forced in while the aircraft's in flight.
Yeah. Tell me you're changing pitch without telling me you're changing pitch.
Why does the
horizontal change?
What doesn't the horizon what?
I'm asking him why the horizon doesn't move on the gyroscope.
Oh, gotcha.
Well, the gyroscope is calibrated on the runway before they take off. the gyroscope, that is the horizontal reference, which will match the horizontal reference of the horizon. You have the gyroscope to tell you the orientation of the horizon because you can't see outside the plane. So you have to trust your equipment using your senses to tell you which is horizontal, which is level, what is my pitch, what is my roll.
And so it's the gyroscope that remembers where the horizon is, or is there another instrument that does that?
The gyroscope is telling you what your horizontal reference is.
Yeah, but if you're going over a curve, wouldn't that get start drifting off into a different direction?
Well, if you're going over a curve, you got to show me how you're going over a curve, and this gyroscope is maintaining a horizontal reference as you're curving. So you got to measure the ground to prove it's happening. Otherwise, you're just trying to tell me, as I fly over a flat plane, this horizontal reference frame made by the gyroscope is just staying as it is, flat and level.
Wait, so you are a flat earther?
Yes, I'm a flat earther. I said that earlier.
Oh, I thought you said no.
And then I followed up saying that I don't have to make any information bend to fit my narrative because it's already off of my base experience.
Right. So no explanation required because there's nothing happening to explain.
Exactly.
There's nothing, in other words, there's nothing happening that's contradicting the experience. Unlike the Globers who have to, like you said, make excuses.
But just because something's intuitive doesn't necessarily make it true.
Can you provide an outlier to explain what you meant?
I'll have to think.
Because as far as I'm aware, my senses tell me the truth of reality, and I trust my senses all the time. You might say, I can't trust my senses to tell me the correct color, or I might be listening to a sound that sounds similar to something else, and my understanding of what I'm hearing or what I'm seeing or tasting is incorrect. I can understand that. But if it's in reference to like flight, and you get in that bank, and your vestibular system references this bank as level, so now I don't feel like I'm off angle, then I reference the equipment, which I would then be trusting my senses to tell me what the equipment's doing, which is verifying what level is. So I trust my senses to help me trust the equipment. And I know this equipment was made for this purpose because there are instances where my senses can be mistaken, but I would still trust my senses to verify that my senses are not sensing the correct thing. Or if I'm looking at art and I see two shades of gray and I think they look different, but somebody has included the style of artwork for shading, and then I put a line in between those, put an object in between the separation of those two colors, and then I see that they're the same color as gray. I'm still verifying whether or not my senses are interpreting information. I'm still using my eyes to see around me. I'm still using my ears to hear, or my sense of smell to smell something. Just because I'm mistaken on two objects being the same color gray, thinking that they're separate colors of gray, it doesn't mean that I could walk across the street while a bus is coming, see the bus, and then be like, wow, I don't think that bus is actually there. I would never do that. Somebody's senses showed that they're not flying level and they're actually spiraling down towards the ground, and we need to correct that. Gyroscopes.
If gyroscopes were a good proof of the flat Earth, then I mean there are people, physicists or whatever, who understand gyroscopes very well. Why doesn't that like occur to them? Like, oh wait, gyroscopes prove the flat Earth. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it seems like there are a lot of intelligent, educated people who know about gyroscopes who don't arrive at that conclusion.
Because what they do is they affirm the consequence that the gyroscope is showing them what vertical is, which you could set a gyroscope to sit horizontally and it'll stay, perpendicular to level. Like you could stick a bicycle tire on a string, or spin the bicycle tire, set it on the string, and it'll stay there and it'll act like a gyroscope. I can't remember the name of that physics teacher who shows that to class, and there's other teachers that do it in their classes too. But
I think.
there's only consequence that this gyroscope is showing them what vertical is, and so as you're traveling around the sphere that they believe they live on, that gyroscope is always going to show them vertical. So they've already concluded in their mind that the gyroscope is showing them what the center of the Earth, what direction the center of the Earth is as they travel. So it's not really a proof of either, which, yeah.
So
I think it's an excellent question.
Would be just affirming the consequence for both parties, but I mean,
Why is it that everybody treats the Earth as a flat stationary plane every day and they never think about it? That's a good question.
Because the Earth is a flat stationary plane on our scale.
What scale? How big is the Earth?
The Earth is 3,900 and something miles of radius.
And how would we prove that?
Putting sticks in the ground and measuring the shadow.
I'm sorry, that's an affirming the consequent fallacy. That doesn't prove anything.
Well, if the shadows are different lengths, according to like a certain ratio, right? Like, how would that even work on a flat plane?
I'm sorry, I don't know why you're asking me a question. You're supposed to be proving why two different lengths of shadows would prove that it's a ball.
Well, I mean that is true of balls of any kind, right? Whether it's the Earth or not, right?
All right, now you have to have a couple of assumptions baked in there. So let's try it this way. You have two different lengths of shadows in two different places. Tell me how you're going to measure a ball from that.
Basically, well, I forget how exactly the math works out, but basically, if the Earth was flat, the shadow, if you have like 3 different shadows, like they're going
Sorry,
to be in ratio.
no. I'm asking you a very specific question. You said two sticks, 2 shadows, 2 different lengths of shadows. How do you measure a ball from that unless you bake in assumptions? So 2 different shadows of different lengths. Get me to a ball from that.
I think it might be 3 shadows actually.
Fine, 3 shadows of different lengths. Get me to a ball.
Yeah, I mean, there's just a certain ratio that it would be if it's flat, and a ratio
No.
would be if it's a ball.
We're not assuming anything. We're not saying if it's flat, if it's a ball. I want you to show me 3 different shadows and tell me how you get a ball from 3 different shadows.
Well, I'd have to like look up the actual ratio, but
do it. We're here 24/7.
All right, 1 second.
Hey, though, governors.
What's up, J.E. Barrington?
Good evening, my brother CB. It is always good to hear you.
I think this is the originator of the GT phrase.
I do have to take infamous credit for that, good or bad. It's a good term for them because we know the meaning, but also it's kind of like a bit of like a Mustang GT or some trim level of a car, or for other cars and other things known as GT. They're like it's like you don't just get a Mustang, you get a Mustang GT. So you don't just have a Globy, you have a GT.
Yeah, they call that a globetard.
I hear that. Yeah. Just comes out with it.
Yeah, I always found it fascinating that if you don't take anything else into consideration, you just have 3 different lengths of shadows. I'm not sure you could prove anything with that.
Yeah, so this math would work if you took a beach ball and put like 3, taped 3 sticks to it and like got a spotlight. Like you would find the same ratio of the shadows.
Great. So all we need to do is assume that the Earth is a ball in the first place, and then get a spotlight. How far away is this spotlight, by the way? We got to take that into consideration. We also have to assume that.
Well, I mean, assuming like light goes very, very far, right?
How far?
Well, infinitely, unless it hits something.
Light travels infinitely. Not correct.
But so if you were to shine the spotlight at a piece of paper and you put 3 little shadows on it, right? That would be a different ratio than a ball.
Why are we talking about pieces of paper and balls at this point? Right now we're on to light. So how far does light travel, and what's the light source, and how far away is it? All that stuff.
Yeah, the distance and shape of the light is irrelevant for this equation.
Oh, okay. So we have 3 shadows on the ground. What are we going to determine? Unless we assume something else. We don't want to assume. We just want to see if these shadows tell us anything.
I think one of the shadows is a bunny rabbit. The other one is a bird.
All right, so circumference is equal to arc distance times 360 degrees divided by the angle of the sun's rays.
Circumference of what, and what is a ray? Can you show me a ray?
The rays of light.
Yeah, can you show me one? Show me a ray.
Yeah, if you look outside, you'll see a whole bunch of them.
I've never seen a ray of light in my entire life.
Oh.
Have you seen a ray?
I have.
Okay, describe it for me.
Kind of like a beam of light.
What's a beam?
A photon that goes in a certain direction.
A beam is a photon. So you've seen photons go in certain directions, have you?
I have. I'm seeing them right now.
Okay. Great. So what direction are the photons going?
Every direction.
Every direction. So not a certain direction, but every direction now.
Well, that's because I have a lamp, and it's it's like shining in all directions.
Okay, so all directions. So a beam or a ray is a photon going in all directions.
Well, a photon can only go in one direction.
Are you sure of that? You ever heard of the double slit?
I have.
Okay, so is that photon going in one particular direction? Or is it more random than that? Is there a wave function?
Yeah, there's the wave particle thing. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so they don't just do one thing. They do very strange things, especially if you're really paying attention to them.
But like if you shine a flashlight, it's gonna have mainly the light's gonna go towards one direction, right?
So you take a reflector and you collimate the light, and it goes, for the most part, forward from the light source where the cone or the deflector is pointing it.
Right.
Okay. Is that a ray?
Yes.
Okay. So a ray is light going in one direction because you steer it that way.
Well, no, I mean light just emanates from a light source in all directions, and then if you happen to be in the path, then the direction that the light takes from the light source to you is generally in a particular direction, right?
Generally in a particular direction. I mean, you said right at the end of there. Are you answering that question, or is that your final answer?
That's my final answer.
Because rays, as far as I understand, are conceptual. They're only mathematical. They're just mathematical. Reification to say that there are rays of light. Light does not travel, as far as we understand, in direct paths. And then you can draw that path and say, this is a ray. Just can't do it. It's reification.
So you're saying that because light is a wave, that it gives the shadows a incorrect measurement?
Sorry, who said wave? I didn't say a wave. Do you think it's a wave? Now you think it's a wave. I never said wave. What's waving?
Well, you talked about the double slit experiment, and that's about the wave particle quantum thing.
No, it isn't.
How else would a single photon or electron, I guess in that case, how would it go through two slits if it's just a single particle?
I don't know. I'm not making any claims about this. We just talked about the double slit in regards to the way that light behaves. Doesn't mean it will just kind of follow one particular path.
I know a little bit about quantum mechanics and everything. I like it.
No, you don't. Shut up. No, you don't know shit about it.
Wow.
You're a time waster. Shut up.
Wow. Okay. Thank you.
No.
So the reason that the light, do you not believe that light is a wave?
I'm sorry. What does this have to do with belief? I'm asking you to go ahead and tell me about what rays are. Are you asking me what I believe?
No. Light is a wave or not?
I have no idea. Any claims about light?
We have
you are saying it's a ray. A real thin array in my. What I have seen is light. There's no trace of any light, especially from a source. It just can't be done.
Well,
I really don't know what light is.
Ray
It's mysterious.
The word ray is not an important part of my argument. It was just, the word I happen to choose, but it doesn't really have to be a ray per se.
So what does it have to be?
Because we're just measuring. Just a light.
Okay, so light
that casts a shadow.
So in this case, we have a light, and it's somewhere, and that light casts a shadow. Well, actually, light casts no shadows. It's the obstruction of the light that would give us a shadow. So we don't know what light is. It's definitely not a ray. Rays are just reifications. And so we have a shadow. We have 2 or 3 of them in this scenario. We have 3 different lengths of shadows. What can we determine by these lengths of shadows with no other assumptions baked in, other than the fact that we now have 3 different lengths of shadows?
Oh, wait, maybe it is 2 shadows.
I don't care how many it is. What are you going to derive? 20 of them, 1 of them, 1,000 of them. We have different lengths of shadows. What conclusion can we draw from different lengths of shadows?
That either the sun is really close and the earth is flat, or it's far away and the earth is round.
Nope, neither one of those. That's not baked into this particular scenario.
It has to be either of those 2 things.
No, it doesn't. That's a false dichotomy.
No, because either it's a flat earth, okay, and the light source is really close, or it's far away and it's a curved earth. It's either one of
them. No, it doesn't. We just have lengths of shadows, and they're differing.
I don't understand math.
Everything we're looking at.
I don't understand math.
Right, so the first thing you ought to do when I show that you're just begging the question is to ad hom me. That's a good call. How's that working out for you?
Yeah, so the way I think it works is one of the two places has to be noon on the summer solstice so that there's no shadow. And then the second place, I guess you measure the angle of the shadow. And then in order to find the circumference of a whatever ball.
What ball? We just have one length of shadow. Why are you assuming balls all of a sudden? You got to get that ball out of your head. You have now one shadow because one place doesn't have any shadow, but we have another place where we have a shadow of some length. Now what are we going to do?
So you take the distance between the two sticks.
Is that a linear distance?
Times that by 3. Yeah.
Okay, so that would be a flat measurement. Straight. Should we call it 500 stadia? There's a rumor about some kind of thing like this where it was 500 stadia. That would be a linear distance, so that would be flat or straight.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Yeah, actually, I don't know. I guess, okay, sorry, no, it's the arc distance.
Arc? An arc length? Like, so this is degrees.
Yeah.
Okay, so how many degrees are we talking between these 2 points?
Between Alexandria and Syene.
Oh, you've got a very specific scenario here. Okay. Alexandria and Syene, and we have an arc length. How many degrees, 2 points?
Yeah, those are the ones that Eratosthenes used. Let me see here.
Well, I don't know anything about that. Can you get me the primary source data for this Eratosthenes thing?
It says, yeah, I can link that. Hold on. It says, so the arc between Alexandria and Syene is 7.2 degrees.
So it's 7.2 degrees between Alexandria and Syene.
I believe so.
Great. So just drop that primary source data. That would be the original document, cataloging or recording this data for this particular observation, and we'll see if that's correct.
But by the way, Kiba, did you know that at night, with the light from the moon, you can get the same shadows? Interesting.
Yes, because the moon is very close.
Oh, close. Thank you. Thank you.
How close is it?
So therefore, if the Earth was flat, the sun would also have to be very close. But it's not, because when you measure it using radio waves, it's actually very far away.
So you measure the distance.
Hold on a second.
Using radios.
Who's the guy who's bouncing in here?
All right, so I just looked it up, and the primary source doesn't exist. There's only a secondary source that wrote about it.
So somebody made something up.
I'm just talking on you, Don.
Well,
are you talking about
he
Eratosthenes
claims
still?
that. Yeah. So apparently, there's some dude named Cleomedes who wrote about what Eratosthenes did, and Eratosthenes did write something, but nobody copied it, and I guess it just deteriorated over time. So
interesting. You know what I just did?
I don't even know if this thing exists, right?
Well, I mean, we could replicate it. It doesn't matter what his measurements were.
Yeah, I just did that. I just did that in my living room. So apparently, my living room has a circumference is a sphere, is on a sphere, and it has a circumference of 447 centimeters. Using that method.
Okay, I believe it.
Yeah, my living room is a sphere. Yes? Yeah? Weird.
Sure.
Wow. So you're going to go ahead and plow through the absurd idea that this guy lives in a spherical living room. His floor is mounded up as a hemisphere. You're good with that?
There's a margin of error, so I think that, depending on
My countertop in my kitchen's a ball also, if you look at the picture in the chat.
Yeah, all you need is a shadow to make anything flat a sphere, apparently. That's genius.
Yeah, I did that. It was 90 centimeters away from directly beneath the light source. And the object was 19 centimeters high, casting a shadow of about 6 centimeters. And that gives you a circumference value of 447 centimeters.
Wait. It's just me, but I could be crazy. Maybe just measuring shadows is not a great way to determine whether or not the surface of your shadow against is spherical or flat. Maybe it's just a shitty idea, and using that as evidence for spherical or flat Earth at all.
I think it's a pretty good method.
Okay, so what you're telling me is measuring one shadow, especially on any surface, is a great way to determine whether or not it's flat or curved, like these people did with their countertops in their living rooms. You think that's a good idea, do you?
Well, I'd be interested to see, did he post that countertop thing? Because, there, your bottle. Interesting. Yeah, I'll have to think about that. But, yeah, I don't know if they did the math right or not. I mean, in theory, it should. Well, yeah, in theory, it should work, right? But
How far away was the sun?
Right. Are you asking me a question?
How far away was the sun in his math problem?
Let me see. So, yeah, his equation doesn't factor in the distance of the sun.
That's because it was infinity.
Right.
How big is the sun if the sun is infinite miles away?
Infinitely big.
That means the sun would be infinitely growing.
Right.
Or it would be invisible if it had a specific size.
Well, the idea is just that the light is roughly traveling in the same direction. If the light's too close, then the light is going to be spread out more.
The word you're looking for is parallel, and that requires us to reify light as a ray, but there's no such thing as a ray. So that assumption is just stupid on its face.
I mean, it's not perfectly parallel, but it's close.
No, what would be parallel? Because rays don't exist.
Well, I mean, if you cast a shadow with your hand outside, the lines of the shadow are going to be pretty, well defined. It's not going to there's your
That's
hand
not true at all. I can stick my hand out with the sun out, and it'll mostly just be kind of blurry. Like you can see my arm. Now, if I get my hand really close to the surface of the ground, then it's well defined. The further it gets away, stuff starts changing. Gets kind of blurry and stuff, undefined. So light as a ray is a terrible thing to reify, especially because light does all kinds of weird things, and we don't know what it is, and it certainly doesn't happen in rays.
Yeah, because there's what do they call that? There's the penumbrum and the umbrum and all that?
Yeah, I think those are kind of made up too. Those are just concepts. And that's once again reifying light into a ray.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it really matters as long as the light source is like decently far away.
What is decently far? And far from what? What's the scale we're talking about?
Far enough from the object that's casting a shadow that it isn't like I don't know how to like.
It's difficult to quantify, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the whole problem with all of this. Trying to quantify any of these things is nearly impossible. So we can't make a lot of assumptions. In the case of the Eratosthenes lore, because number one, we're not even sure that the guy even existed, but certainly his observation or his measurement, there's no primary source data from that. But let's just ignore that for a second. Let's say we can recreate this idea. All we have is two lengths of shadows, or no shadow and then a length of one at another place. And you could, get an angular measurement of that shadow depending on the end of the stick and the end of the shadow, and then you can measure that angle. But then again, now you'd be measuring a flat Earth doing those two things because you have to have linear measurements. You can't assume any curve. And then you'd be drawing a great circle with that angular measurement, and that circle is still flat. So at no point could you ever assume that you're on a ball when all you have is essentially a big flat circle.
A big flat circle?
That's all you have.
What do you mean?
Well, you're taking an angular measurement. So you create that angular measurement. Then it's kind of like using a compass. You just open the compass up, 7.2 degrees or whatever it is, draw that circle, so you have a big circle. You can't determine whether or not it's a ball. You can't even really determine whether or not it's flat. You have to assume a bunch of things for either one of those. But your angular measurement only draws a circle.
Right. That's true. But if we were on a flat plane, wouldn't the math work out that it's, infinite circumference or something?
I don't know. All you have is what you can measure with the shadow. So that's how big a circle that you have. Nothing about the extent of that particular land or surface that you're drawing that circle on. You just have a circle.
Why are you stuck in the sky, bro?
In the sky?
Why are you so hyper-focused on the sun?
Because I am not high enough to see the curvature, so I have to come up with other methods.
So you're telling me the Earth looks flat?
It does.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
There you go.
Looks can be deceiving.
Now that's true.
How far away is the curvature from a 6-foot observer height?
Was I think a few miles or something.
Yeah, it's not that far, bro. It's pretty small.
Right.
But the Earth is really big, right?
So I have seen a video where they put up a weather balloon, and supposedly the camera was, I forget the term, but it was the type of camera that's the opposite of a fisheye lens. It's supposed to show, accurately the curvature. And I did see a little bit of curvature from a weather balloon.
What you're looking for is rectilinear, and they still have curvature of those lenses. It's just not the same as a wide angle or fisheye lens. Yeah. So all lenses, the sad part about all lenses is they have some degree of curvature. That's just the way they're designed. But But that would be inconclusive no matter what you do. The only thing you could ever really do is measure the surface of the Earth directly. And every time we do that, it's always flat by everybody. Surveyors, everybody.
Yes, in the video isolating just due to vibration or motion or whatever, and it was going above and below the horizon, like the lens going above and below, and yet the curvature of and below the horizon was normally with the lens distortion would cause like an inverted curvature that was going, what I'm saying, like it would if it was just due to the distortion of the lens as it goes above and below the horizon, that distortion would invert. So if you see curvature above and below the center, then that would indicate that there's genuine curvature, right?
Right. Why can we find that on the Earth's surface in reality measurably?
To my knowledge, there's no way to measure from the surface directly.
That's what they told you. Are you going to believe them, or are you going to go check for yourself?
Well, because you're talking about like lasers.
That's one way.
Then we're dealing with refraction at that point, right?
Also, refraction makes the Earth look flat?
No. You'd measure it. You'd measure the deviation of the light's path. That would be part of your results. You say, well, we had the light source set up at this altitude above the water's surface. We had the target set up above the water's surface at the same altitude. And then you'd measure how far off the light was from the target. And then you would measure the change in the light's path. Not say it's going to deviate in a specific way. We'd find out if it did or not.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see if someone conducted this experiment like up at like a higher altitude, because I know the closer you are to the surface, the more refraction. So I'm dubious of certain.
That's what they claim. Have you gone out and checked for yourself?
No, I don't own a laser or a body of water that is near me.
I mean, have you ever?
There's a difference between this being an experiment and observation. If you're having an experiment, you're trying to find the cause and effect relationship to the phenomenon. At this point, if you're just looking at, you're having an observation. And Jay Tolan Media is a gentleman on YouTube who takes regular flights and uses an infrared camera. And he looks out over the distance and he sees greater than 500 miles from a commercial airline. So that's at 44,000 feet, that's like 218 miles to the horizon. And he's seeing 700 miles, 1,000 miles greater than what he should be seeing according to the geometry. And he's using infrared, which is removing or minimizing refraction, right? Because it's using the wavelength of red light, which doesn't bend much. So it's showing you what you're looking at, which is a flat plane. Now, what you would have to do is trying to prove how this minimized refraction is actually the light curving around this ball at a geometry that should be noticeable. Because the geometry is telling you that this curvature rate should be noticeable.
So you're saying this pilot can see hundreds of miles further than the geometric horizon?
Not a pilot, passenger.
Oh, passenger? Yeah.
Yes.
And how did he determine how far he could see?
By using I don't know what it's called, but it shows his altitude and the direction the device is pointing, which he orients the device to the direction of his camera. He also displays his flight route from the plane he was on. He identifies the aircraft that he's on by tail number, so that you can search it by flight trackers, and it shows that he's at X altitude, and he's looking in such direction, and he zooms in with an infrared adapter on his camera, and then during his video, he'll take the direction from the plane that he's looking at, identify objects or like mountain ridges or peninsulas off in the distance, and points them out in his videos. So where he was over Texas, he was looking towards the that peninsula on Mexico, and identified that. He was over Tennessee and looked towards the Hudson Bay, which is 1,000 miles or something away. He was above the Gulf of Mexico and looked across Florida and had the Atlantic on the other side of Florida with the horizon beyond the peninsula of Florida. So he's done quite a few.
What's his YouTube channel called?
J. Tolan Media.
I did post a few links there.
I think the flight where he was over Texas looking at the peninsula on Mexico in the Pacific, that's a 700-mile distance. And from Tennessee to the Hudson Bay in Canada, that's 1,000. I think that's what he put on his video. Yeah, Miguel posted it. It's Mississippi River, the Great Lakes, and the Hudson Bay, 1,200 miles.
What is going on in here?
The gentleman asked about high altitude black swans, and we're pointing him towards
Anyway,
social
sorry.
media. How about now?
Yeah, I'll have to watch that video, but if that's true, that's pretty damning evidence for or against the globe.
But yeah, we're just always waiting for somebody to come in and show us proof of the globe because we keep finding flat Earth.
Have Globers tried to debunk this yet?
It can't. It's an infrared.
What does infrared have to do with it?
Longer wavelength, less refraction.
Less refraction, you said?
Yes.
Yes.
So you're saying like no globe earther has even attempted to refute it?
Yes, there are COPE videos trying to refute what's being said, but he's pointing out to you that infrared light does not bend due to refraction because it's a longer wavelength of light. And in order for this to be true, this means more refraction. see more distance.
Interesting.
It's possible.
It's just, I mean, we've seen a lot of like.
I was just gonna say, B, those mountains are supposed to be like 11 miles under the horizon. So I don't know how refraction fixes that shit.
All right, but isn't Kiba like he's kind of been here a while, right? We've known him for a minute. I've seen his name here around here. Is that not true? I mean, Kiba?
Yeah, I usually go to the politics version, but yeah.
No, but I'm saying you used to be a part of this server for quite some time, yeah?
Yeah.
So, I mean, what after all this time, it seems like you're still trying to find some reason why you don't have to think that the Earth is a horizontal plane based on all the evidence that we've been showing you over the years. Like, where's the why do you hold flat Earth to this level of scrutiny when you don't do that for globe? I'm just wondering, like, there has to be something there that we're missing, because it seems like as thorough as these guys can be, it's not going to move you, not even a little, because you would have been moved already. You know what I mean?
Well, this is the first that I've seen so far that is more compelling, because I assumed that refraction was a good explanation for the black swan, like the oil rig and everything. Well,
but that's the other thing too. It's like
I want to say something to that, dude. So you're saying, you know how I'll just put it out like this to you, dude, is that if you ask yourself what's the evidence for this globe refraction, what is it?
I have no idea. I don't understand refraction. I've tried to look into it.
Oh yeah, you want to know what I'm going to tell you what the evidence is. A flat Earth. That's the evidence.
Exactly, seeing too far.
Yeah, the Earth looks flat. The Earth looks flat, so there has to be globe refraction bending it around the ball. So their evidence for that the existence of globe refraction is a flat Earth. You understand? And see, here, and I'm going to break it down to you where it even gets more ridiculous. They'll say, well, we know how refraction works. Light bends down toward the greater density, right? It bends around the ball to the greater density air. Well, why is there a density gradient? Why is there a density gradient, Kiba?
Air pressure?
Yeah, why is there a gradient, though? Why is it more at the bottom? Because it's top in the top.
Gravity?
Gravity. So gravity causes a density gradient that causes the light to bend to make the Earth look flat. So gravity not only turns the Earth into a ball that happens to look flat. Because that gravity also bends the light to make the Earth look flat. So gravity makes balls that look flat. Really, that's the evidence that you're hanging your hat on?
Broken logic.
That fucking train wreck? Oh, light's bending around the ball. Why is that? Because there's a density gradient. Why is that? Because there's gravity. Why is the Earth a ball? Because of gravity. So gravity made a fucking ball that Earth looks flat. Dude,
what's even worse though is
smoke enough angel dust to make that make sense.
So what's even worse is that he doesn't even know what refraction is. So he's in this whole argument and still trying to scrutinize the things that the gentlemen have been telling him, and he doesn't know what it is. So how can you have a position to refute anything if you don't even know what refraction is to begin with? So what are we doing here? Like, how can you reason with that? This is like the part of psychology that you should examine the person you're speaking. Like, why would you even? I don't get it. Like, that's the part I'm at a loss here.
Flat Earth didn't. He pointed you said it, AV. You're not giving. You're hyper analyzing a flat Earth and just like giving the globe a free pass. You don't even know the refraction thing that supports the globe. You admittedly said you didn't understand it.
Exactly. And there it is. It's laid to bear right now. What else is there other than him trying to figure out what he knows about refraction based on the globe? And so we're at that level right now. Because if that doesn't get kind of exposed to him, he's still going to think, well, it's refraction. Well, it's gravity. Like he doesn't know, you know what I mean? He's so disconnected from the terms and their meaning that he can't put together why he even has a reason to think it's a globe. That's the important part. That's all I'm saying, Kiba. It's like critical thinking is a big part of this. And if you're not using it, dude, you're not doing justice to any of the things that they're telling you. So they could belabor the point, and all you're going to do is come back with some simple-minded retort that you have no knowledge on, continue to spin their wheels, and never, like Indio said, you'll give the globe a free pass. That doesn't bother you? It bothers us. It bothers me, dude. I keep hearing them. I've heard them talking to you for quite a number of days. And they've been doing a good job, but if you don't know any of these things, what good is it going to do to continue? Does that make any sense, Kiba?
Indio, check your DMs.
Oh, I did.
Yeah, I mean, like I know the basics of like what refraction is supposed to be, but I haven't found like a good in-depth explanation for like why it does it.
Cool, cool. Let's go through the basics. What do you know?
Hold on, hold, wait, stop the train, man. And we could give you an in-depth explanation. You don't even understand it.
Yeah.
What are we going to tell you?
He knows the basics. What are the basics, Kiba?
Yeah, there we go. Let's start with the basics. Back to basics.
Yeah, there's like standard refraction. It's supposed to be like 7/6 of the Earth's radius or something. And then basically like light when it goes through different mediums, it tends to go towards like the denser medium or something like that.
Something like that.
That's all I know.
You don't know. You don't. It's not even, dude. Sorry, man, but that's not even a little. You don't even know a little, dude. You've train wrecked even the little bit that you thought you knew. I gotta be honest, bro. Like that's what you did.
Yeah, you might as well have said something makes the Earth look flat, but it's still a globe.
I mean, it's absolutely pathetic, dude, that you're attempting to. You know what? It would be better if you would have said, I really don't know, guys. That you would have saved face, easy. That using humility, you would have saved face.
I already said I don't know. I just said I have like
no. You said you know the basics. You don't even know the basics. The thing that you just said right now is a train wreck.
I literally earlier said I don't know. When I say the basics, I just mean like I have like a basic concept. I don't know it in depth.
No, you don't know it at all, Kiba. You don't know it at all. Because according to the globe, you should have been able to tell us exactly what it meant from the basic standpoint of what it is. You couldn't do that, dude. I'm pointing out the glaring, obvious truth is that you should have just been like, let's just say I don't know. And so the point that we're making here is that these gentlemen are belaboring the point to help you to understand. But if you don't even know from the globe standard, like what it is, then how can you then? It's just, all I'm getting you to realize is that you really don't have a position to say that anything that these guys are telling you is wrong, or it's something else, or it's gravity, or anything, because you don't have it. So, you gotta be honest with the room, start fresh, say, you know what, I don't know. Just hit me with it, let me know. And take it on, look into it. Because it's not, you can't, in other words, you don't have a position to say, no, you guys are wrong. No, it's not that, it's gravity, whatever. Can't do that. That's all I'm saying, bro.
Like I said before, I don't know about refraction. I'm ignorant of refraction.
Well, and that's why these guys are telling you when it comes to refraction and what it's and how it plays a part in an observation like this, and especially in the one Jay Tolan was using in his airplane with the infrared. Tactical Droid was talking about it, but I don't know, man. Because like when he was going through it, you kind of like still talk about how gravity could affect it, and it's like I think you should just remove all of the kind of like you trying to scrutinize and retort, and not even say. You'd be like, okay, just accept everything coming your way. Look into it. You have to accept it and look into it. That's all. It bugs me. I don't know why. Like, I could hear people that have been with us for a while, but when they're still kind of like responding back, like they want to have a position to argue, I just can't.
Yeah, that's why I said, look, measure the deviation of the light. Don't assume what it did or what it's going to do, right? Because that's circular reason. We've already granted you a pass on the amount of drop over distance that should exist, right? Now you want us to slip you another pass? It's like, can you give me a late note, please? No, no.
Yeah, I agree that we see farther than we should on it if it was a globe. That's true.
Yeah. There's a lot of facts that these guys can go through with the observations that have been done. I mean, that's where you should start scrutinizing with the globe proponents and even what you've learned, like all of that. You should scrutinize that.
Well, you just conceded we see too far. Okay. Now you're at a place where, shit, dude, it could be flat because we see too far. But there's some globe alternative explanation. Well, if that explanation isn't actually true, then the Earth must by necessity be flat. So how come you've been in this topic this long and you haven't thoroughly investigated whether that claim is actually true, that there's a globe that makes the Earth look flat? Like, whatever the reason is, maybe it's super technical, maybe you feel like intimidated by the information, but then like you can just go to, hey, okay, they made some claims, the globe earthers, mind you, what's the evidence for their claims? Because it always comes down to that. What is the evidence? Right? The same as like a court case. They go, that's great, counselor. Please put up a witness, because we need evidence. You're freaking rambling and yapping, while informative to the court, doesn't give us any facts. Okay? What are the facts that demonstrate that there is this globe refraction, 7/6R, standard refraction, or refraction of any type, even though you don't know what it are? You don't even have to know what it is. All you have to demonstrate is that it actually exists.
Yep.
Oh, we know.
And at this point, the proof of the existence is that it looks flat.
It's crazy.
I mean, we
I know,
that
right?
refraction exists, but obviously to that extent.
The way they say it exists, right? Refraction as a general phenomenon exists. Okay? But is there a terrestrial refraction that makes the globe look flat? Is there evidence of that?
Yeah, so I've tried looking into that, multiple times, but every time I have, like, the explanation that I've heard didn't click with
No, not the explanation. We don't care about explanations. We care about evidence. Okay, this is... Listen, Newton said he doesn't care. Isaac Newton said he doesn't care what you have to say. It's all decided by experiment. That's what everything is decided by. It's only decided by experiment. It's not decided by stories.
Right. I haven't found good evidence yet that I can comprehend.
Why? Well, there's none that exist. I hate to inform you.
Yeah.
Kara, I hate to tell you, I've probably got like 250 papers on refraction. Do you want to know what's not in those 250 papers? Maybe 5 of the 250 have any empirical testing in it. It's just a bunch of theory and equations and nonsense. There's no actual we went out and we did these measurements with this device on this day and these series of measurements and here's the results. There's none of that.
Why not?
You tell me.
It doesn't exist, dude.
Is it possible to make these sorts of measurements?
Possible or not, it's necessary. Because science is empirical. It's not based upon thoughts in your mind. It's based upon going out and testing and getting the evidence to support your claim.
Like, what would that experiment entail exactly?
Well, you could measure the path of light. There's a bunch of ways you could do tests. So, you could test for dispersion. You could test for freaking angle of arrival differences. You could test. There's all sorts of shit you could test, right? You can shoot two different wavelengths and see how they differ in their path, right? Because refraction is wavelength dependent. There's a whole bunch of tests that you actually could do. And there are some tests that have been done, but you know what they show? The refraction does not exist in the way they say at all. It's not even close.
It doesn't conform to the Earth being a globe with the set dimensions that they're telling you that it exists as. So nothing's going to conform to that with a test. That's the issue. And that's why you can't find it. That's why these guys in here, who have been looking into this for years upon years, have already settled with that it doesn't exist. But I mean, if you feel like, let me keep searching, do what you're going to do, man, but it does not exist. Because like, as India was pointing out, there would be something that would have made it true already, as an example.
Yeah, so I'm going to post in the chat. So, okay. So this was LiDAR measurements done to a landslide. And you see this little, like, the top is the amount of refraction as measured by the change in the angle of arrival, right, of the reflected light. So it's LiDAR, so it's shooting, infrared radiation, and then they have a detector detect it, and they know the angle of arrival that it arrived at the sensor. And so you can see that there's variations in the angles that they measure, right? It's worse, and they have so you got the top, that's the angle, right? And then you got the middle, that's how much sunlight there is, and then you got the bottom, that's the temperature variation. So you can see the so-called refraction angle varies by temperature and the time of day. But that's not the important part. The important part is you look at the units this is in. So these units are MGON. So the largest variation is for MGON. Well, let's translate that to degrees. How many degrees is that? It's 0.000327 degrees. So the largest variation in all these measurements done over a 24-hour period is 0.00027 degrees. So in a 25-mile span, that amounts to 8 feet. Think about that for a second. But they're claiming shit gets picked up hundreds of feet. Hundreds. Okay? This is what I'm talking about. When you actually, what sparse actual measurement data there is, doesn't support their claim that light is bending around the ball. It's not even close. The only arbitrator is the evidence, dude. We don't care about the story, dude. You don't even need to know the story. Right? Can anybody demonstrate light bending around a curved surface such that it's parallel to that curved surface? Because that's what it has to be. It has to be parallel. Right? The ball has a curve. The light has a curve. How are they in parallel? Perfectly every time, to every distance, right? So it's parallel to the ball at freaking 10 miles, and then another spot that's 20 miles away, it's also parallel to that spot, and it's parallel to a 30-mile spot. Parallel to all the spots. Right? It's fantastic. Like I said, the only thing that matters is the evidence to support it. Because right now, all we have is like, hey man, the Earth looks flat, but we know it's a ball, so there has to be magic light bending. The Earth, the atmosphere has to be a giant lens that just makes the Earth look flat from our viewpoint.
And then you try to use a
No
standard
other-
refraction.
Yeah, but
value.
here's the key thing is that it has no other effects of a lens. It only has one effect. It just lifts shit up over the curve. Every other property of a lens, magnification, focal points, chromatic aberration, vignetting, all the shit they have when they actually make a lens in manufacturing, none of that shit applies. We don't notice any of that crap. It just gets picked up over the curve. That's the only thing we see. Just makes the Earth look flat. That's the only thing that happens. That's just that. Nothing else. Does that seem real to you? Like likely?
No.
Let's imagine you want to design a lens, right? To make a you got a curved surface, you got a big beach ball. And you want to make that beach ball look flat when you look through a lens that's on its surface. And you had to design that lens. Could you design that lens? Who could design that lens? But apparently the air's doing that all the time. It's freaking just on its own for no fucking reason. Oh, gravity, that's the reason. Anyway, the thing is, how come our side has to demonstrate anything? How come you're giving the globe the benefit of the doubt? I mean, that's really the key question that AV's tried to point out to you. Is after all this time, you're letting the flimsiest excuses be a freaking exit strategy for the globe, dude. Like, as long as they have some excuse, I'll just accept it.
Well,
gotta keep the dream alive, baby.
So although I haven't been able to understand refraction yet, the other excuses that
they don't understand it, dude.
Like basically the preponderance of excuses, like in my personal opinion, it seems like the ball is more likely, just from what I've seen.
Why?
Whatever happened to Occam's razor?
We don't care about Occam's razor, sheepdog. Not in here.
I mean,
all you
gotta
do is raise your hands, my brothers. I believe.
I don't. What is that probability based upon? The probability value said, "Hey, this is more likely." Why? Why do you think globe is more likely?
It's because all the things that I've looked into that seem to indicate a globe that don't involve
the things you understand that make it more likely, or is it the things you don't understand that make it more likely?
The things that I do understand.
Like what?
Yeah, that's what I want.
So, for example, the closer you are to the equator, the lighter objects become when measured with a digital scale.
Oh my God!
Who told you that nonsense?
Wolfie something, 226 something.
Yeah,
Wolfie. Yeah, he because he like flew around and measured things at different. Oh, and there was also this other guy did it as well. I forget, some Australian guy. But yeah, basically they measured
Australians. It's fucking weird, man. Yeah. The wolf pack, right? Was it the wolf pack? So let me guess. It was either Creaky Blinders or Critical Think, right?
It might have been Critical Think. Oh, yeah, I think he's kind of like
my buddy.
Yeah. But basically, a couple of dudes that I watched on YouTube like flew around, measured things, and they found that the same object weighed differently depending on how close they were to the equator.
Yeah,
really?
Yeah, that's utter horseshit. I hate to tell you. So, check this out. There's a company named Kern Scientific Equipment Company. They make scales for scientists. So part of an ad campaign, they took their scale in a little garden gnome, and they shipped it to scientists all over the world. CERN, right? where the Large Hadron Collider is. Lawrence Livermore National Labs, Sandia National Labs, Amundsen Station, University of frickin' Michigan, MIT, all over the place. They sent the shit, the same one, right? So they ship it to one guy, they weigh the gnome, they take a bunch of data, then they ship it to another guy. So they weighed this gnome all over the world with a scientific scale that's calibrated. It costs thousands of dollars. And they didn't get the result Wolfie got for some reason.
They
What kind of scale was Wolfie using? What kind of scale was
Wolfie
Wolfie
have a
using?
calibration weight that they send with it.
Yeah, you can't calibrate it. That defeats the whole point.
What the hell?
You didn't hear what he said.
No.
You can't calibrate it. It defeats the whole point.
Yeah, it has to be uncalibrated.
Uncalibrated. Wow.
How did they measure different weights then?
Right, you need a standard.
Kiva,
They
you
measure
are.
different weights all over the world, but it didn't follow the prediction of the globe, is what I'm telling you.
Right, and did they recalibrate it every single time they weighed it?
It should always weigh the same, according to you.
Using a known object as a weight, as a gauge, right?
It's a there's a standard.
So the reason that you would calibrate it is because things weigh differently depending on where you are in the world. So
no,
when you calibrate it, you're readjusting that to a known weight.
Okay, you recalibrate a scale for accuracy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what you're telling me, Wolfie took an uncalibrated scale, so all over the place, and started weighing stuff with an uncalibrated scale. Inaccurate by default.
So
I bet you that scale was thrown all around baggage claim, and it was knocked loose in every which direction.
Well, he's flying. Wolfie's a pilot, so he's flying the plane. So he's a pilot.
Let me ask you, brother. If you were buying a whole bunch of illicit, illegal drugs, and your drug dealer showed up and just like threw the drugs on there on his triple beam, and you like, oh, did you calibrate that? He was like, nah. Would you buy that shit?
No, I wouldn't.
Forget that, man. You could arbitrage.
Like, this is a kilo, motherfucker.
And you'll forget that, man. You could arbitrage gold, bro. You know how much money
you
you'd
can
make?
arbitrage gold, dude. Fucking mine it in Alaska, sell it at the equator.
Yeah,
Well, that's why they calibrate their scales so that doesn't happen.
Really? So then they do calibrate them.
Well, I'm saying if you want to measure,
you're a hot mess, bro.
Well,
if you want to,
I think you should do, Kiva, is look up the historical context of the moon mission and who was responsible for that. You know what I'm talking about?
He just admitted they would calibrate him for gold.
Okay, but
Wolfie
you admitted
didn't calibrate his.
You admitted that the scales are not accurate unless calibrated.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so it
But
depends
you're
on
saying
what
don't calibrate them.
Yeah, you can't take it back.
And then you're going to draw a conclusion from an uncalibrated, inaccurate scale.
I'm saying if you want to measure the weight of something,
He's going to try to make it work. Watch.
If you want to measure the weight of something compared to a known weight, then you would calibrate it. But if you want to demonstrate that your latitude has a different
He's making this shit up, isn't he? On the spot.
Are you sure you're not just demonstrating that
shit up on the spot, bro?
Bro, are you sure you're not just demonstrating that your scale's inaccurate because it's uncalibrated?
Well, it's there's
really do everything other than it's like it doesn't matter what you say, the response is not going to be a direct answer
because you ask strange questions.
It wasn't a strange question. You said you agreed. When you said you agreed, did you mean agreed with some sort of information that you've seen, which you can give us to go look through?
No, I'm not
Thank
giving
you.
you
That's
anything.
the direct answer right there. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, can I have a slice of your pizza?
You got chicken wings, dude. You got garlic, parmesan, and something else. Chicken wings.
I mean,
I
if you're
guess the
gonna
answer
trade
is
Taco
no. He
Tuesday,
didn't even say anything.
oh shit, I was just gonna add something stupid. Go ahead, Indio.
No, I was just saying that. I guess the answer is no. He didn't even respond to that.
What do
It's
you
like,
think I'm
no,
like in a formal debate about like just I don't know fossils and discussion
Dude,
on
honestly, Oliver, like you're ever since I've known you and Chris pointed out who you are, you're a hot mess, bro. Every time you come in here, you don't know what's going on, who's saying what. You don't even respond correctly back to the person who's talking to you. You're all over the place, bro.
What I'm trying to. So you want to have a debate about fossils?
No, just
Is
a
that what you?
discussion. I'm not requesting some formal debate.
Okay, a discussion about. Well, you're already discussing it. You wanted something more other than our, I guess, agreement with you, even though we don't know what you're talking about.
What do you mean?
Oh my
Well,
god.
you said you just want to discuss it. You are discussing it. Is there something else you wanted to add that we're missing, or what do you mean?
No, just
Excuse me?
I don't know. Do you guys have just casual conversation where you're not necessarily
Oh god, dude.
Is this not a casual? Is this not a casual conversation? I'm
Yeah.
trying.
So
Like,
why are you interrogating?
Dude,
what do you mean interrogate? How am I? Okay, so you came. You said,
Where were you in the night of
"What
the
do you think
27th?
about what do you think about fossils?" And I was like, "Well, do you have any information that I may read along with you and discuss it with you?" And somehow, me talking like that to you has come to the point where you feel like I'm interrogating you. I don't even know what you're talking about, dog.
Bro, do you if we're talking about pizza, do you need me to like bring you a sauce on like pepperoni or something?
Yeah, he knows what pizza is. He doesn't know what you're talking about with fossils, bro. He's trying to pick your brain, but like on Pickens. Just stick to the pizza, dude. There's nothing to eat inside there.
Right. So you know what pizza is. You know what fossils are. So it feels like
Yeah,
we've
well,
not
he
got.
doesn't know. Like he doesn't know it in any detail. He's asking you.
Yeah. I'm just saying the fossils appear.
no, Oliver. No one knows what you mean when you say these words. It's like a blank slate. Your worldview is so unique. It's so internal.
He could have linked me, something, anything. Like we could have started there. But
Okay.
I don't know. It sounds like you don't want to discuss it. I'm sorry. I'll back off. Maybe you don't want to talk to us. I thought you did. I don't know what's going on.
No, he's being freaking passive aggressive. Just say what you really mean. You want to know if we're a bunch of young Earth creationists? Just say it, dude. Stop being a pussy.
No, not necessarily, because I'm not saying that you're a young Earth creationist. I can ask you if you're
trying to
thinking
fish it out.
I can ask you right now. Are you a young Earth creationist?
Do you know who is a young Earth creationist? There's three astronauts. Yeah, there's three astronauts who just did. I forgot their names. One's that Butch guy who was stuck on the ISS for a while. They just did a whole speech called Answers in Genesis. We like the guy who was in charge of that or part of it. He used to come around here, Danny Faulkner. That they went to this amusement park called the Ark Amusement Park and did a full hour-long conversation about young Earth creationism. And on top of that, you've got McDuffie. He's a young Earth creationist. You've got Darth Dawkins, young Earth creationist. Mr. Batman, young Earth creationist. What you have, if you're looking to pick a bone with young Earth creationists, you don't need flat earthers. You don't even need globalists. You could use astronauts and anti-flat earthers to do that. Anti-flat earthers hate, young Earth creationists hate flat earthers more than you do. You don't need flat earthers for that conversation at all. Zero. You'd be hard pressed to find a young Earth creationist who is also a flat earther. Same thing with conspiracy theorists. You got a hate boner for conspiracy theorists? Go talk to Alex Jones. Alex Jones hates flat earthers as much as you do. He almost got his ass whooped by Eddie Bravo trying to pick a fight with a flat earther. Eddie Bravo, a prize fighter. So if you got
if you want moon hoax haters, you got Gerald White, who freaking hates flat earthers. I mean, despises them. Worse than anyone you named. You literally made a whole video ranting about how flat earthers are dumb, stupid, yada yada yada, spazzing out, dude.
Yep,
he literally has a 20 video series called Moonbait.
Yeah, so you're barking up the wrong tree. You're in the wrong channel. You're outside the scope of this channel, which is the surface of the Earth. And yes, people do have conversations about other things. We used to do it a lot on Speculation Sunday, but we canceled Speculation Sunday because globalists are too retarded. And they still wouldn't understand that Speculation Sunday was in fact Speculation Sunday, so we had to stop it. Because they would hear something on Speculation Sunday, knowing the Speculation Sunday, and then come back and say, I heard you guys say this. On Sunday? They're like, yeah. On Speculation Sunday. Yep. So it's a speculation. And they're like, no. So how about this, Oliver? Just tell us why. Anyone here. Pick someone or just open question. Why does it matter one way or the other for your discussion today, your supposition, or whatever you're trying to do? What is the point you're trying to make about young Earth creationism and or fossils? And just make that point. Just shoot it out. So people know exactly what you're talking about without having to try it out of your grimy little, greasy little lips. Just say it.
Guess that's it then. Did he run off?
¿Qué?
The Oliver run off? Or do you go to a different channel, or what was up? He's been quiet. I'm just curious what he's up to.
If it's not quiet, just ban whoever speaks, so we can keep it quiet. I thought I was in here, but I guess I wasn't. I had to rejoin. I got disconnected.
I got disconnected once.
Me twice, so I win.
Hey, Crit, why do you think it is that the young Earth creationists and the conspiracy theorists absolutely despise this topic?
Because, well, my first guess, which I ended up kind of debunking that at one point, was that they thought this was harmful to their worldview. That somehow if they hear a young Earth creationist hears a flat earther talk, they're like, I'm going to be lumped in with that group of people. And then so they wanted to try to distance themselves. But that didn't hold water because I tried to ask them about other sort of groups of people who could harm their group. I go, what about someone like another nasty, like a quote unquote nasty group of people. You can fill in the blank, whoever you think, who would sort of discredit a movement because of being membership. And I'm like, so why do you care?
Yeah,
at that point,
idea.
yeah. So I'm like, so you don't care if you've got a fraudster or someone who's got in charge with financial crimes. That doesn't matter if that person's part of your group, but you do care if a flat earther is. And they're like, yeah. So then I kind of went into the same mind frame or same set as like the same reason the atheist will punch down at the flat earther. They're trying to get a group of people who they can feel better about themselves by punching down so they're not the bottom. So like in the society that kind of vehemently accepts sort of like fossils or fossil records and whatever, even though they're incomplete and whatnot, someone who would reject that would be at the bottom of society. So they punch down, they invent a new person to punch down that to try to redirect what they think what they're doing is redirecting the hatred that they're getting at a different group of people. It's like don't target me, target this group instead.
I don't think you're far off because I think a lot of these groups that we come across, young Earth creationists, a lot of conspiracy theorists, what I think is they can't actually come up with a philosophy, a framework, a thought, unless it's in reaction to something else. And so there has to be old Earth creationists before you can have young Earth creationists, paradoxically enough. And so, anyway, I think that it kind of goes to show that you're not far off. But what it comes down to is that they haven't had to react to the GTs because the GTs have welcomed them into their heterodox religion.
Yeah, that's a solid take, definitely.
Yeah, so much of modern philosophy comes only as a gut reaction to something else, and therefore both the old and the new, and then the newer and the newer yet end up being all bunk and bogus.
The thing I've noticed is that most of my conspiracy theorist friends end up holding lots of contradictory views on things, and something like this becomes a lot more unifying. So this is a harder concept, I think, to understand than just whatever the last politician that they don't like said. Now, Pentagon, Yoder, Amish, I saw that comment in there. I think anybody can give a TED Talk nowadays. I don't think they have any kind of criteria. I think if you get your name on the list, they'll have you, regardless of what it is. You just have to promise to follow their little formula so everyone's exactly the same. It's slightly different, but it's exactly the same. You have to go all the way up, build up to the pregnant pause, and then a quick reveal, then a conclusion. And so I stopped listening to them 7 or 8 years ago because every one of them ended up being the same.
Some guy on Twitter just posted that the 3i Atlas comet, whatever the hell it is blinking lights that correspond to the Fibonacci sequence. That'd be pretty cool if true.
Didn't you know that everything blinks or flashes or is organized or is, if you squint your eyes real good and you do some funky little math, that somehow it's related to the Fibonacci sequence?
No, I'm saying like there's a discrete pattern. He was saying there's a discrete pattern involving 8s and 13s and 5s in these obvious groupings.
That would be interesting, but what does the Fibonacci sequence even really derive from? I see all these various things that, like, if you squint your eyes real good, come to it, but I never really knew what it come from.
Well, it's a pattern that is found in nature, and it's based off of analogies. So the very sequence itself, which terminates to a ratio, is a sequence that is built on the preceding number that came before it, and it can only be that. So if you have 0, you begin with that, and then the next number would be 1, and then you add 1 and 0, and you get 1, and then you add 1 and 1, and you get 2, and then you add 2 and 1, and you get 3, and then 3 and 2, and you get 5, something like that. 5 and 3, and then 8, and then it goes on and on and on and on. And if you take the ratio of the last number to the first number, if you go out far enough, it gets closer to 1.618, blah, 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 blah.
Is that comet visible to any of us with telescopes or anything, or is it just like a NASA type claim?
I don't know. I haven't been following it too closely.
Apparently, it was discovered by an amateur. How amateur this astronomer is.
Now that the funding's drying up, aren't they all amateurs?
Semi-professional.
What's up, brothers? How's everyone doing?
Hey, is that Cyclone? What's up, man? How you doing?
Yeah, good, man. How are you?
Yeah, man. I was thinking about you earlier today. I was thinking to myself, where's Cyclone? I haven't seen him for a while. There you are. How you been, dude?
Busy as. A lot of stuff going on at the moment, so not been on as much as I'd like. My night shift.
No, it's good to see you, man.
Yeah, my night shifts have come to an end, so I'm only getting little 20 minutes, 30 minutes here and there, so I just thought I'd say hello.
Well, that's good to see, man. If anyone's got any questions about the flat Earth who wants to defend the ball, Cyclone's here. He'd love to talk to you.
Yes, I love a globe story. We had any good ones in?
Entertaining ones, interesting ones, some slightly disturbed ones. What do you mean by good? Usual crowd, man. Picked up some stragglers along the way. So maybe some new faces that you haven't spoken to before. I think we have picked up maybe a little bit of a squad over the recent weeks. Maze, some JJ Fish guy, and a couple of others.
Yeah, I've heard a couple of them on the YouTube.
Yeah. But yeah, that's about it, really.
All good stuff. The handless masses coming to fight. Typical, always miss them when I come on. About light. See a flat Earth or a globe?
We've been out one for about half an hour or so, I think. To be honest with you, I got a little bit distracted. I was watching the end of the football. Newcastle just trounced when it was Benfica 3-0. That's about it.
Good stuff. Oh well, I'll just chill then. But good to hear you, bro.
Yeah, and you, man. Speak to you soon.
So, reading this message here from Travis, it says the third confirmed interstellar comet. Does this just ultimately mean that it's something that NASA is telling us is there, and like says discovered July 1st, 2025 by Atlas is nearing perihelion. Blah blah blah. Limiting Earth-based. It's currently in solar conjunction, limiting Earth-based observations.
So the question
Or
was,
is it something you can see with, or is it something you can ultimately see with consumer equipment?
I think, what was the question?
You see Travis's message?
Yeah, I know, but you were asking, considering this is the third sighting, what does that mean exactly? Is that what your question is?
It's when Comet 3I / Atlas, the third confirmed interstellar comet. So, is that just something that NASA is supposedly seeing, or is that something that people with consumer or prosumer equipment are seeing as well?
These are like Comet Neowise. I don't know if that was considered interstellar. But yeah, most of the time these are things that you could just see as a normal person. The thing is, they haven't predicted it.
This one, like, can we get a telescope out and see it at some point? Like, even if it's temporarily out of view, like, will it be back for a little while again, or just something NASA is using as some sort of propaganda
Let me just look it up.
or marketing gimmick?
Well, actually, I did look it up. It's like what? They said it was. I want to say 60 feet wide. It wasn't. It wasn't. It wasn't that wide, but it was also only a few mil only a few million miles away. So I think I read that for them to say that yes, you can see it.
What I've heard the most anomalous thing about it and why it's getting attention is because the tail of this comet is supposedly leading the direction of its that it's going. Like the tail is pointing towards the sun, and usually the tails are further away from the sun.
one.
The answer to your question, J.E., is yes. Yes, you can as a regular observer on the ground see it.
Ah, very cool.
It has a tail,
This
so
is
it's
the
close enough to the sun
I'm ignorant
to
of
have
the
a
topic.
tail.
That's the mainstream claim.
That's interesting. I was taught as a child that they only form a tail once they've actually entered significantly within the solar system and have gotten close enough that the sun's heat can help melt the ice, etc.
Yeah, the comet's got to be close enough to start outgassing. Yes, it's dependent on it. Yeah, this one's had a tail for ages. Too long, so they say.
I think I remember hearing that with Haile Selassie's comment back in the 80s.
I think it's official. We have to hire a cultural researcher, representative for aliens, and ask them about their interstellar comments and whatnot.
I agree. Maybe this is the ship that the Raelians are coming back on. Maybe Doe and all of his crowd will be back here. Or maybe this is our passage to Nibiru. So, Elijah, do you have anything to add as far as the book situation, or do you want to try to save that for another time, or has there not been any update?
Uh, Nathan's writing it. It's going to be even better than the last draft. As all
Cool.
new draft, well, I can't say all new drafts are better than the last, because I've done new drafts of songs and then completely scrapped it because I'm in like the direction. But anyway, yeah, he's working on it. Everything is everything.
Yeah, I think it'll be for the better. I've not seen the previous draft, but I can't imagine that it would be anything but better.
Yeah.
Somebody's got to have something good to talk about.
Yeah, I was just reading about that interstellar one you guys were talking about, where it just randomly appeared next to the sun. Or is this a new, like the one they've been tracking, that like or Atlas, like 3IL Atlas?
I'm really ignorant about it, frankly.
Yeah, I know earlier you guys were talking about some space debris.
Yeah, you never know with this stuff. That's why I was asking if it's something that you could see from consumer or prosumer equipment, or if it's something you had to trust the NASA people to tell us. Yeah, I remember back in the days of Halley Selesky's comet, and these pictures that they were showing of it, that NASA was showing of it, and I remember thinking how cool that was, and I was so excited to see it. And then so my dad got me a telescope so I could see it, and we got out, went to look at it, and looked like a big rock in the sky, more or less. And all through being a kid, I always wondered where they got those pictures of it from that they were showing on the television.
Yeah, they hyped it up for me. Like, super hyped. Going on about how last time Haley's comic came around, it was like daytime at night. It was so brilliant. All these stories about it. So I was really excited to see it. It was a dud. There was nothing. I was like, what am I looking at? Oh, you see that little blur? Well, I think so. What the fuck? Yeah.
Yeah, they were talking about how all these people had committed suicide, in that early 1900s iteration of it. How they were all like scared and this and that, and it's just funny. It's funny the stories that people will believe.
I got to see one in recent years, which was just right on the horizon, on the western horizon, just after sunset. You could just see this. It was small, but at least you could, it was way better than what they said Halley's Comet was going to be like. Yeah. I can't remember the name of it, but it was kind of greenish in colour.
Was that Hale-Bopp that the Raelians went to fly away on?
Hale-Bopp? No, that crashed into Jupiter, allegedly.
Yeah, Hale-Bopp was the one that, the Raelians flew off of. I hadn't heard. That'd be a good fitting in for it after the Raelians joined the comet on their. They thought there was a magical ship hiding behind the comet. And I got to remember, there was another one.
Heaven's Gate or something like that.
Yeah, that's the name of the Heaven's Gate. That's the name of the Raelians. But wasn't there one about 10 years ago as well? Somewhere around like maybe 2014, 2015, 2013.
I thought the series of green ones were pretty funny. Like, first ever green comet appears. It was like, I think it was 2018 maybe, or I can't remember when it was. I have to look it up. And I was like, at the time, like the same thing Elijah says, like, was this predicted? Did you globalists that you say you can predict comets, did you predict a green comet? If you did, how come you didn't tell anybody that you predicted this? And can you predict the next color? The next color comet will be what? What color will it be? And then they kind of freaked out. They're like, "Oh, this is a one in time. It's unknown why it's green. It's a special, unique chemical breakdown making it green." And like, no shit. Like 9 months later, another green comet appeared. You're like, huh. So not only did you not predict the first green comet, your prediction said there would never be another green comet again. And bang, there's a green comet again.
Yeah. Well, I've seen some crazy shit in the sky that I'm sure that they didn't predict. Like they didn't predict the Russian event. What was that? I know it wasn't a comet, but they didn't predict it, did they? If they knew about it, they didn't warn those poor people.
No, they predicted it because did they have cameras like somehow just facing the perfect direction that had right in center frame and all that.
And I guess I was slightly mistaken. And Crit, when you said the Heaven's Gate, yeah, they were the Heaven's Gate group. I was thinking that the Heaven's Gate and the Raelians were one and the same, but they're certainly not.
Yeah, the Heaven's Gate were like somehow like they're gonna beam me up, Scotty. Like the Hell Bob was gonna fly by the Earth and like pick up all the people. Like they were like Mormons, kind of, or something like that.
There was a ship that was right behind them, and so they were mostly eunuchs. So they turned themselves into eunuchs, and there's some really funny stories about how they did that sort of stuff. This creepy and sick, but there's some funny parts of it. And then eventually they laid themselves down, all dressed up really nice, and then they took some sort of poison and off they went. Like they were in some sort of sleeping bags and such, so they wouldn't have some kind of spasm and fall off the bed or something like that. They were all like just perfectly there. And so when they were found like a week or two later.
If you get them to believe absurdities, they will commit atrocities.
Sure will. Here, this is some funny shit. So a Cybertruck just went up on auction, had 80 miles on it. The highest bid was $69,420. And you got to think that was a troll. That was a troll.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the person who bid it just did it just for shits and giggles to make a for the headline. That's what Elon Musk will do. He'll always make schedule meetings for like 420 and whatnot, and so it would probably been even less than that. Someone's just like, fuck it. It's like, holy shit, dude! This guy is hot garbage, man. This is not like, and you see the Twitter war? He's involved with a Twitter war with Duffy, not Mick Duffy, the NASA Duffy guy. He started asking him if he's gay or not, or how long he knew he was gay. I can't remember the exact verbiage, but something along those lines.
What? What is that? Is that because Duffy asked him a loaded question?
No, the I can't remember the guy's name, Richard Duffy or something like that. So the interim director of NASA said that SpaceX is basically disqualified from being the only NASA contractor. That they're going to open it up to Blue Origin, Virgin Galactic, whatever. Boeing. They're going to do another round of bid contracts to see who can get this because they don't have a lander yet. They need a lander and a heat shield apparently too. So there's some key components that are missing for the Artemis program. And he said that basically SpaceX is over budget, and he went on to kind of say imply that it was a bad deal. It was a bad idea to put all our eggs into SpaceX because now we're up shit creek without a paddle. There isn't any. We don't have any way to get that money back to force them to comply with contract law. We're just kind of fucked. Of course I'm paraphrasing. He didn't say that. And he said the only way to fix it would be to open up the free market. There's somebody out there with some ideas that NASA is willing to buy, and just come and present your ideas. And Musk flipped the fuck out. So all day he's been going back and forth with this Duffy guy, basically in a Twitter war, a social media Twitter war.
Yeah. Turns out that the money bag with eyeballs is actually a Meme Lord 9000. Yeah.
Yep. Turned out that he's not some sort of Edison, Tony Stark, Iron Man. He's just
Hell
a drug
no.
addict. Just an idiot drug addict.
Self-admitted ketamine. Yeah.
But that's no appreciation. That's no way to show appreciation for saving those stranded astronauts.
Yeah, he had one of those interviews where he was all teary-eyed and whatnot because they basically shunned him. Have you seen that one?
No.
Yeah, it's quite moving. Yeah, he was going through how he looked up to those guys and he really thought they were heroes and how they were just they think he's an absolute joke.
He's like, I thought we were friends.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's
he had
so
that,
good.
Yeah. Fred, you would be like, oh, I think this is so rich that I'm so full with this moment. I just can't have any more. It's like.
That's exactly what I'm looking for. I want to see a grown man cry like that. That's like,
oh, dude, yeah, it'll give you what you want and probably a little more. You'd probably tonight. You'd have a really relaxing, peaceful, serene. I'm just saying, dude. It is what it is.
It's too good.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's just telling everybody how he felt about when he was younger and the space program and all that stuff, and how those guys just were you don't have the right stuff. They're like, well, who are you? He had the interview. I'm gonna forget who it was, honestly, but it was you could see his eyes getting red and welling up. It was like, uh-oh, he's about to pop. It's coming. Yeah, sure enough. Yeah.
He started off with saying, at first I was afraid. I was petrified.
Yeah, but I'm not really sure, but you could probably type it into search or whatever and find out the video. Yeah, it's something. But anyways, I thought you guys already seen that one.
No, I don't remember that. I remember the one where he was getting interviewed about asking about his social media presence and how toxic it is. And he like put his hand over his heart. He's like, I'm extremely hurt by that comment.
Yeah, we need that soundboard to be like, shut up, bitch. Like, this doesn't mean it, bro. Like, is anybody buying this? Like, you guys eating this? Humans are just out there like, oh, man. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, bunch of shit.
I'm not trying this. Twitch TV.
The whole world's a stage, yeah?
What is your
oyster? We got Morgan. What's up, Morgan?
Hey, you doing?
Pretty good, man. Welcome to the room.
What's the color of the next comment going to be?
Black, probably.
Lock in your bets, gentlemen.
Black. That's a kind of a throwback. That's the one time where Neil deGrasse Tyson, for a while, he was off the air because he got canceled because of Me Too.
Ed Brown.
One of his last videos that he made on Star Talk before he went into hiding for a little while is that the way for NASA to deflect asteroids away from Earth is to paint that ass black. Because then the heat of the Earth, of the sun, will change its trajectory and move it away from the Earth.
I don't think that's how that works, but
yeah, go to Star Talk. You just type in, paste it, paint that ass black, and then they'll. He went on and on with Chuck Nice about how you got to paint that ass. He goes, yeah, let's paint it black. Let's get it black. Like, well, how many rockets would it take? You just have one, like a paintball, like a black paintball rocket, and just like pellet that ass, welt it up.
he went stage left on that one.
Yeah, he did. He's probably thinking, oh, if that was my swan song, I'd never come back after, if I'm not able to defeat this Me Too.
What's up, Indio's chilling in the cut, bro? What's up, Indio?
Oh, nothing. Just biding my time.
You waiting in the bushes, dude. As soon as one of these guys come in, you're just gonna clobber them.
No, I got a debate on X. So
Oh, today, tonight.
yeah, in like 15 minutes.
Oh
He shows
shit!
up.
Let's
He's already
fucking go.
doing. Oh, my internet's messed up. Yeah, so we'll see.
All right.
What's in 15
Shield-
minutes?
Shields up. Red alert.
Yeah, I posted a link in the chat, in the side chat.
Yeah, all right,
It might be a
man.
troll. I don't know, dude. It's kind of a troll title to the space, so I don't know.
Don't worry, man. We got Eli the Crusher, man. He's got your back, man. He's working tag team tonight.
Sometimes you just gotta get that big booty nigger net on that flat earth.
You're an edgelord, man. Just gotta say.
I'm so
Nigger
offended.
nut, nigger.
Hey guys, stop talking. Everyone stop talking. Something very important. Indio has a debate coming up in 3 days. All right? I forgot to tell you. It's 3 days from now.
Big booty nigger net coming up on his face.
Oh, wait. Am I late? Am I too late? All right. I changed it. It's actually in 15 minutes.
Oh, this is hilarious. I'm looking at the back and forth between it's Sean Duffy, that he's calling him Sean Dummy, that he's trying to kill NASA. Elon Musk is engaged with a public figure named Duffy. However, recent reports a dispute on Twitter, formerly known, or X, formerly known as Twitter, with acting director Sean Duffy. He made comments about basically canceling SpaceX's moon contract, prompting Musk to have a thermonuclear meltdown for the world to see.
So the money bag with eyeballs had peepees, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, well, we got to get our mind right for Indio's debate because it's going to be epic.
Oh, this is funny too. Duffy himself shared the tweets that Musk wrote, amplifying the comments. He also took a shot at Jeff Bezos, calling him Jeff Bozo. Like in Musk's voice, I'm not trying to argue with a person responsible for America's space program with a 2-digit IQ.
Hey, Indio, are they still down for that shameless plug for 24/7? No, he's not here. He's backstage combing his hair, getting ready.
Hey, you better hit up 24/7 Main and post that on blast.
Oh.
I kind of slipped the ball because I'm too busy making money. Not saying anything bad. I'm just saying, like, I got to make up the money that I lost with all the perusals of other people's content, which was also commenting on other people's content to defend myself from accusations that nobody ever even provided a lick of evidence for. So, I'm down a few thousands. Got to make it up.
Oddly enough, it's going to land right on my drive home.
So what was it that came of the meetings on X Spaces, or however you want to call it?
What are you talking about? What meetings?
Yeah, so AV was on there a night or two a week, approximately, for a while.
Oh, you mean his show?
Yeah.
Or his episode? Yeah. Man, we're tackling different things at different times. We're gonna reopen some of that stuff. For example, we got a debate going on right now, and then we're
No, I
gonna.
know. That's why I asked.
Yeah.
That's the first I've heard anybody mentioning X in a while.
I mean, anybody can use anything. So what? Like, okay, Barrington, you literally just check this out. You could literally, if you so desired, or anyone listening, could just take some of our content, clip it out, take it over to X, review it live on one of the X Spaces things. You could do it on TikTok. You could do your own content. You could just replay a video. You could replay a clip. You can clip out stuff and make them into shorts. Like all this stuff is free for people to use and proliferate, whether it's to promote, critique, whatever they want to do with it. Go for it.
Yeah, and and allow the content to kind of grow into the commentary on the commentary, and how. I think it'd be great. It would be interesting to pull up some of our older content and hear what the Globies were saying a few years ago.
Dude, not only that, but we got textual debates in our main server, right? So you can see people's texting as part of the debates, but you can also see the citations they provided. You can search. You can use the search function in Discord to find content over there. It's a never-ending well of good resources.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt. It's much deeper than that Russian hole of 7.4 miles or whatever it was. Yeah, a good show would also be going through that list of bad arguments and coming up with a list of good arguments and going through them and identifying the strong points, the weak points, the reversal, if you will, to where maybe it's a bad argument except in these cases, or maybe it's a good argument except for in these cases. And maybe even reviewing some of the GT arguments. If you were going to provide some good GT arguments, what you'd have to do is just mute everybody for a moment or two. But is Lo-Fi Guy still making content? I don't get on TikTok anymore. It just got... I couldn't tolerate TikTok, so I got rid of it. But is he still making some content?
I do not know. Isn't he kind of like doing his own thing, like his own server or something?
The last I had come across him, he was doing some live shows on TikTok for a while, and he was actually a really good host. And that's not a commentary on the content; that's just a commentary on him, because I thought he did a stellar job of being a host. I thought he had a good.
Yeah, I just seen one of his recently within the past couple of weeks, so he's still doing it.
Nice, good. his topic's a little different than our topic. And having said that, he is a good creator.
Hello, guys. How's it going?
Good. So with you?
What's up, Indio?
What's up, homie?
I'm just chilling here, man.
Cool.
What's this VC about, man?
Oh shit. 24/7 flat Earth, bro.
So, do you think that the Earth is flat 24/7?
Yep. 24/7, 365. Flat as fuck everywhere.
What about like 364? Because, like, leap year.
That would be 366, buddy.
Oh yeah, 366. You're
So for that day every 4 years, it actually turns into something else.
yeah. It becomes like donut shaped, right?
So you're here to troll? Is that it?
No, sir.
So tell us, why do you think the Earth is a ball?
Oh, I don't
Better
know. If
yet,
it's a ball.
you tell us this. If nobody told you, would you have figured it out yourself?
If nobody told me that the Earth was a ball, would I have figured it out myself?
That is the question.
I mean, it depends, because maybe someone could have told me that it was a donut, and I would affirm that it was a donut. But I don't know if it's a ball, so it's not like an affirmative position that I take. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he doesn't know what I'm saying. It's okay.
Brother, he's getting ready for a debate. He's going to be on a debate on X.
Oh, he's getting ready for a debate right now? Hold up, where is that? I find it.
X. It's on X, Twitter. Okay. Yeah, we'll post the link.
So 1,669 times it's been posted in our home server. Earth is a donut. You're about as original as sand.
But there's more sand on the Earth than messages in your server, though.
You're like a grain of sand, man. You're an NPC.
What if I changed it? What if I changed it from a donut to like the shape of a lemon?
Sure, some idiot said that.
Really? So why are you like showing me how unoriginal that
9
is?
times. See, you're still not original.
Oh, that's fine. Regardless, I'm asking you why should I try and be original? Like, what's the benefit I gain from that? Like some sort of notoriety, or is it
No,
like My ego, or like, what's
No,
the
you
I
get
guess the
to,
game?
know that you're an actual human, individually thinking human being, and you're not just a hive mind Borg.
Yeah, but if it's not, dude, being unoriginal, right? Is normal. It's a normality.
And you're asking how it would benefit you? The very fact you said even something like that. If you're a Borg hive mind, you have to Borg hive mind if it benefits you. You have to ask them.
So let
You
me
can't
ask
even
you a
make the
question.
decision for yourself
If
whether it
I
benefits you. You got to ask somebody else.
No, AC, I'm not going to let you ask that question because in the future you phone a friend and that's me, and I'm back from the future into the past to help you out. So check this out. The question you should be asking, which is the only question, is how do you know the Earth's flat?
I don't know if I perceive flatness, but I'm not sure if it's completely flat.
Fair, but I mean ask Indio.
Sorry? You said ask anyone?
You're confusing.
Yeah, no. Ask Indio, who told you the Earth is definitely flat. You should say, well, how do you know it's flat? That's a good question.
Yeah. Have you seen like the whole world, India? How do you know it's completely flat?
Well, we know that the surface of the Earth is covered mostly in ocean water, right? And that ocean water does not curve. And if it does not curve, it can't be a ball. Pretty simple.
1 second. Have we like scaled across the whole Earth?
What does that mean?
Yeah, like you said that
It
most
has
of
to
the
be
Earth is
curving,
covered in.
like curving down.
Yeah, 1 second, buddy. You said
I
that
don't need the whole Earth. I only need a section. Do you
Excuse
think the
me.
water
You
does something
said.
in one spot and does
Excuse me.
something else in another, even though it's
Excuse me, buddy.
connected?
You said that most of the
Why
Earth
are
is
you over
covered-
talking me?
Because you cut me off. Shut your mouth, you dog. Listen to me. You said that
Yeah,
most of
that's
the
what I
Earth is
thought.
covered in ocean.
Yeah, the real self is coming
Can you
out,
prove
dude. I
this?
brought it out. The fake ass fucking fool.
You're just a hypocrite.
It's really simple.
You cut me
If
off
the
in the
surface
middle
of the
of my
Earth is not curving, what is it?
Again, once again,
If,
hypocrite. You cut
if
me
the surface of the Earth is not curving, what is it?
cue for you in the middle of my sentence. You cut me off. Is that a cue for you to
Answer.
speak? What do you mean answer? I was in the middle of my question.
You asked me a question and I was answering it.
You never answered.
You said, how do you know the Earth is flat? And then I said,
That's not what I said. Hello.
oh, so you never asked that question, even though AI just
I
told you
did
to
ask
ask that question? That's what we record
I
this,
did
you know.
ask
You're
that
on YouTube right now.
Excuse me.
Yeah,
I
just
did
go
ask
on
that
mute, loser.
God, it took all of 2 minutes for that goofball to expose himself.
They can't hold, they have no endurance.
That's a low skill amateur. Could have played it out for at least 20, 30 minutes or so.
That's a little teaser for you, Indo, for things to come.
Yeah, no doubt, right?
Little, pre-workouts.
Yeah, looking at Roundhound's feed, and he does have a lot of troll qualities, that's for sure.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of hope. But yeah. He's just very rude. That's why to other flat earthers, not to me particularly. I don't care if they're rude to me, but the stuff he says to other people is pretty rude. So he said, debate me, you coward. Okay. Freaking no problem. See if he even shows up. He's already pulled bullshit. He already did this. No one is punctual anymore. So I'll start being on time. You know, the easiest way to stand out against all others in today's modern age is just to be on time. Like, just that one simple thing. If you're just on time, people are like, holy shit, this dude's on time all the time. But they'll be late, so, I mean.
Well, just letting your boss know beforehand that you're going to be a couple of minutes late puts you in a league above everyone else.
I know, right? Just a simple consideration.
So I clicked on that link, but it doesn't actually let me like into the space. Is there
It's a,
another link
it's a
coming?
reminder. When the space starts, it'll be clickable.
Gotcha. When? Oh, gotcha. So when's that supposed? Is that something that's happening shortly, or is that something
It's a
coming on?
future event. You have to look at
Should have
the
happened
time
5 minutes ago. Should have started 5 minutes ago.
You gotta wait for the host, don't you, to initialize it.
I posted in the text chat. He's already, I mean, there's a non-zero probability he doesn't even show. So
Oh, gotcha. So when he starts it up, then it'll turn clickable. Understood.
yeah. I mean, maybe I'll just go on there. If he doesn't show up like in 30 minutes, I'll go on there and just start my own space and fucking smash trolls.
Or invite him to your space.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'll start a space. I mean, I could do that.
I will say this. That's probably the one thing. It's probably the one thing I love about Twitter is like you can literally mute the whole room all in one click.
You can undo it on Discord too if you're sheeple. If you're human sheeple, you can do it. Were you there when he did that? He had a bot and it just like muted everybody in the channel and
Oh, I think I've seen that where like the whole like it was like 20 people. They were all muted.
yeah, but it like went one by one down the channel. It was like I watched it like go like dominoes. Fucking was funny. Sick. He was a sick puppy, but it was still funny. All right, he started. I'm bouncing.
Where they go on Twitter?
Yeah, the link should be clickable in a little bit if it's not already.
The Roundhog OG one?
What kind of reminder set?
Oh, everyone's muted in here.
Height control? Yeah, then it's like instant or cheaper. If you want the disposable, yeah. Okay, but if you have it sounds like yeah. Fuck that result. Yeah, that would choose ball. Choose ball. I didn't choose ball. Choose it. Okay, over that. I would go. Which one is the most popular? It's 4 or 5. I get it. Yeah, hybrid. Bigger. The 5. Okay. Yeah. So, what do you can do? You can get. No, 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 just that. And if you let me go get a dog. Thank you.
Love, love her.
He's thinking of. He's like he's. You know, like when a husband's caught, like he's trying to think of. Let me see. What can I say to her? Like,
go buy a triple beam scale.
So
weigh something. Take the scale out a month later. Weigh that thing again and see if you get the same amount, same number. Don't move it. Don't do anything to it. Just weigh it again and see what happens. So you're not going to get the same value. That's why you calibrate it.
If anybody was listening, he was arguing for not calibrating the thing to get it like the way it should be accurate. Now he's arguing for calibration. Now he's on our side arguing that they need to be calibrated. Do you see what happened here?
He's talking about calibrating it to longitude rather than calibrating it to a known weight.
Well, calibrating it to the weight at your latitude. Right.
Yeah, and what I think you should do is look at the people who are giving you this information. They identify as a wolf pack.
Wait, are you calibrating it to what you think should be? Like,
yeah, that's what he's doing.
No, I mean you calibrate it where you at your current location, right?
See, and that's exactly what he just said. Yeah, that's exactly what he just said.
Because
why would you do that? Wait a minute. Why would you do it at your known location? You don't need to do that. You just need the standard. And then you go by the standard. You don't need to go where you're specifically at. That doesn't matter. No, because
the standard changes depending on where you are.
Yeah, but who said that? Why why would people think that?
It just is the way it is.
It just is the way. Well, it'd be what it be. It'd do what it do. You know what I mean? No.
Yeah.
What'd it be like? No matter where you go, there you are.
No, dude. Like, no. The way you think, I think is the problem. You and Wolfie and everybody else. You don't need to calibrate it because you're on a specific longitude. You just have a standard weight. It's a standard. Right. You can pass that standard to somebody else. They calibrate their scale to that weight. And then there's a standard.
Right.
Then they weigh everything else. Now, what you're talking about is you're imagining that things would be different because you're in a different geographic location. Where'd you get that idea?
Centrifugal force.
Centrifugal force.
Okay, I got a quick question.
Yeah.
Before he put the thing on the scale, did the scale read in the negatives?
Potentially, I can't remember.
He doesn't know, dude. He's like, potentially. I just don't know.
It's been a while since I've seen the video.
It's weird though because
hey, we're whistling past the graveyard as usual, right? Even if everything you said was true, that he found different weights on a scale, how does that turn the Earth into a ball?
So because
think about it. If you don't, hold on. I don't care about your story. You don't know anything. You're fucking wandering around the world, using your scale and weighing shit over and over again. And that you waited you got a million samples all over the world, and when you hit a certain spot, it weighs less, and when you're at other spots, it weighs more. From that data, how do you get Earth as a ball? From the data, not from your imagination, from the data. That's a fucking leap of logic, bro. So freaking far. That's a Grand Canyon-sized leap of logic. Oh, look, we weigh shit. The scale frickin' numbers all over the place. Earth's got to be a ball.
There you go.
That's crackhead level fucking thinking, man.
Problem solved, man. All you need is Wolfie and his Dollar General scale. And he's taking everywhere.
Uncalibrated scale. Yeah, I didn't calibrate my scale while I wandered all around the world, and it gave me a bunch of different measurements. Even though the manual says calibrate for accuracy. My scale was all over the place. I expect it to be on the same number for, I don't know why, because they tell me it's inaccurate.
Well, it'd be what it'd be. It'd be what it'd be in you.
But this is what he said. These are the things I understand.
Yeah. These are the things I understand. Yep.
I have no understanding, man. I'm not trying to be insulting, dude.
Well, yeah, I
understand why you calibrate digital scales.
I am because he's not being. Listen, I am because he's not being forthcoming. He's not being
Ensures data
forthcoming.
accuracy and reliability. Prevents measurement errors. Inaccurate readings can lead to significant problems. Maintains data consistency. Avoids financial loss. Ensures regulatory compliance.
You ain't getting away from this, Kiba.
So if the problem was just that, oh, it's like it needs to be calibrated because it's like getting inaccurate, well, then why is it consistently heavier or sorry, consistently lighter?
What are you talking about?
Dude,
Where are you getting that from? How do you know that? How do you know that information? Like, I don't know where you're coming up with that.
It's an assertion.
It's consistently lighter or heavier. Like,
yeah,
what?
how many samples? How many samples, dude? How many samples are in your data set to say consistency? How many samples are in your data set to claim consistency?
Several.
How many? Several. 2, 10, 2 million, 200,000?
You can test it if you want.
You can.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
Yeah,
it's repeatable.
How do you know that?
Yeah.
Well,
how do you know that, bro?
Prove me wrong.
That's the whole point. I mean, listen, if I ask you how many samples, I'm trying to confirm the repeatability. That's what the point of asking samples for, right? So you take a bunch of samples, and then you do like a chi-squared fucking statistical analysis to see if, hey, is this random chance? Oh, the effect is greater than chance to p-value 0.5, whatever it is that the minimum is nowadays. Who fucking knows? They're changing it all the time. But that's how you do it scientifically, or in a scientific-ish way, right? Nobody's done that. Certainly not Wolfie.
Well, somebody should.
I've seen Wolfie's video. It's basically him zooming in on a scale. You don't see him travel. You don't see him land. You don't see anything. Look at my scale. It shows this reading. Clip video. Oh, look at this scale. Now I'm here to sit this other place. Look at this reading. Trust me, bro.
And Kiba's sitting back with Cheeto dust on his shirt going like, yeah, bro, you did it.
I'm not telling you to trust. I'm not telling you to trust Wolfie. I'm saying you can try yourself.
Oh, you're trusting Wolfie? You're trusting him?
I assume that if I tried it myself, I'd get similar results.
Dude, I mean... Go ahead, Mig.
So, Kiba, you don't have nothing, but then you said to us, you can do it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can. It's just need a digital scale.
You are the guy. Make a claim. You are the guy that has to prove, not us.
Yeah, that's true. But how do you know what will happen, Kiba?
So my claim
Other
is that
people have tested this and got different results. I have a much larger sample size than you. Do you want the spreadsheet?
Sure.
All right, I'll post in the chat.
Wow, dude. How do you think this conversation is going so far, Kiba? Pretty good?
Yeah.
Hey, I can't remember who did it, but somebody in this server took a scale and weighed things in different locations of his house and got different results.
Damn. Did he cross the equator? We should get Wolfie on that.
Yeah, also Mr. Thrive and Survive did this test. He's a scientist, unlike Wolfie. He has a degree in meteorology. He went to 3 different places in the United States and didn't conform to the fucking latitude shit. So I posted a graph and a spreadsheet in the chat, in the freaking chat. So it's the Google Docs spreadsheet. So the sample size is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looks like we got 21 samples here. Or no, 20 samples.
Huh.
We'll buy India, Mexico City, St. Petersburg, Tokyo, Japan, California, Mount Evans, Colorado, CERN, Geneva, a couple places in Canada, 1 underground, 1 at ground level. Germany, London, Newton Tree, Sydney, Australia, South Pole, Antarctica, Durban, South Africa, New Caledonia, and Calaleo, Peru. Okay, if you look at a graph of the measurement of the prediction versus what was measured, you don't know what would happen. You can't, looking at this graph, nobody can tell what the next measurement would be. This graph is a mess.
Okay.
He's going to take Wolfie's word over this, for sure.
So...
Oh, he's way beyond that. He's not only that, he's taken Wolfie's word and projected it into reality, saying, well, I think if I did it, I would get it, so I'm not going to bother doing it.
That's it.
And because I won't bother doing it, I'll believe the Earth's a globe, because I don't understand refraction.
Yeah. And things weigh differently at the equator. So, I mean, Bob's your uncle at that point.
Yeah, and I don't even know how you got to a ball from that.
Centrifugal force is what he said earlier.
Yeah, that's fun. You still need the ball first. Right? You need the ball first before you have the centrifugal force from which to infer that these measurements are a result of the centrifugal force of a spinning ball. You still need the ball first.
You need the ball, Kiba, or not?
Well, it's evidence for the ball.
Oof. There you go.
There's no way of doing it on a flat plane to have different...
How do you know? There's no way.
Okay, on a flat Earth, how could you make things weigh less at the equator?
Okay, the same thing.
Way less.
Okay, first of all, what is the equator?
I don't know. Circle?
Oh, fuck.
It's a circle. There you go. The equator's a circle.
Being under a particular part of the celestial sphere, that's the equator. Okay. Yeah. Now, even in your paradigm, they have this thing called lumpy gravity. So there's different densities of masses under the surface of the Earth, changing gravimetric data. Okay? So we can just say that bullshit. There's just chunky gravity all over the place. So you can't say it's impossible on a flat Earth. That's nonsense.
But if it's just chunky, then you would expect random results. You wouldn't expect it to be consistently.
Hey man, you mean like the graph I just posted?
He didn't see what he just posted?
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Isn't that random as all get up?
On the left, the measurements on the right.
Okay. Fair.
Okay, which one looks... It never even gets to the freaking peak value. The peak predicted value, it's nowhere even near it. It's 50% of that. Right? It should weigh like 309.75. It's a bad fucking screenshot, dude, because this thing has been screenshotted and re-screenshotted 50,000 times.
So it's possible that the people who weighed may have not done it properly?
How you think?
Okay, so check this out. These people are experimental scientists. Wolfie is an ex-state cop, ex-federal police officer for the federal police in Australia that used to fly around in a helicopter. And you're wondering who's doing the measurements properly.
Wolfie, clearly.
Clearly, Wolfie. Clearly, the random fucking suck up to the man is the one doing the freaking right things.
And if you just got here, but Wolfie doesn't need to calibrate his scale when he goes to different places. Just put something on it, and
he also doesn't need to show he's actually in those different places.
Yeah,
because he never showed that, did he?
And Kiba's thoroughly convinced at not only that he's doing it correctly, but he's assuming that he doesn't need to do it because he would get the same results as Wolfie. And then says that, well, things would be lighter. Duh. Making declarations all over the place. I mean, Kiba's a hot mess. He's been here for a while, as you guys know. And I don't know.
I like Wolfie. Wolfie has my favorite flat Earth evidence.
Yeah. I think Kiba's suffering from brain fog. I could be wrong, though. He's just probably a hapless troll. Could be that. Either way, no evidence was presented for the Earth being a globe via Kiba. And, we went from refraction, which he said, I only know the basics. Well, we asked him, go ahead and present your basics. Couldn't do it. Not even the basics. Train wrecked the basics. So at the end of it, really, he doesn't know anything. Nor is he willing to know. And then, people were kind enough to engage with him, but honestly, I think it's just really going in one ear out the other. What did you learn, Kiba, from what these gentlemen were telling you from the long distance observation, from the Jay Tolan media footage? What did they tell you about?
They said that he saw 700 miles over Texas, but he should have only seen like 200 if he was on a globe.
Correct. But why? What did you say? What was your retort to that about refraction? Why was that even brought up?
Well, I was just saying I don't know how refraction works, so I can't explain if refraction would have been, justified explanation for that or not.
Yeah, so it can pick up Cabo San Lucas 47 miles. Because that
Jedi likes this one.
The Colorado one's 500 miles, but the Texas one is 780 miles, and it would have to pick up Cabo San Lucas 47 miles, buddy. Should be 47 miles under the horizon. Not feet, miles, bro.
That's why I started joking. Miles. 47 miles. Fucking hell.
You guys seem to forget that the curvature is an exponential function.
Yeah, I'm going to look up the explanation or the excuse for that, according to the globe model, and
you do
convincing it is.
Why do you think it's in infrared?
Supposedly infrared has less refraction.
Yeah, has a less refraction. Yeah, definitely does.
Because of a longer wavelength?
Well, no. That's partially true, but that isn't the reason.